Chapter 27-21. A very disappointing item, star gauge mirror is shining a light on the past. It can rewind time to reveal what occurred in days long gone. Empty God spoke in a mysterious voice, once again filled with confidence. The star gauge mirror wasn't useful for him, but its power was excellent nonetheless. It could rewind time, and that power alone made it exceedingly overpowered. However, Empty God and the many gods like him were always economical with the truth. The power of the star gauge mirror wasn't a lie, but there were limitations to what it could present. Normal people couldn't use the mirror on a whim as Empty God could. Of course, Empty God wasn't going to mention that to Bauer. He would only let Bauer see how amazing the star gauge mirror was in his own hands. Empty God studied Bauer's face as he showed off the mirror, hoping that she might exhibit some surprise. Bauer's eyes did widen as she watched the image playing across the star gauge mirror, but after watching it for a while, she was confused. She said, "Uncle, this power, in my home, can be achieved through something called a camcorder. We have many items that can showcase the past, like datapads and phones. There are also holograms and other similar gadgets. If you like them that much, then when we head into civilization, I will ask my father to get you the best camcorder money can buy. It will be much prettier than this one. The picture will be much clearer, too. Think of it as a gift for giving me this gem." Bauer looked at him as if she was looking at someone who was very out of touch with the modern world. Empty God felt a muscle in his cheek twitch. He wanted nothing more than to murder Bauer right there, but he held in his rage. Empty God was being very slow and patient. "This isn't a camcorder. You can rewind time. It can show you anything that happened in the past. Is there a difference?" Bauer tilted her head, looking confused. Empty God opened his mouth to explain, but then he realized that it might be too hard of a concept for a child to understand. Time travel was a complicated subject, and explaining the difference between that and using a camcorder to record past events might be too difficult. "It is fine if you're not interested in this power. Star gauge mirror has a stronger ability." Empty God was having trouble reasoning with this child, so he went for a more exciting aspect of star gauge mirror to win her over. Empty God spun the compass-like dial on the back of the star gauge mirror, and the item began to shine with a wavering light. Moments later, the mirror was displaying a different image. The star tree stood in the center of the picture again, but there were no star beetles and neither was there Han Senator in the video. There was a man who had a human body and a lion head. He was picking star fruit. But this time, the video was very short. The man picked fruit for a few seconds, and then the video vanished. What was that all about? Bao asked with confusion. After striking a pose that was both mystical and aloof, Empty God answered, "This is the true power of the star gauge mirror. It reveals the future. The footage you have just seen is something that will happen in the near future. There will be a creature like the one you saw coming to collect star fruit soon. Everything you see in this mirror is the truth. It will come to pass." "Uncle, are you a movie director?" Bauer looked at Empty God. She blinked, looking curious. A muscle in Empty God's cheek spasmed. He suppressed his urge to kill the D*MN kid, and answered her, "Director? I didn't hire people to film this. I don't know who this creature is. This is the star gauge mirror showing you what will happen in the future." "Ah, it can see the future. Its power is that magical." Bauer finally looked surprised. She stared at the star gauge mirror in wide-eyed disbelief. Seeing Bauer's face, Empty God finally felt a bit better. He laughed and said, "This is one of the best true God items in existence. There is no other like it in the whole universe. Just say you want it, and I can give it to you." "Really, Uncle? You are such a good man." Bauer looked at Empty God with surprise. "You want it?" Empty God extended the star gauge mirror, holding it out in front of Bauer. But this time, he reassured himself that he wouldn't let her touch the mirror before she made a wish, just in case something embarrassing happened. Bauer opened her mouth. Judging from the expression on her face, it definitely seemed that she was about to express her desire for the mirror. This filled Empty God with joy. If Bauer spoke the 3 words, "I want it," then she would be making a wish to him. Then, he would gain control of her. And in regards to the star gauge mirror, he would no longer have to give it to her. There were many explanations for making someone's wish come true, and Empty God already had several different excuses ready for use. But after Bauer opened her little mouth, she didn't say anything. She seemed to suddenly think of something, and she shut her mouth quickly. "What is it?" Empty God demanded, his heart sinking. Being forced to wait like this was like having an itch that he couldn't scratch. Bauer's face looked a little excited. She thought of something good and almost burst out laughing. Empty God looked at Bauer with confusion. He did not know what was so funny about this situation. It made him feel as if something was going on that he was completely oblivious to. "Uncle, this mirror can predict the future. Isn't that right?" Bauer asked, gripping her hands excitedly into fists. "Yeah," Empty God said with a nod. "In that case, it can predict the lottery numbers of the next universal lottery, right? It can win me prizes." Bauer looked at Empty God with excitement. Many races had lotteries, so Empty God was familiar with the concept. The most famous of those universal lotteries was operated by the 1,000 Treasures. The lottery tickets were cheap, but if someone won the top prize, they would earn billions of 1,000 Treasures coins. How much money was a billion of those coins? It would be enough to purchase a low-level deified treasure straight from the 1,000 Treasures. Right now, the Universal Lottery's price had gone up to $1 billion. Whoever won the prize could get all that money without paying any taxes. Throughout the years, many creatures had made wishes to Empty God concerning the Universal Lottery, and Empty God had various ways of getting them the jackpot. However, Star Gauge Mirror didn't have this function. The Star Gauge Mirror could only predict things that would happen in the specific location that it was used. In addition, the snippets of the future that it revealed were random. The user couldn't choose how far into the future they wanted to look. Empty God had no way of adding a power like this to the Star Gauge Mirror, so he was rendered speechless. "Uncle, have you never heard of the Big Universe Lottery? It is a small card with numbers on it. If you win the prize, you can buy lots and lots and lots of food and clothes." Bauer thought Empty God might not know about the Universal Lottery, so she tried to explain how it worked. "Star Gauge Mirror is a true God item. It has too much dignity to be used on something so lame," Empty God said. "You can't do it." Bauer looked disappointed. Then, she thought of something and asked, "Can it predict what will happen after Book 7 of Overbearing President Love Luov? Can I see that before it comes out?" "What the hell is that?" Empty God seemed entirely befuddled. "It is the work of a very famous comic author. He has a comic that is so good, but the author writes so slowly. There have only been 7 books. I want to see what happens next. Can Star Gauge Mirror predict it?" Bauer looked at Empty God hopefully. This, Empty God's head was full of black lines. Star Gauge Mirror couldn't do this. Even if the mirror could reveal the author working on his next comic, it wouldn't show much. Even in a best-case scenario, Bauer would get only a glance at the work. Chapter 27-22 Good Guy Uncle, and you said this was a good item. It can't do this, it can't do that. What in the world is it for, then? Bauer lifted her lips in a slight sneer as she spoke. "Can't do what?" "I'm offering you a true God item that can foretell the future, but all you want is to read comics and win the lottery," Empty God muttered bitterly. "The item itself is its own benefit. You can predict what is going to happen in a certain place in the future. That has nothing to do with me. If it doesn't let me get lots of delicious food and great-looking clothes, then it is useless to me. Bauer was no longer interested. She returned to playing on the star fruit, swinging her body around it. She no longer wanted to talk about it. This conversation was making Empty God feel terrible. The mirror was the treasure he most cherished, but Bauer had made it sound like a piece of worthless junk. It annoyed him, and he couldn't accept it. Kids really are the worst. Empty God was furious, but dealing with this child was probably still easier than dealing with Han Sen would be. So, he kept his rage in check. He wasn't going to leave just yet. Bauer, don't go yet. I have only mentioned one part of the star gauge mirror's power. There are actually many more things this can do, Empty God said. He did his best to remain patient. What powers does it have? Bao asked with much reluctance. She really wasn't interested in continuing down this avenue of conversation. Empty God quickly said, "You will know it when you see. You're going to like it, too." The glance that Bauer cast toward Empty God was filled with boredom. She had only replied to him out of simple politeness. Upon seeing Bauer's expression, Empty God knew that he would really have to knock it out of the park this time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the naughty kid any longer. Lifting the star gauge mirror once again, Empty God started to look a bit more serious. He had been treating Bauer as a kid, not believing she was all that important. But Bauer had reacted in ways that he hadn't expected. She had thrown him off his game, and that made him take this matter a little more gravely. He brushed the back of the mirror with his fingers, which set the compass spinning again. Light appeared from the surface of the mirror and shone on Bauer. It turned Bauer's cowboy clothing into a shiny set of armor. Wow! So powerful! When Bauer saw the armor she was now wearing, she couldn't help but squeal in delight. When Empty God saw Bauer's sudden happiness, he started to behave a bit more cockily again. He turned the star gauge mirror in his hands and said, "This is the star gauge mirror's mirror armor power. It can make your armor's defense deified." Bauer looked as if she really admired her new wardrobe, and Empty God was about to show off the mirror's mirror armor power some more. Before he could continue, Bauer walked over in front of Empty God. She stared at the star gauge mirror and said, "It is so powerful. I can change my outfit in the blink of an eye. This is a good item for changing clothes. With this clothes-changing mirror, I won't have to wash my clothes or change them myself anymore. Using this mirror, I'll be able to change how I'm dressed with ease. This is so good." Empty God's expression darkened. The child before him was incomprehensible. The star gauge mirror could show the future and gift its user with extreme defensive qualities, but she didn't seem to care about any of that. All she cared about was the fact that she could change clothes. Still, it was lucky I've got her on the line, Empty God thought with a wry smile. He went on to say to her, "You like it? Just tell me that you want it, and I will give it to you. You can always use the armor. I mean, you can always use it to change clothes. Can I change my clothes into the dress of a beautiful princess? I love princess dresses, but Daddy thinks they are annoying. He doesn't let Bauer wear them," Bauer said, her expression forlorn and downtrodden. Empty God once more found himself at a loss for words. Luring this child was proving to be more difficult than tempting an old, evil behemoth that had lived for 1,000,000,000 years. Those ancient creatures would at least have some sense. Empty God could guess what they wanted and needed. But after all this time talking to little Bauer, he still couldn't figure out how her mind worked. "I can't. Then that is a shame. If I can only let me change into one set of clothes, then there's no point. That would be pretty boring." Bauer looked very disappointed. Empty God was on the verge of giving up. Tricking Hansen suddenly seemed easier than dealing with this little girl any longer. Empty God thought about it for a bit, then decided that he should just change targets. He had no idea why Han Sen was keeping Bauer as a companion, but there was no reason for him to waste his time with a naughty kid that had a mind that could not be understood. Lifting the star gauge mirror and shining it on Bauer once more, Empty God removed Bauer's armor and returned her cowboy clothing to her. "Don't move!" Bauer shouted at Empty God, her eyes suddenly wide. "What is it?" Empty God remained stock still. Bauer's face turned from shock to pleased surprise. Then, she flew toward Empty God and said, "This is so awesome. How can this mirror be so good?" While she was talking, Bauer jumped in front of the star gauge mirror and stared into it happily. "What do you mean by powerful?" Empty God still didn't understand what Bauer was talking about. He hadn't triggered any of the star gauge mirror's powers. It shouldn't have been doing anything right now. But based on the shocked expression on Bauer's face, it really did look as if she had discovered something awesome. "Do you not see it? This mirror is awesome. Here, look." While Bauer was talking, she had already put her hands on the star gauge mirror. After Bauer's continual rejection of the second gem and now his precious star gauge mirror, Empty God actually became excited when she appeared to show genuine interest in the item. He let her pull the mirror out of his hand, curious about what she had discovered. Bauer was holding the star gauge mirror and examining it closely. She mumbled over and over, "This is awesome. This mirror is so awesome. What is so awesome about it?" Empty God put his head next to Bauer's to try to figure out what she was seeing. He could see the mirror, perfectly polished as always, but there was nothing special going on. He could detect no weird powers within the item. It was acting just like it had when it was lying around without any active powers. He really couldn't tell what Bauer found so enthralling. "Uncle, haven't you noticed? This mirror doesn't show my face," Bauer said while looking at the mirror. Empty God wanted to laugh as much as he wanted to cry, and he said, "Of course you cannot see yourself. This is not an average mirror. The mirror is incredibly powerful, and unless you have a power greater than that of the mirror, it will not show your reflection. Therefore, you cannot see a reflection in it as you currently are. This is awesome. Dad told me only vampires don't have reflections. Now that I don't have a reflection, Daddy will be so shocked." Bauer exulted. She wrapped the star gauge mirror in her arms, bowed to Empty God, and shouted, "Thank you, Uncle. You really are a very good man. You have given me such awesome treasures. I'm buying you lunch." After that, Bauer leaped off the tree, still holding the star gauge mirror. She ran forward, shouting, "Dad! Dad! Look! I have a very awesome treasure. A good uncle gave it to me." Chapter 27-23 Weird Black Crystal. Empty God thought he was about to have a stroke. He had been tricked by Bauer, which made him so furious that he could barely see straight. He wanted to catch up to the little girl, but Han Sen had already teleported next to her. They were standing together at the base of the tree. Empty God wasn't afraid of Han Sen, but this whole scenario was too embarrassing for him to bear. He had tried to trick a mere child, but he had failed miserably. More than once. He had also lost a true god item, the star gauge mirror. He started to step toward them, but he knew that he couldn't do anything to Han Senator. He couldn't take the star gauge mirror back, and Han Sen might even mock him for trying. "Wait here. We are not done yet." Empty God growled to himself, staring at the father and daughter. He teleported away, still enraged. When Han Sen heard Bauer yelling for him, he was shocked. A place like Star Tree shouldn't have some random person moseying about. Han Sen teleported to Bauer, but he didn't see the man she had mentioned. But he did notice that Bauer was holding a small bronze mirror in her hands. She was merrily running toward him. "Dad! Look at this treasure mirror and this gem. A good uncle gave them to me." Bauer held out the star gauge mirror and gem toward Han Sen while she spoke. What good, uncle? Han Sen asked, frowning at the two items. I was playing on the star fruit earlier, Bauer quickly told the story. After Bauer spoke, Han Sen almost laughed out loud. The man she had met must have been Empty God. Han Sen thought Empty God would go for exquisite or liqueur, but he had actually selected Bauer. Oh, Empty God. You were unlucky to select Bauer. Now you are losing all your treasures. You couldn't get Bauer to make a wish, and as you tried, you lost a true God item. Shaking his head at the thought, Han Sen took the star gauge mirror out of Bauer's hands. Gods were allowed to trick people, but they could never lie. If Empty God said that star gauge mirror was a true God item, then it probably was. Han Sen's mind went to the shield of the Medusa's gaze, which was a true God weapon. This mirror was of the same level, and according to what Bauer had said, it would enable him to see the future and the past. Han Sen was so happy about receiving this. The black crystal armor was no longer locking down the power in his body, which meant that Empty God must truly have left the vicinity. So, Han Sen cast his Dongxian Sutra to try and make use of the star gauge mirror. He wanted to see if it was as good as Empty God made it out to be. Although he couldn't completely activate the power of the star gauge mirror, the Dongxian Sutra was still able to elicit some response from the star gauge mirror. He tried to use it a few times, but he was ultimately disappointed by the results. Han Sen didn't know if his power was too weak to use the star gauge mirror effectively, or if the mirror itself had some restrictions. Either way, the future that the star gauge mirror could display was only a very short scene. Such as, when Han Sen used the star gauge mirror to see the future, he could only see a scene. The image flashed across the scene, showing Han Sen sleeping and nothing else. And after Han Sen used it that one time, it took him a whole day to recover the power needed to activate the item again. He used it a few times, but the scenes depicting the future turned out to be a pointless waste of time and energy. They were just flashes, after all. He didn't learn any useful information. And the power to see the past was just as crappy. The star gauge mirror allowed a window into the past, but activating that ability cost a great deal of energy. The further back in time you wished to see, the more power it would cost. With Han Sen's current power, he could only see up to 1 minute into the past, and the mirror would only show the area within a meter of his location. Using that ability repeatedly would drain his strength at an alarming rate. Those were the results Han Sen received after rigorous testing. As for the exact rules that governed the use of the star gauge mirror, Han Sen still hadn't figured them out. Clearly, the star gauge mirror was too high level for him, just like the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen's level and power were not enough to unlock the true power of the item. But the mirror's mirror armor was a pleasant surprise. Although Han Sen's power was limited, the mirror armor power didn't require much energy. He activated the new armor while wearing his Apollo set, and he found that the two armors reinforced each other. The armor's defense was as good as a Larvae-class treasure now. But sadly, there was a time limit on the armor. After he activated the ability, Han Sen's armor would only look like a mirror for a few minutes. Once that time elapsed, he would return to normal. Han Sen decided that the short duration of all the mirror's abilities was probably linked to his own lack of power. He just couldn't effectively make use of a true god weapon. Bauer wasn't interested in the star gauge mirror, and she only played with it for a bit before throwing it to Han. Senator Han Sen gladly took it off her hands. The thing would still be useful, and once he became deified, it was bound to be even more useful. After all, the power to look into the past could come incredibly handy once Han Sen became stronger. Is there a way for us to get rid of this troublesome empty god? If he keeps trying to set traps for us, things will turn out very poorly. Han Sen was a bit annoyed by the man, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with him just yet. The gods kept appearing out of nowhere. They could even come and go as they pleased in a place like outer sky. Furthermore, Han Sen didn't have a way to kill such beings. There was nothing he could do. Han Sen expected Empty God to return and torment them some more, but over the next few days, the black crystal armor showed no sign of activity. That meant Empty God hadn't bothered to come back. That surprised Han Sen, but only because he was lacking a key piece of information about gods. They could go to any place in the universe freely, but their bodies had many limitations. They couldn't stay in one place for too long. So, Empty God couldn't just remain in outer sky for as long as he wanted. But Empty God was finding a way to deal with Han Sen and his daughter. He first met them through his search for gene protoplasm, but the frustration they had caused him had almost driven the gene protoplasm from his mind. Han Sen stood by the star tree, holding a black crystal. He looked very weird. The black crystal armor had released its limitations, so Han Sen could take the black crystal out of his sea of soul. Once he had it in his hands again, Han Sen tried to feed the black crystal to another xenogeniac. However, the other creatures that he tested it on didn't react. It was like the black crystal was now useless. And after Han Sen tried putting his power into the black crystal, he realized that his Dongxian Sutra no longer did anything to it. But when he activated the story of genes inside of himself, the black crystal exhibited some strange changes. The black crystal in Han Sen's hand took on the shape of a miniature immortal dragon. Aside from the black color and minute size, it looked exactly like the immortal dragon. Han Sen passed the power of the story of genes into the black crystal, and the crystal rose out of his hand and flew down to the ground. It swelled to become a life-size immortal dragon. The dragon stared straight at Han Sen, just like the first time they saw each other. Han Sen's heart leaped. The immortal dragon's body released a strong, holy light. It covered a wide area around them. There was a scar in the tree's surface nearby, which was probably the result of a bug bite. The damage was healed by the immortal dragon's holy light. Chapter 27-24 Golden-haired monkey. This new black immortal dragon still has a healing power. When Han Sen saw this, he was very happy. The black crystal that had transformed into an immortal dragon could follow commands that Han Sen gave it telepathically. And it had a healing power that was deified class. This new black crystal wasn't exactly what Han Sen thought it would be, and it didn't have the power of his first black crystal. However, the power it had just demonstrated didn't seem too shabby. With this immortal dragon, Han Sen could fight carelessly. He wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt. As long as he didn't die, the immortal dragon could simply heal his body. The strangest thing about it was that the immortal dragon could be reduced to a black crystal. In many ways, it was like a beast soul. He could lob it into his sea of soul for easy storage, which meant he could take it with him wherever he went. Han Sen couldn't wait to fight a deified xenogeniac so he could give it a try. The idea of fighting while the immortal dragon's immortal area backed him up was very exciting. Bauer had grown quite bored as she lounged comfortably on a star fruit. She spent some time playing with the gem she had gotten from Empty God, but eventually, she put it away. It didn't take long for her to lose interest in it. Right now, Bauer was missing Empty God. He was the only person who had been kind enough to give her so many toys for free. As Han Sen was practicing under the tree, someone teleported to the boundaries of the star tree. Han Sen raised his head and realized that person was Shale. Brother Han. Shale. Han Sen looked surprised to see him. Han Sen hadn't seen Shale since the silkworm bout. He didn't know why Shale would have come all the way to the star tree. I received the leader's permission to come here and collect a star fruit. Shale pulled out a notice to show Han Sr. I see. Please come in. Upon confirming that the notice was legit, Han Sen shut down the defenses of the star tree to permit Shale to enter. Han Sen felt very uneasy about this, though. After the star tree's original guardian left, star fruit was forbidden to be consumed by anyone. But the very high leader had still permitted Shale to come and take fruit. That wasn't normal, for sure. Shale wasn't shy or hesitant. He walked right into the star tree zone. Han Sen commanded his legion of xenogeneics to not harm the man, and Shale made it safely to the star tree. When Bauer saw Shale, she looked curious. That was because when Empty God had shown her the future using the star gauge mirror, she had seen Shale picking star fruit. With Shale now arriving, her curiosity had been piqued. Shale walked toward the tree in a straight, determined path. He didn't stop or wander around. He seemed to have a pre-selected target. Han Sen didn't think this was weird, though. If the very high leader had given him such unusual approval to come and claim a fruit from the star tree, then they wouldn't just leave his reward up to chance. He must have a target already. Han Sen was curious, so he followed behind Shale. He wanted to see what star fruit Shale was going to collect. A few minutes later, Shale arrived at the star fruit of his choosing. Han Sen couldn't see what was so special about this particular star fruit. Shale didn't immediately pick it, however. He turned to face Han Sen and told him, "Brother Han, we might have a fight on our hands later. I hope you can protect the star tree and keep it from being harmed." "Sure," Han Sen nodded. That was his responsibility. But Shale was a primitive deified, and he spoke to Han Sen like he wasn't confident in his ability to control whatever it was that lurked inside the fruit. That gave Han Sen a bit of a shock. The xenogeneics that came out of the star fruits were always asleep, and there was a secret skill to make a contract with them before they awoke. If the person who opened the fruit didn't want to make a contract with the creature inside, they could kill it while it was still asleep. But Shale, who was a primitive deified, said there would be a fight. That cast this entire fruit opening scenario in a more ominous light. Once Han Sen had prepared himself, Shale flew to the top of the star fruit. He knocked the star fruit down from its branch. The whole process, thus far, was the same as when Han Sen had picked his own star fruits. The fruit itself burned away, revealing the xenogeneic inside. The xenogeneic's body wasn't very large. Like Shale, it was an ordinary and muscular creature. It was around 3 meters tall, and it had blonde hair. A golden-haired monkey. Han Sen was shocked. That xenogeneic had short legs and long arms. Its head had 3 sets of ears. Each one looked like a snail. It looked very strong, but there was also something strange about the creature. Although Han Sen couldn't see any substance chains, he could tell that it had a scary presence. He knew that this 6-eared, golden-haired monkey was deified. It was different from the normal xenogeneics of the star fruits. When this blonde monkey was revealed, its eyes were already open and shining gold. The gold light in its eyes looked like it could outshine the moon and the sun. Upon seeing Shale in front of it, the 6-eared, golden-haired monkey suddenly screamed. Its gold substance chains exploded like a holy light. That powerful radiance wrapped around its entire body, and the creature shot toward Shale like a golden flame. Shale's eyes were unwavering, and he generated a gold substance chain. He didn't fall back. He moved toward the attacking monkey. Their fists hit each other, but the golden-haired monkey didn't move. Shale's body stumbled back a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Judging from this display of power, Shale was weaker than the monkey. Without a moment of hesitation, the monkey kept moving. It rushed toward Shale with blinding speed. Its body was releasing a scary presence. But Shale didn't seem worried by the creature's power. He moved with almost casual elegance, and he shook the pursuit of the 6-eared monkey. He fought the monkey not by matching its power, but by utilizing his own prodigious skills. Although Shale was very talented, he had been raised poorly. When Han Sen had first fought him, Shale hadn't known many top-class Geno arts. In the time since they had last seen each other, Shale's fist skills had improved. He also had a few more top-class Geno arts. He had gained a lot of strength, and he was obviously a much more capable fighter now than he had been during the silkworm fights. He really did eat a demon fruit and earn a fake 11 armor talent. His improved speed is way too fast. Han Sen complimented him. But after watching this battle for a while, Han Sen's brow furrowed. The super-powerful Shale was being suppressed by the six-eared monkey. As he watched the fight, Han Sen could tell that the six-eared monkey was a primitive deified. Its speed and power were better than Shale's fake 11 armor talent, however. Plus, the six-eared monkey's power was very strange. Shale would occasionally find an opening to land a blow on the monkey with one of his scary Geno arts, but after he attacked, the monkey's shadow was the only thing that would remain. The six-eared monkey's real body would appear elsewhere. It would then send a dangerous strike back toward Shale. Shale stayed calm and managed to avoid losing his head each time, but the monkey's attacks left cuts across his body. He was bleeding continually now, and he looked terrible. Chapter 27-25 Cocky Noobs. This golden-haired monkey is very powerful. It can suppress Shale, who is at the same level as it. The xenogeneics that come out of the star fruits are really special. Han Sen looked at the creature with interest. A powerful elite like that gave Han Sen a lot of inspiration. The most special thing about it was the ability of the monkey to clone itself. Not even Han Sen could tell when the monkey was using its true self or its copy during the battle. The real monkey and the fakes were far too difficult to distinguish. Anyone who wasn't careful would certainly end up falling for its tricks. But Han Sen was hesitating, trying to decide if he should help Shale. Eventually, a very high man approached him. Han Sen jerked slightly in surprise when he saw the man. He hadn't noticed when the very high man arrived next to him. Li Chunqiu. Han Sen recognized the man upon seeing his face. Li Chunqiu was very famous amongst the very high. He was the elder brother of Exquisite and the others. He was very talented, and no one in the very high could match him. Not even Li Kier, who had a 10 armor talent. Li Chunqiu watched Shale and the monkey doing battle, and he said, "Do not help him. He must experience this fight himself." When Han Sen heard those words, he relaxed. Evidently, he didn't need to bother helping Shale. Shale was at a disadvantage, but he wasn't too injured to continue fighting just yet. He was still holding his own against the six-eared monkey. And as time went by, Shale began to take fewer and fewer wounds. Li Chunqiu had just been standing there quietly watching the fight, but he suddenly said, "What do you think of Shale's recent improvements?" Han Sen looked around. He was the only person nearby. Clearly, Li Chunqiu had to be talking to him. But Li Chunqiu was still watching the fight, and he hadn't looked at Han Sen while he asked the question. "He has improved very quickly. It makes sense that he has an 11 armor talent," Han Sen said. And it was truthful, mostly. Shale's improvements did impress him. Li Chunqiu didn't move. As he watched the battle unfold, he said, "This blonde monkey is an ancient xenogeneic called the six-eared macaque. Its genes are very strong, and it is born with a 10 armor talent. And its flesh is so powerful. Its mind is very tricky to discern. It is always hard to tell whether you're looking at the real monkey or another fake. It is hard to find an enemy like this at the same level. Even Shale, who is a born deified, cannot beat the six-eared macaque easily. With Brother Shale's power, he simply needs a little time. He will beat the six-eared macaque eventually," Han Sen said. Li Chunqiu nodded and said, "I'm not worried about that. The six-eared macaque is a small task for Shale. Taking it down won't be very difficult." Speaking of that, Li Chunqiu finally turned to look at Han Senator. He said, "Actually, the only person that can be considered a serious obstacle to Shale is you." "You must be joking, sir. I'm just a half-deified." I don't have what it would take to impede Shale's growth. Han Sen wasn't going to accept some random compliment to boost his ego. Li Chunqiu didn't reply to that. He went on to say, I'm in charge of the Very High's good fortune pool. If you need to, I can let you visit it. What does that mean? Han Sen asked, struggling to follow the conversation. Li Chunqiu jumped around a lot when he spoke. He had just been describing Han Sen as Shale's biggest impediment, and now he was telling Han Sen that he could go to the Very High's good fortune pool. Opportunities to enter the Very High's good fortune pool weren't granted to everyone. Han Sen had heard about the pool before he even came to the Very High. Even Exquisite and Li Qier had never received approval to enter it. Therefore, Han Sen hadn't yet had a chance to go there. Now, Li Chunqiu was offering him the opportunity to go. It was confusing. Li Chunqiu knew what Han Sen was thinking, so he coldly said, You have become Shale's demon. If he cannot beat you for real, it will be an impediment to his growth and ascension. He might lose the chance to become a true god. So, I hope you can become deified soon. Then, Shale will have a chance to defeat the demon that ravages his soul. Li Chunqiu seemed to think that even if Han Sen became deified, Shale could probably beat him. But Han Sen didn't mind that. Han Sen was used to other people being arrogant around him. Where was the harm in letting someone else be a bit cocky? If you are really making this offer, then thank you very much, sir. When can I go to the Very High's good fortune pool, if you don't mind me asking? Han Sen wanted to pin this down as quickly as he could. After all, Han Sen still had another 2 Geno arts he needed to raise to half-deified. Maybe he could use the Very High's good fortune pool to break through with them. The good fortune pool of the Very High was quite mysterious. It could increase the potency of one's genes and blood exponentially. Han Sen had wanted to go there for some time, and now this was his chance. Take this good fortune spell. After today, you can go whenever. Li Chunqiu handed Han Sen a small spell. Han Sen accepted the spell, and he noticed that the object was only 2 fingers in width. It looked crystal clear, and it said good fortune on it in an ancient language. Thank you, sir. I'm going to try to become deified so that Brother Shale can put his demons to sleep. Han Sen put the good fortune spell in his chest pocket. Then, he smiled at Li Chunqiu. Inside, however, he was thinking, the Very High really are quite rich. He is just randomly giving permission for someone to enter the good fortune pool. And in a way, he gave it to an enemy. Li Chunqiu glanced at Han Sen with interest, and he said, You are a really interesting character. If it wasn't for Shale and Yu Shanshin, would say you were the most interesting silkworm in this generation. Li Chunqiu's words seemed to indicate that he thought Han Sen was weaker than Shale and Yu Shanshin. Within that generation of silkworms, he was only number 3. Han Sen was in no mood to argue, though. In a way, he was quite happy. As the 2 of them talked, Shale had become more and more stable. The 6-eared macaque no longer had the advantage, and it was on the verge of being suppressed by Shale. Its real and fake bodies were no longer confusing Shale. Han Sen had to admit that Shale was a genius. In a short amount of time, he had been able to study the 6-eared macaque. Han Sen suddenly thought of a question about the 6-eared macaque. He looked at Li Chunqiu and asked, Mister, how did you know which star fruit held the 6-eared macaque? Exquisite and Li Qier told him that the xenogeneics inside a star fruit couldn't be guessed from the outside. But Li Chunqiu and Shale obviously knew what to expect from the fruit they had chosen. They knew it would be the 6-eared macaque. The Very High sense can grant a useful predictive ability, Li Chunqiu answered. I spent some time looking over this tree thoroughly, and after much deliberation, I came to the realization of where this creature lay. Plus, this star fruit was born strangely. It was easy for me to guess what was inside. Born strangely. Han Sen tilted his head to the side as he looked at Li Chunqiu. When this fruit was formed, a weird, gold shadow fell over the star tree. I wasn't too far away from the star tree when I saw this strange scene. Based on what I saw, it wasn't difficult for me to determine what xenogenic might have been found in that fruit, Li Chunqiu said levelly. Chapter 27-26 Real and Fake Bodies Pang. Shale's punch struck the six-eared macaque solidly and sent the creature's body soaring through the sky. He hit the real body. Han Sen instantly refocused on the fight. The six-eared macaque had managed to escape using its fake body this time. Shale's blow had landed on the real monkey. Shale chased after the flying monkey like he was part of its shadow. His punches were like a river, bursting its banks to flood over the six-eared macaque. The creature's body started to crack, and deified blood poured everywhere. No matter how many movement skills it used or fake bodies it summoned, the creature continued to lose ground. It no longer had the power to battle Shale's mighty fists. Under the continuous stream of hits, the powerful six-eared macaque was badly injured. It squealed as many fissures and wounds appeared across its body. But the six-eared macaque's body was so strong, and as of yet, Shale hadn't managed to inflict any serious injuries. Only its skin was being injured. Ha! Shale suddenly stopped attacking. He wanted to give the six-eared macaque a chance to retreat and compose itself. Shale watched it from afar, giving it a moment to breathe. He slowly waved his fists and shouted. After Shale's shout, the space around him shone with a striking power that looked like the sun. Countless gleams of that striking power flooded out of Shale. It was like a meteor shower ceaselessly raining down on the six-eared macaque, and each gleam exploded on contact like a nuke. Boom! The scary explosions almost destroyed everything. Under the never-ending attacks of that scary power, the six-eared macaque's body was unable to hold up. The creature's godly body was slowly being torn apart. Han Sen watched the display in amazement. Shale's punch was rather similar to his own under-the-sky knife skills. The punch Shale had just cast was summoning power that had been previously dispersed. The attack wasn't exactly like Under the Sky, however. It was only similar. This is the sea's return to the stream. It is very similar to your Under the Sky knife skills. Do you think Shale performs it well? Li Chunqiu asked calmly. He is very strong, Han Sen confessed honestly. In such a short amount of time, Shale had become very proficient with such a challenging Geno art. It meant he was very strong. Shale had lacked knowledge and Geno arts in the past, but the Very High had been kind enough to fix those flaws. The more Geno arts that Shale learned, the scarier he would become. It would be just like leveling up again. I hope you become deified soon. Don't make Shale wait too long, Li Chunqiu said. Shale walked over to them, carrying the six-eared macaque over his shoulder. He nodded to Han Sen and turned to leave with Li Chunqiu. Han Sen didn't concern himself with the two of them. He happily held the good fortune spell and sighed. It would be great if the universe had more people like Li Chunqiu in it. I have made too many enemies here, but for some reason, I don't need to find resources myself now. I will have an endless amount. Han Sen was preparing to leave when he suddenly felt something wrong. His heart told him he was in danger. The next second, Han Sen teleported away just as a shadow struck the spot he had been standing a moment before. Han Sen leaned forward to get a better look at the shadow, and what he saw gave him a shock. It was a monkey that was half the size of a human in height. Its head had 6 ears, with each one looking like a snail. Golden fur covered the being. It looked like the six-eared macaque, but it was much smaller than the first six-eared macaque. Earlier, Han Sen had watched Shale defeat the six-eared macaque. The man had even dragged the creature's body away with him. And now, there was a smaller one right here. That was unexpected. Was that prior six-eared macaque a mother monkey? Did it have a baby that Shale didn't see? Hansen murmured to himself, looking at the smaller six-eared macaque. Hansen couldn't think of any other explanations for why a miniature six-eared macaque had appeared before him. But the xenogeneics inside the star fruit had no chance of getting pregnant. Therefore, his theory didn't make sense. You are a mother monkey. You all are mother monkeys. This is my real body. What they took away was just one of my fake bodies, the six-eared macaque shouted shrilly at Hans Sr., awesome. The fake body was able to trick Li Chunqiu. It even tricked me. This six-eared macaque's fake body skill makes it invincible, Hansen thought in awe. The six-eared macaque looked murderous. It glared at Hansen and said, earlier, with that very high monster nearby, I had to fake my own death. But now, there is no need for me to hide. After I kill you, I can go out into outer sky. Even if that very high monster realizes that the body was a fake and comes back here to get me, he won't be able to find me. That idea isn't a bad one, but I'm afraid that you're wrong about one thing. Hansen laughed. What's that? The six-eared macaque asked, its eyes glittering at Hans Sr., I'm scarier than that very high monster. If you quietly left earlier while you had the chance, you could have gotten away free. It is a shame you wanted to murder me instead. I'm afraid you'll be the one who ends up dead today. Hansen sounded serious. You are just a half-deified. How dare you try to bluff me? The six-eared macaque shouted furiously. It ran toward Senator Hansen's Apollo set shone as he threw a punch toward the six-eared macaque. Pang! Hansen's punch caught the six-eared macaque's body mid-leap and tore it in half. It was just a fake body, however. The six-eared macaque's real form was gone. Pang! The six-eared macaque suddenly appeared behind Senator. It punched Hansen in the back, sending him hurtling forward. It was a long time before he came to a stop. There was a dent in the back of the Apollo set in the shape of a fist. The Apollo set seemed to be on the verge of breaking. How dare you act so cocky in front of me, the six-eared macaque screamed. It jumped at Hansen again. This monkey is so strong. It can use fake bodies, and its ability to hide its presence is unsurpassed. It is so hard to avoid it. Hansen eyed at the six-eared macaque, but he didn't fall back. He threw a punch to meet the beast. The six-eared macaque's body was destroyed, but once again, it was only a fake body. Hansen didn't know where the real body had gone. Hansen's heart leaped, and he cast the Dongxian Sutra. Everything in the universe became a cogwheel in his eyes. Although he couldn't see the body of the six-eared macaque, he could see the cogwheels of the universe that were moving while the six-eared macaque remained invisible. The six-eared macaque was so angry. Its eyes were shining with rage, and it flashed toward Hansen with great speed. It stared into Hansen's eyes, raised its claws, and tried to slash Hansen's eyes out. Seeing that it was almost in front of him, Hansen swung his fist. He sent his punch toward the invisible albeit real body of his foe. The six-eared macaque was shocked. It had no idea how Hansen had discovered where its real body was. It was too close, and it had no time to dodge. It sent a punch of its own to counter Hansen's fist. The six-eared macaque found itself wrapped up in a soft snowfall. The shadow of a snow lady covered its body. Chapter 27:27 I am not convinced the six-eared macaque didn't pay much attention to the snowy attack in the beginning. It was focused on fighting Hansen, but that snow lady continued to envelop the six-eared macaque. Although the monkey wasn't affected by the cold power, it wasn't long until its eyes started to become heavy. Soon, it slumped down on a star fruit and fell into a deep sleep. Hansen saw that it didn't have a single flake of ice sticking to it. He had expected that the ice power might not work on the six-eared macaque, but the sleeping powers that came with it were not something the six-eared macaque could withstand. As the creature slept deeply on top of the fruit, its arms and legs spread in an undignified sprawl, Han Sen wanted to kill the six-eared macaque. But then he thought, right now, the six-eared macaque is sleeping. I wonder if the very high contract can work on it. This monkey's power is so unique. If I can make a contract with it, it might be useful. With that thought, Han Sen activated the very high contract skill. He didn't have much hope of it working, but when he actually tried it, he felt the contract click into place. I didn't think it would actually work. The six-eared macaque was still sleeping, with the shadow of the snow lady hovering over it. Han Sen waited until the snow lady was gone. Although Han Sen had performed the snow lady attack himself, he couldn't control it fully. It had a mind of its own. That was the biggest con of the deified Geno Core's Geno art. After a few hours, the shadow of the snow lady finally disappeared. Han Sen noticed that the six-eared macaque was still fast asleep, so he gave it a swift kick in the butt, knocking it some distance away. The six-eared macaque was shocked by its rude awakening. It jumped up off the ground, gold substance chains rising around it. It squealed and moved forward to attack Han. Senator Han Sen used his mind, and the markings of the contract spell appeared on the six-eared macaque's forehead. Pat-ong! The six-eared macaque fell back onto the star fruit. It placed its hands over its head and twitched repeatedly as if it was in agony. When he saw that a deified xenogeneic was in too much pain to use its powers, Han Sen was more than surprised by the effectiveness of the very high contract skill. Monkey, are you going to obey me? Han Sen asked the monkey, shutting off the pain that the contract's power was inflicting on the six-eared macaque. The monkey released a warbling shriek and leaped off the fruit. It blurred as it rushed toward Han Sen, gold light shining behind it. It suddenly teleported in front of Han. Senator Han Sen swallowed. Just as the six-eared macaque was about to touch Han Sen, the beast grabbed its own head and fell backward. It bounced off a nearby branch, then a piece of star fruit, then it fell all the way to slam into the ground. It created a big hole in the ground when it landed. Monkey! Are you going to obey me and adhere to my every command? Han Sen asked again, stopping the flow of the contract's power. You used a trick to fool me. I'm not convinced. If you are this strong, then beat me for real. This time, the six-eared macaque didn't jump forward with its fists swinging. It looked murderous, and it squealed at Han Sen fiercely. Beating you wouldn't be hard. Han Sen laughed. Huh? You couldn't even beat that star beetle. I really don't think you can beat me. If you hadn't used a trick, I would have raised my hand and killed you. The six-eared macaque looked angry. Han Sen looked at the six-eared macaque with surprise. How did you know I fought the star beetles here? The six-eared macaque didn't attack. It looked at him with disdain and said, I am a born deified. I'm not like those other normal xenogeneics in the star fruits. I know many things when I am born. I know everything that happens here. Born deified. Han Sen was more than shocked hearing this. That xenogeneic had a much higher chance of evolving all the way up to true god class. If you didn't use a trick, how could you beat me? The six-eared macaque continued, still talking in a cocky tone of voice. Fine. I will give you a chance. I won't use the contract's power, and if you beat me, I will give you your freedom back. If you lose, then I will be your master. And then you must start listening to me, okay? Han Sen smiled. Sure. Why not? The six-eared macaque said quickly. Clearly, it was more than confident that it could defeat Han Senator. It was afraid Han Sen would regret his decision to do this. Han Sen's Apollo set was bursting with a god light again. The Apollo wings spread, making him look like a god in the sky. He looked down on the six-eared macaque and said, Come on. Show me how powerful a born deified xenogeneic really is. The six-eared macaque didn't speak. Its eyes flashed, and its body exploded with a golden light. It was like some elemental of gold fire rushing toward Han Senator. Countless claws of gold light surged toward Han Sen, looking like they could cut the sky and earth. Han Sen was covered in the claw light. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged the attacks. But the next second, the six-eared macaque appeared next to Han Senator. It attacked Han Sen's penis like a monkey stealing a peach. The six-eared macaque thought his fake body and invisibility could hide his true self. But as a matter of fact, Han Sen could see every movement the beast made. Han Sen moved his body slightly and dodged the evil, peach-stealing monkey's skill. Han Sen looked calm. He seemed to be calm with everything that he did. There was nothing special about a monkey going for the crown jewels. But that six-eared macaque was now being put at a disadvantage. The six-eared macaque was terribly upset. When it fought Shale hadn't been able to tell where its true body was. Even in the end, it had only been using one fake body, so Shale had a 50% chance of finding the true body. He was still unable to find its invisible self. If the monkey had used all of its power, it could have defeated Shale. It was afraid of Li Chunqiu, though. But now that it was fighting against Han Sen, its invisibility and fake bodies weren't working. Whether it used a fake body or went invisible, Han Sen could see everything. It was useless, and the creature began to collect injuries. Not fair. Not fair, the six-eared macaque suddenly started screaming as it became desperate. What isn't fair? Han Sen asked with a smile, pausing his attacks. You don't have the power. You just have treasures. Even if you beat me, it is the treasure's power, not your own. I'm not convinced. The six-eared macaque looked scornful and said, if you didn't use treasure, I could defeat you with my pinky. Fine. I will not use treasures, then. And if I don't use treasures and you still lose, will you listen to my commands? Han Sen remained smiling, and he didn't move. Ha! If you don't use treasure, I will rip you to shreds, the six-eared macaque said. Then let's give it a try. Han Sen said. Then, he took off his Apollo armor. Before Han Sen could say anything, the six-eared macaque squealed loudly. It leaped at Han Sen, its eyes full of murderous intentions. Without the buffs of the Apollo set, Han Sen's power and speed were worse than the six-eared macaque's. It would be very difficult to avoid its attacks, and he couldn't fight it now. But Han Sen didn't try to avoid a strike. A gleam entered his eyes, and his face had a weird blush. The Blood Pulse Sutra was running in reverse. Chapter 27-28 Can't even be a sun. When the Blood Pulse Sutra reversed, it became the Xian Yellow Sutra. As the six-eared macaque jumped in front of him, Han Sen threw forth a slap. The Xian Yellow Sutra's power smacked into the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque was deified, and Han Sen wasn't being supported by any treasures. In the eyes of the monkey, he was a bare-bones half-deified. The monkey didn't bother dodging Han Sen's strike, and so Han Sen's attack swept over it. The monkey had become too eager with the thought of tearing Han Sen to pieces. But when the Xian Yellow Sutra's power came upon it, the six-eared macaque's body shook. Its blood pulse reversed, and its power just disappeared. Its body and fur were changing, shriveling as if it was dying. What is going on here? The six-eared macaque saw its body withering away, more and more. It looked horrified. Han Sen didn't answer. He calmly looked upon the six-eared macaque. The changes to the six-eared macaque's body became stronger and stronger. Its gold hair that shone like a sun suddenly dimmed, and its gold eyes no longer had their shine. And then there was a weird snapping noise. The six-eared macaque's substance chains fell apart. In a moment, it went from deified to king class. It still had half-deified power, but it was much worse than it had been before. Previously it had been high in the sky, but now it was on the ground. How can this be possible? The six-eared macaque's eyes were wide with terror. It couldn't believe it had become king class. What did you do to me? What sort of trick have you used on me again? The six-eared macaque snarled, then it spun toward Hans Sr. Monkey, did you know that I have a title here in this universe? Hans Sen asked, smiling at the six-eared macaque. I don't give a wet fart about your title. What trick did you use on me? The six-eared macaque kept jumping around and shouting, but it didn't dare to attack Hans Sen again. One strike had reduced him to a lowly king-class being. He never imagined such a thing was possible. He was now quite scared of Hans Senator. He didn't dare to attack Hans Sen again. Hans Sen ignored the squealing of the six-eared macaque. He laughed and said, in the universe, people call me the Father of God. Do you know why I earned this title? How do I? God's Father. You are so cocky. Upon hearing Hans Sen's title, the monkey looked even more annoyed. That monkey was deified, but Hans Sen seemed to be claiming to have a higher rank. It was clear that the monkey didn't agree with him. Hans Sen looked at the six-eared macaque, and with a disdainful tone of voice, he said, the people in the universe call me God's Father because deified elites are like children before me. I let them become my sons and daughters, if they are qualified. If I don't permit a man to become my son, then his best hope is to become my grandchild. Just like you. You aren't qualified to be my son. The monkey was frozen. He wished to say something, but when he thought of how Hans Sen's strike had reduced him to king class, what Hans Sen said seemed to make sense. I don't care. You must have used some sort of trick on me. If you think you have what it takes, shut up. Hans Sen hissed coldly, cutting the monkey off. He stared icily at the monkey and said, I saw that there is talent in you, and I wanted to keep you alive, but you still didn't appreciate my mercy. Do you really think I won't kill you? The gods, in my eyes, are a bunch of rubbish. I let them live. They live. If I want them dead, they die. I let them be gods. If I am not happy, the gods are mere toys to me. After that, Hans Sen's body shone with a godly light. He raised his hand, ready to kill the monkey. The six-eared macaque was very scared already. Now, it was super scared by the might of Hans Senator. It shivered violently and shouted with fear, saying, Don't kill me. I'm willing to obey, don't worry about it. There's no need to push yourself. Hans Sen glared at the six-eared macaque. His hands rose, ready to kill the creature. The six-eared macaque quickly said, I'm not pushing myself. I'm really not pushing myself. It would be a glorious thing to follow an elite like you. Can you return me to deified class? That isn't difficult. Come over here. Hans Sen looked like a god as he stared down on the six-eared macaque from above. The six-eared macaque looked hesitant and unwilling to come close to Hans Sr. If I wanted to kill you, all I would need to do is raise my hand. It wouldn't be that difficult. Hans Sen looked at the fiend with disdain. The six-eared macaque forced a smile. No. I'm not suspicious of your intent. The six-eared macaque ran over to Hans Senator. Its body was half the average height of a human's, and as it stood before Hans Sen, it looked like a little kid. Hans Sen looked at it and raised his hand. He touched its head like a godfather and said, I, Hans Sen, by the name of all gods, give you eternal holy power, open the door of destiny. Hans Sen made up a bunch of nonsense that worked well to bluff the six-eared macaque. It had no idea that Hans Sen was just wasting time and putting on a show. Hans Sen just needed to wait until the effects of the Xian Yellow Sutra wore off. Then, the six-eared macaque would be deified again. Hans Sen wouldn't even need to use the Blood Pulse Sutra. He just randomly cast a light on the six-eared macaque's head. Hans Sen calculated the time and slowly spoke his fabricated blessing. By the time he was done, the Xian Yellow Sutra's power had disintegrated. The body of the six-eared macaque changed again. The six-eared macaque saw Han Sen's power inside its body, and it felt its body change. It quickly became deified again, which filled the creature with joy and relief. It was so happy to be deified again. And it was scared of the man before it. He could reduce or raise the monkey's level on a whim. This guy is too scary. It looks like it might be true that he is some sort of father of God. He might be king class, but I am inferior to him in every way. I can't fight him. For a while, at least, I need to stop trying to beat him. The six-eared macaque tried to comfort itself. It was terrified, and it no longer dared to fight Han Senator. When the six-eared macaque was back to deified class, it immediately kneeled before Han Sen and said, "I'm willing to follow you, now and forever. I hope you let bygones be bygones and are still willing to take me under your wing." While its mouth spoke, in the six-eared macaque's heart, it was saying to itself, "Let me find out your true self. Then, I will find a chance to escape this trap and maybe even kill you." Han Sen could discern what the six-eared macaque was thinking, but he didn't confront the beast. He coldly said, "You should think this through. Once you start following me, there is no chance for regret. I have thought about it. I will only follow you for the rest of my life, and I will only ever pledge allegiance to you," the six-eared macaque said dramatically, but his true intent was the opposite. "Get up and tell me your name." Han Sen allowed the six-eared macaque to stand up. "I am the six-eared macaque. I do not have a name," the creature said. "In that case, I will give you a name." Han Sen fell silent for some time, and then said, "Since you are a monkey deified xenogeniac and a six-eared macaque, I will call you Little Number 6. The six-eared macaque froze when it heard Han Sen's grand pronouncement. Its heart complained, "That is a crap name. He was quiet for so long, and he ended up giving me such a childish name." Chapter 27-29 Good Fortune Pool. After Shale and Li Chunqiu teleported away from the star tree, Shale set down the six-eared macaque's body so that they could examine it. As Li Chunqiu looked it over, he realized something was wrong. He swung his fist, throwing a punch at the corpse. When the blow landed, the six-eared macaque's body turned to dust. How could this happen? Shale's face had gone blank with shock. He shook himself, turning to go back to the star tree. Li Chunqiu stopped him and said, "It is too late to go back now. We've been gone for too long, and the creature must have escaped into outer sky and disappeared by now. With Han Sen guarding star tree, I don't think it will have been able to run off so easily," Shale said. "If I was unable to detect the real six-eared macaque, I don't think Han Sen could have done so, either," Li Chunqiu said emotionlessly. "And even if he did discover it, do you really think he could stop the six-eared macaque from escaping the star tree? It was all my fault. I couldn't distinguish the fake body from the real one," Shale said. Li Chunqiu shook his head. "There is no need to blame yourself. The six-eared macaque's fake body was really good. Not even I was able to detect the real one. This blame doesn't lie on your shoulders." After pausing, Li Chunqiu provided further comfort by saying, "Outer sky has countless xenogeniacs. You'll be able to hunt some more creatures soon, but don't leave just yet. Han Sen will visit the Good Fortune Pool soon. We can go after he does it." Shale nodded. "The Good Fortune Pool will certainly change his power, but it affects every creature differently. I wonder how much Han Sen will benefit from it." "I don't believe any will receive a benefit as grand as you received," Li Chunqiu said flatly. Han Sen thought Li Chunqiu and Shale would come looking for the six-eared macaque, but after waiting a while, he didn't see them return. The next morning, Han Sen told Little Number 6 to guard the star tree with the other xenogeniacs. Bauer decided to stay behind as well, and Han Sen headed to the Good Fortune Pool by himself. Han Sen was in a rush to get to the Good Fortune Pool because he wanted to use it before Exquisite and Li Kier found out about it. He wanted to use the pool to bring Jade Skin and the Dongxian Sutra up to half deified. If the two girls were there, he couldn't risk using those two Geno arts in front of them. In truth, the good fortune pool wasn't really a pool at all. It was more like a well. According to what Han Sen knew about it, the water inside the good fortune pool wasn't really water. It was a fluid created from the remains of dead xenogeniacs. That was what the Very High had told Han Sen, at least. Whether or not it was true, he didn't know. No one knew for certain what lay at the furthest reaches of the good fortune pool. Not even true god deifieds could reach the bottom. Although the Very High elites couldn't physically reach the bottom of the pool, they had analyzed it and determined that it contained the bodies of a giant group of deified xenogeniacs. Those powerful deifieds must have died there billions and billions of years ago, and their deified flesh had remained there ever since. Over time, their essence had liquefied and filled up the whole of their grave to become the good fortune pool. The process had worked something like the formation of oil. Because the good fortune pool had many deified genes inside it, it could reinforce the genes of the creatures that bathed in it. The benefits that a person received were determined by how long they could stay inside the pool and how much of it they could absorb. All this information on the good fortune pool was just guesswork on the part of the Very High, though. As for the truth, no one knew for sure. But when people entered the good fortune pool, some could trigger the water of the pool to create something weird. Once in the past, a golem had entered the good fortune pool. He reacted with the water, and everyone nearby had a vision of an ancient deified xenogeniac hitting a sky statue. Because of this weird vision, that golem seemed to absorb far more water than other creatures. The water seeped all the way through his body, and then the golem went on to achieve so much. It almost became a true god. Although it failed in the end, it was a miracle that a golem had been able to accomplish as much as it did. Han Sen didn't expect himself to be able to trigger some sort of vision. He merely hoped to absorb as much good fortune pool water as he could. The Very High theorized that the reason some people could trigger the strange scenes inside the good fortune pool was because they could reach the deeper parts of the pool. When the swimmer encountered the remains of beings whose power operated on the same wavelength as his own, a vision could be triggered. The bloodline of the humans was derived from the crystallizers, and the history of the crystallizers didn't go back very far. There was no way they had reached the outer sky all that time ago, only to end up buried inside the good fortune pool. So, Han Sen didn't think his presence would activate a vision. According to the Very High, the good fortune water accumulated as the deified genes in the grave began to mutate. Those mutations always yielded something good. Of course, if someone absorbed too much and mutated too far, it might harm their bodies. The key was in how much one could take. Overindulging in the water was risky. If a person took too little, the changes in his body wouldn't be obvious. In regards to how much they should take, it all depended on the swimmer's fitness and durability. Han Sen stood outside the palace that housed the good fortune pool. He didn't see Li Chunqiu, but Shale was also standing outside the palace. It looked as if the lion-headed man might have been waiting for him. "Brother Shale, can I use the good fortune pool now?" Han Sen handed the good fortune spell to Shale. "Of course. I was waiting here so I could open the good fortune hall for you," Shale said. He accepted Han Sen's good fortune spell, then took out a similar spell of his own. He slid the two spells into the locks on the door. Catcha! The good fortune hall's door slowly opened. Shale made a welcoming gesture and said, "I hope you can use the good fortune pool to gain strength and become deified." "I hope so as well, Brother Shale. I'm going in now." Han Sen gave the man a nod and walked into the good fortune hall. In the center of the palace, there was a pool made of jade stone. The water was utterly still, without a single wave or ripple upon the surface. The water should have been transparent, but because the pool was so deep, it was completely dark. It looked like a portal to hell. Although the pool was as calm as a deep well, Han Sen could feel the scary presence coming from it. The quiet pool of water was surging with energy like an erupting volcano. It was hundreds of thousands of times scarier than the life force of a deified creature. Just standing next to the pool, Han Sen felt as if his body would melt. What an insanely powerful life force. No wonder this good fortune pool is legendary, Han Sen said quietly to himself. Without hesitation, he jumped headfirst into the good fortune pool. When Han Sen jumped into the pool, Li Chunqiu suddenly appeared next to Shale. He watched the good fortune pool with Shale. I wonder if Han Sen will become deified inside the good fortune pool, Shale said to himself. He is just a crystallizer. Unlike you, he won't receive old xenogenic blood and trigger a vision. There's no way for him to gain much. He won't become deified, but he will earn a few benefits to help him along, Li Chunqiu said dispassionately. Chapter 27:30 Crazy consume. When Han Sen entered the good fortune pool, it felt like he had jumped into a hot spring. Heat rushed into him through his pores, pouring through his body. Han Sen grinned widely at the sensation. That hot air was some kind of life force. The good fortune pool should also reinforce his genes, but that life force alone would benefit him a great deal. Under the cleansing power of that intense life force, Han Sen felt his body filling with energy. It was like he could play mahjong for 3 days in a row without getting tired. But the pure life force wouldn't be enough to cause changes in Han Sen's actual body. Han Sen cleared his head and started casting the Dongxian Sutra, so he could absorb the gene powers of the pool in the hopes of achieving a breakthrough. As soon as Han Sen began to cast the Dongxian Sutra, he felt like there was an unstoppable channel of energy surging into his body. It made each cell of his body come alive and rapidly change. A mere second later, Han Sen felt something thicken within his Dongxian Sutra. The Geno art was showing signs of the 9 tiers condensing into one. Too strong. It's too strong. This good fortune pool is unbelievable. Han Sen was as shocked as he was happy. The good fortune pool's energy was so strong, and it was giving him more power than he had expected. By a substantial margin, too. If I had known what an incredible resource this pool is, would have found a way to come here sooner. I would just need to take a bath. Becoming half deified that way would be easier than giving myself a scrub. If I had come here sooner, my 4 Geno arts would have become half deified a long time ago. I would have saved myself a lot of trouble, Han Sen thought as he continued to run the Dongxian Sutra as rapidly as possible. Buzz! A moment later, Han Sen felt like his body was exploding with power. It felt like countless universal cogwheels were spinning with the Dongxian Sutra. The force of it pushed Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel, easily spurring him on to become half-deified. Han Sen was surprised, but he didn't have time to explore the differences that had come by reaching half-deified with the Dongxian Sutra. He immediately cast Jade Skin. He wanted to use the frightening power around him to boost Jade Skin, as well. Everything was going swimmingly because the good fortune pool was giving Han Sen so much power. When Jade Skin absorbed the power, Han Sen didn't feel any resistance. The Geno art went straight into the condensing sequence, and all its tiers combined into one. Han Sen's entire body transformed into icy jade. He suddenly looked like a statue. As Jade Skin kept changing, his body became more and more like crystal. It shone as clearly and radiantly as a diamond. Catcha! The jade veneer suddenly tore itself off, like flaky dust being swept away from Han Sen's body. Layer after layer, it went, and as it peeled away, the flesh of Han Sen's body was reborn. It was like he had gotten rid of his old bones and installed a fresh skeleton. It's leveling up already. Han Sen could barely believe this. Elevating the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin to half-deified had been the simplest thing in the world. And there was even more gene power surging into his body. It was like he had expected rainfall, but now an entire river of water was plunging down on him. It was too much. Han Sen could scarcely comprehend it. Something is wrong. Something must be wrong. Han Sen continued to absorb the energy, but he couldn't understand what was going on. According to the analysis of the very high, the good fortune pool had been created by different deified xenogeneic genes combining together. It was a mixture. Therefore, the composition of the water was quite complicated. When ordinary creatures entered the good fortune pool, they absorbed a lot of the good fortune pool's water, but they could only refine the gene power of the water that was compatible with their own genes. A lot of the harmful gene power had to be neutralized or expunged. Otherwise, it could seriously damage their bodies. For instance, if a creature that practiced fire powers came to the good fortune pool, it would have to expel all the water element powers that it absorbed. Otherwise, the conflicting element would damage the fire creature. Because most of the gene power in the water wouldn't suit most people, a person couldn't spend too long inside the pool. When the harmful gene power reached a high enough level to harm the body, they would have to leave the good fortune pool. Once they left the pool, they would have to carefully release all the harmful gene power. If the person in the pool triggered a vision, then the vision would release other gene powers and attract helpful gene powers for the person to absorb. So, when a vision appeared, the person could absorb vast amounts of gene powers, far more than usual. The harmful gene powers would only be a small part of the mixture. Therefore, the benefits those people received would be far better than those who couldn't trigger a vision, and they could spend much longer inside the good fortune pool. But now, Han Sen's situation was a strange one. He had been absorbing the powers of the good fortune genes for a while. A vision had yet to appear, but the gene powers that he was absorbing seemed perfectly compatible with every fiber of his being. None of the gene powers seemed harmful to him, as the theories he had heard suggested they should be. It was like all the good fortune water was the purest type of gene power. Every drop helped him and aided the progress of his geno arts. There wasn't a speck of harm entering him. Han Sen swallowed like a whale and sucked like a mosquito. He absorbed more and more energy. He was taking in so much that he was almost afraid. I'm absorbing so much gene power. Why isn't something stopping my progress? It is like I can keep on sucking down as much as I want to. This is so weird, Han Sen thought, slightly disturbed. It felt as if he had gone to a steakhouse buffet. Most people could eat 3 steaks before being full, while Han Sen had already eaten a dozen, and he was still going strong. His belly seemed to have endless room for him to keep on munching. Even Han Sen was surprised by this unusual situation. He was almost afraid to keep on eating. Is it because my body doesn't have any special elements, so I can absorb any elemental gene power? Is that why this weird situation is happening? Han Sen thought to himself. Although this explanation seemed a bit unconvincing, the good stuff that was coming into his mouth wasn't something he was going to refuse. This is a lot of energy. If I keep on taking it in, will I become deified straight away? Han Sen was both awed and pleased by that thought. If that is true, that would be awesome. Han Sen cast the story of genes like crazy. Over the years that he had practiced it, the geno art had always demanded more sources than he had to give. He didn't know where or when he would find an opportunity like this again if he didn't take advantage of it now. Han Sen absorbed the power from the good fortune pool like mad. Shale and Li Chunqiu were watching the changes occur from outside the good fortune pool. The good fortune pool's life force was as insane as it always was. The spring water was swirling like a vortex, but other than that, nothing weird was happening. They didn't see Han Sen come up to the surface. It has been half an hour. Why has Han Sen not come out yet? Shale asked with confusion. For a king that hadn't triggered a vision, half an hour was usually the longest they could last. Even the best half-deified would end up harming their body after that. But Han Sen had neither activated a vision nor emerged from the good fortune pool. It wasn't only Shale who was curious about this. Li Chunqiu was, as well. Chapter 27:31 God Body Evolved. Han Sen really isn't bad. It is impressive for a crystallizer to last half an hour inside there. He is a very rare specimen, Li Chunqiu said while staring into the water. But after another half hour, Han Sen still hadn't emerged from the good fortune pool. Now, even Li Chunqiu's face looked stunned. It has been an hour, and he still isn't out yet. This should be what a primitive deified can achieve, right? Shale said with shock. Li Chunqiu nodded and said, according to our best theory, half-deifieds can only last half an hour at the most. Unless they manage to trigger a vision, that is. Then, they can last more than an hour. A primitive deified can last 1 hour, Li Chunqiu trailed off. He was wondering why Han Sen was taking so long, and why he had yet to come out. Little did they knew, Han Sen himself was just as confused as they were. He had already consumed more power than his body had previously contained, but he wasn't stopping there. He felt like he could still absorb more and more. It was like his nervous system was impaired, and he didn't know when to feel full. Deified gene +1. Deified progress, 30 out of 100 inch. Suddenly, a voice sounded inside Han Sen's ears. It shocked him. When he heard what it said, he was so happy. Holy sh*T. The water inside the good fortune pool can increase my tally of deified genes. Is it just like the very high predicted? Are these waters here because the deified genes melded with the water itself? Han Sen was floored. It had been so long since he had earned a deified gene. He couldn't believe he could get them here. Han Sen had tried to consume deified genes before, but he hadn't been able to digest them. These mutated deified genes, however, were being absorbed without issue. Right now, Han Sen didn't care how long he had to stay underwater. This was a fantastic opportunity, so he wasn't going to stop until he was stuffed to the gills. Deified gene +1. Deified progress, 40/100. Not long later, Han Sen's brain played a similar announcement. After hearing the announcement again, Han Sen tried even harder to absorb the power of the good fortune water. His body was sinking lower, driving him deeper and deeper into the pool. And the further he went, the stronger the gene power became. Han Sen floated inside the good fortune pool, continuing to absorb what he could. Shale and Li Chunqiu were still on the outside, looking pretty freaked out. They had been waiting for 2 hours by this point, and they saw no sign of Han Sen coming back to the surface. That itself was a big problem. Shale was a deified when he entered the good fortune pool, and he had even triggered a vision, but he only lasted 2 hours. Now, Han Sen had been in there almost as long as Shale, and he yet to show a sign of coming back out. This was so strange. Han Sen's body should still be half deified. He must have taken in so much gene power. Even if it was all somehow beneficial for him, it should have filled his body to overflowing by now. How can he still be down there? Shale asked in a whisper. Li Chunqiu looked into the water but didn't speak. He was trying to guess what might have happened to Han Senator. He considered many possibilities, but he didn't think any of them made sense. In short, unless Han Sen had become deified, the good fortune pool's gene power should have blown him up by now. If Han Sen was becoming deified inside the good fortune pool, there should have been a big movement on the surface to let them know what had happened. They would have noticed something like that. The pool shouldn't have been as quiet as it was right now. But it didn't seem possible that Han Sen was dying down there either. Creatures had died in the pool before, overloaded by the power that they had taken in. But as they died, their powers would explode rather violently. Shale and Li Chunqiu would sense it if that happened. What is he doing under there? Li Chunqiu couldn't contain his curiosity. Although he was in charge of the good fortune pool, he couldn't just hop in and check. The Good Fortune Pool had incredible gene powers, but the ingredients that composed it were too complicated. Once someone reached the maximum level of harmful gene powers they could tolerate and left the pool, they could begin to slowly purge those destructive powers. However, their core genes would be forever affected. They would live with side effects from then on. These side effects didn't affect one's body in practice, but if that person wanted to enter the Good Fortune Pool again, the rate at which they accumulated harmful gene powers would be greatly increased. Entering the water again could be very dangerous for them. So, ordinary people could only earn benefits the first time they entered the Good Fortune Pool. Entering the Good Fortune Pool again would make these side effects get worse. After a few times, most people couldn't even touch the water anymore. That was the situation that Li Chunqiu found himself in. He wanted to dive into the pool and take a look, but he simply couldn't. Shale had only just entered the Good Fortune Pool, so he couldn't go in again either. The two of them had no choice but to watch from the edge of the pool. They hoped that Han Sen would come back out, so they could learn what he had managed to accomplish down there. Deified Gene +1. Deified Progress. 56 out of 100. Han Sen was still frantically pulling in the gene powers of the Good Fortune water. His deified progress was moving steadily forward. Am I going to become deified? Han Sen was so excited. If he could become deified here, then in the eyes of the universe, he would have the basic authority to start his own race. That meant he could represent humans and start a war for a lantern in the Geno Hall. Humans could become a high race. Fighting the Extreme King or a big race like the Sky wouldn't be realistic. He would have to find some higher races that only had a couple deifieds, or maybe none at all. If that happened, Han Sen would be confident in his ability to pick on them. Of course, every high race had connections. He couldn't just start a war with whoever he wanted. Just like the rebate. If anyone tried to start a lantern war with them, they would have to think about how Sky Palace would react. Han Sen wasn't worried about it too much, though. He just had to find a high race that was allied with the Extreme King, and then snuff out their lantern. There was no love lost between him and the Extreme King anyway, so battling them was going to happen someday regardless. Deified Gene +1. Deified Progress. 98 out of 100. As time went by, Han Sen's deified progress went higher and higher. Han Sen could feel the power collecting inside of him. There were changes occurring in his body that felt like they could flip the sky and the earth. These changes weren't connected to any of his 4 Geno arts. It was his body itself that was changing. It was a process that he couldn't have begun to describe. His flesh, his bones, his organs, and every cell in his body was changing. Deified Gene +1. Deified Progress. 100/100. God body evolving. When his deified progress reached 100, Han Sen felt like his body was a flower, and the petals were falling away one by one. He felt like a serpent, peeling off its skin. The feeling was beyond anything that Han Sen had previously imagined, and although it was incredibly strange, it also felt amazingly good. Chapter 27:32 Weird scene. Like a tide, Shale and Li Chunqiu were staring nervously down into the Good Fortune Pool when the water suddenly fountained up like a spring. It gushed up 10 meters into the air, and many strange waves swept over the surface of the water. Bzzzt. Before they could figure out what was happening, a shadow rose from the spring water. A watery manifestation of an old, giant beast appeared. The beast was enormous and prehistorically scary. It had 2 heads, and 4 wings spread from its back. The moment it appeared, it roared to the sky. The deafening noise of its roar echoed throughout the hall. A 2-headed demon dragon. Why are we seeing one of these old monsters? The crystallizer's bloodline can't have any links to a 2-headed demon dragon. Li Chunqiu stared at the creature he was seeing in shock. His head was filled to the brim with questions. Before he could find any answers to those questions, the image of the two-headed demon dragon disappeared. A second later, another creature rose from the pool. Its shape was huge but elegant, like some ancient bird from legend. It flapped its wings as it rose from the water. It flew around the good fortune pool and released a hawk-like cry. God Phoenix, Li Chunqiu had practiced the very high sense to an extreme degree, but his face was still turning white. He could no longer keep his heart calm. Han Sen hadn't triggered one vision, he had activated two. It was difficult to believe. The two-headed demon dragon and the god Phoenix were old xenogeneics. Their bloodlines had long since gone extinct, and it would be difficult to find any trace of them left in the universe. Even if some remnant of their presence lingered in the universe, surely it wouldn't be found in a crystallizer, of all beings. Li Chunqiu couldn't imagine how Han Sen had been able to trigger the visions of those two majestic xenogeneics, but whatever was happening obviously wasn't finished yet. When the image of the god Phoenix faded, the good fortune pool was still being rocked by wave after wave. Another image appeared. Shale was frozen now. He had the bloodline of the lion, and it had been incredibly lucky that he was able to trigger the lionhead lion vision in the good fortune pool. Han Sen was just a crystallizer, but he had managed to trigger 3 visions of old creatures. It was hard to believe that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. Even more frightening was the fact that the visions kept appearing. The xenogeneics were appearing casually one after another, as if this was a daily occurrence. It made the skies above the good fortune pool look like a zoo. Li Chunqiu and Shale stood before the pool, frozen in place. They stared at the unfolding visions, stupefied. Their brains weren't functioning anymore. They couldn't form logical thoughts about what they were seeing. They couldn't imagine why the good fortune pool was displaying so many grand visions. These creatures couldn't have been related to the crystallizer inside the pool. How could they all be showing up because of Han Sen, who was from a weak race? Han Sen didn't have any idea what was going on either. His deified genes had reached 100 now. After his god body evolved, the visions appeared deep in the good fortune pool, then rushed past him and vanished over his head. Each time, Han Sen felt something strange in his body get peeled away. There was a phantom sensation deep within Han Sen, one that he could barely even sense. He felt something peeling away inside him, but it didn't seem to affect him. And when those weird visions appeared, they made the gene powers in his body purer. The changes within him accelerated. Han Sen could only think in his heart, the creatures in the sanctuaries were crafted from the xenogeneic blood of those in the universe, and I ate a lot of creature flesh in my time there. I claimed their genes to make myself stronger. Maybe it's their blood that is being affected on some level. My time in the sanctuaries left some remnants of those creatures' blood genes. When the god body evolves, it triggers those small gene messages. Is that how these weird visions are appearing? Han Sen thought that his guess sounded reasonable, but he didn't know if it was the truth. He didn't have time to confirm the validity of this theory either. As he reached the end of this train of thought, his body had reached the most important moment of evolution. He didn't have time for anything else. Changes began to flow through Han Sen's flesh, flipping his world on its head. It was like every cell within him was being reborn. It made his body become as pure as a newborn baby's. There was nothing about him that wasn't new and clean. But Han Sen didn't hear his god body finish evolving. His body stopped evolving, and the 4 Geno arts inside him started to run. The Blood Pulse Sutra, the Dongxian Sutra, Jade Skin, and the Story of Genes, those 4 Geno arts were running inside Han Sen's body at the same time. His mouth went dry in shock. There were many aspects of these 4 Geno arts that were the same. If they ran simultaneously, there could be a conflict. It might even mess up his chi. In a worst-case scenario, Han Sen's body might even collapse. But despite his worries, the 4 Geno arts ran smoothly on their own, and Han Sen's body seemed unaffected. There was no conflict or clashes between them. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Jade Skin were xenogenic powers. They affected the cells of his entire body. The changes they wrought on Han Sen were thorough and strange. But the focus and purpose of the two skills were different from each other. Although both of them affected Han Sen's cells, the Blood Pulse Sutra had a heightened focus on one's blood and organs. Jade Skin directed its power into a person's bones. Under the influence of those two powers, Han Sen's whole body was unleashing its deified potential. Many illusory substance chains were forming across Han Sen's body. The Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes were the powers of gene armaments. They affected Han Sen's body, but the biggest changes came from the armaments themselves. The Dongxian armor and spell changed quickly, releasing substance chains as they did. These two substance chains were clearly different from one another. The substance chains of the Dongxian armor were black. The formation of each link in the chain was very complicated, as if the chain represented every law of nature that governed the universe. Spell's substance chain was white. Somehow, it seemed to be completely independent of the rules of the universe. It existed on its own, devoid of any attachment that might weigh it down. Aside from Spell's connection with Han Sen, it was like it was outside the universe. As the four Geno arts kept changing, Han Sen's body started to change, too. His body became a xenogenic gene. He looked like a scary, humanoid xenogenic. Just as the four Geno arts were about to finish evolving, when he was about to become deified, he suddenly felt the power of the four Geno arts overtake his body. It created a conflict. PFF. Han Sen coughed up blood. The cells of his whole body were crushed under the conflicting force of four different powers. He could barely withstand the pressure, and his power twisted painfully. The four powers that had almost become deified were now gone. The substance chains that had almost formed had now collapsed. Chapter 27:33 Dead Cycle. The four powers inside Han Sen's body kept colliding with each other, doing grievous injury to Han Sen's body. His blood pulse was disrupted and fractured. It was a mess. Luckily, although Han Sen wasn't deified yet, his body was already as strong as a deified. If he was an ordinary half-deified, his body would have been completely crushed by the four disrupted powers. Although Han Sen hadn't been completely destroyed yet, the situation wasn't good. When the four powers fell out of rhythm, they began to impact each other with explosive force. No matter how strong Han Sen's body was, it couldn't withstand that type of collision for long. Han Sen was doing his best to cast his Geno arts. He needed to get the messed up powers back into their rightful places, but he quickly realized it would be almost impossible. When he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, it made the Blood Pulse Sutra's power so strong. The other three powers would gather and counter it. The constant surge of powers made it difficult for Han Sen to get back on track. Casting the other three Geno arts led to a similar result. Han Sen could only cast one Geno art at a time, too. He had no way of casting all four at the same time. His Geno arts were in chaos as they sought to balance themselves out. Han Sen was left unsure of what to do. Try as he might, he couldn't find a way to make them all work together. I have to take a risk. Han Sen could feel his body growing more damaged with every passing second. If he didn't find a way to bring his powers under control and get them back on track, he would probably end up dying at the hands of his own abilities. Han Sen didn't have time to second-guess his decision. He split his mind into four, and he cast the four Geno arts at the same time. He wanted to control the four Geno arts simultaneously and put them back on track, so he would be able to maintain the balance of the four powers. He had only managed to cast all four Geno arts at the same time once before. Han Sen hoped to replicate that moment and enable his four Geno arts to run together. That was his only hope for putting them back on a normal track. Han Sen quickly discovered that casting 4 Geno arts at the same time was a difficult thing to do. Before Han Sen's body was injured, casting the 4 Geno arts wouldn't have been as difficult. But now, his pulse had been badly damaged. Plus, the 4 powers were messed up. Pulling the Geno arts back into rhythm would be harder than casting them had been before. The instant that Han Sen cast his 4 Geno arts, he felt the conflict inside his body grow even more severe. Now the powers were tearing even deeper into his body. The pain was like having his heart and lungs ripped loose. Han Sen couldn't suppress a scream. It felt like his pulse, his vessels, and his organs were being torn to pieces by some wretched power. He knew he couldn't stop, though. He had to put those 4 powers back on the right track. If he didn't, it would be a miserable ending that awaited him. Han Sen held strong against that pain, and he continued trying to cast the 4 Geno arts. He wanted them to go back to normal. But every time he cast them a little, his body became more and more injured. Blood was pouring out of his wrecked flesh. Immortal Dragon. Han Sen's heart leaped. The black crystal came out of his sea of soul, looking like the immortal dragon. It began using its immortal substance chains to fix up Han Sen's body. Han Sen's body was being torn apart, but the immortal dragon was fixing it just as fast. Han Sen held strong against his pain and focused his mind on forcing the 4 Geno arts back into order. The entire process was excruciating. Anyone with a poor will would have failed. Han Sen struggled to hold strong against the pain that felt like his heart was being torn apart and the flesh was being scraped off his bones. He was slowly guiding the 4 Geno art powers back onto the right track. Fortunately, the immortal dragon had strong healing power. Otherwise, even if Han Sen had been able to hold on against that pain, his body would simply have been ripped to pieces. After 1 hour of torture, Han Sen finally put the 4 Geno arts back onto the right track. But that wasn't the end of the matter. Once the 4 Geno arts were put onto the right track, they kept running at an insane speed. They began to generate their prototype substance chains again, and Han Sen started leveling up to deified once more. Han Sen realized that he had fallen into an endless cycle. His body had fulfilled the requirements for becoming deified. In any normal situation, he would already have ascended. But the powers of his 4 Geno arts were all trying to become deified at the same time. When they leveled up, they each needed his body to support their development. Each power tried to take over his body completely. That was why there was conflict, and that was why he had failed to level up the first time. Fixing his body would lead him to leveling up, but attempting to level up would always end in failure. If this kept going, Han Sen would die eventually. Even his powerful will couldn't sustain him forever. Han Sen tried to cast only 1 Geno art so that it could become deified, but he couldn't do it. That was because his body had reached 100% deified progress. It was forcing all 4 of Han Sen's Geno arts to activate. His body wanted him to level up completely. It wasn't possible for him to suppress all but 1 Geno art. It was like a baby growing. It was impossible for the baby to only grow 1 arm or 1 leg. A child couldn't let 1 limb develop but forbid another part to grow. Now, Han Sen's situation was like that. He was leveling up completely. He couldn't choose a particular part of himself to ascend. If he leveled up, everything about him would become deified. If I can't suppress 3 of my Geno arts, I will have to let all 4 become deified. After Han Sen thought about his situation, he realized that he had to take the risk and try. He wasn't going to back out now. But on the final step, as the 4 Geno arts tried to use his body to become deified, the powers conflicted. Han Sen failed again. The powers of the Geno arts were thrown into disarray, and the forming substance chains collapsed. Han Sen experienced a pain that almost broke his body. No. If this continues, I will not succeed. Han Sen held firm against the pain that wanted to tear his body to pieces. Many ideas flew through his head as he considered how he could let the four Geno arts run and become deified. Based on what he knew of evolution, there was no possibility of Han Sen becoming deified now. That was because the four Geno arts couldn't become one, and neither could they evolve individually while using only a portion of Han Senator. They had to take over Han Sen's body completely. That was a contradiction that couldn't be solved. Wait a second. According to the theory, spell itself has a life force. She has a complete body structure and cycle. Maybe that will really work. Han Sen's brain flashed with an idea. He used the power of the immortal dragon again. Gritting his teeth through that unbearable pain, he shoved the four messed-up Geno art powers back on the right track. The pain he experienced was worse than death. It was like being sliced to the bone 1,000,000,000 times. Han Sen didn't know if he could endure it if he had to do it a second time. It must work, Han Sen felt his teeth chattering. He sent up a desperate prayer and then summoned spell. Chapter 27:34 Leveling up to deified. Spell took on her female form and appeared in front of Han Senator. In a moment, she had rushed into Han Sen's body and combined with him. And then, Han Sen's body underwent some amazing changes. After he successfully combined with spell, Han Sen's body restructured dramatically. He wanted to use the changes of his body to redirect the roots of the four Geno arts. He hoped that doing so would let him find a way for all four Geno arts to coexist at the same time. After spell fused with his body, however, Han Sen suddenly noticed that the changes in his body's structure went far deeper than he had imagined. All four Geno arts were thrown off the roots they sought, and their powers were disrupted. In this mess, the four Geno arts were leaking energy freely. They began searching for new roots to channel their power, and that sudden search created a small and temporary balance. Han Sen could barely keep up with what was happening in his own body, though. Lines of power were running everywhere. In such a chaotic situation, Han Sen had no other choice. He needed to keep running the powers of the four Geno arts. It was his only chance of progressing. To Han Sen's surprise, he discovered that after he combined with spell, the compatibility of his powers seemed to have increased. The four powers were running together without conflicting. Especially the story of genes. After Han Sen combined with spell, the story of genes became very tame inside his body. It was like a placid lake that had always been inside him, and wherever the power flowed, chaos would slowly fade away. Any places in his body that didn't have power were gradually filled up by it. The Dongxian Sutra's power reacted in an even more unique way. It separated itself from Han Sen's body, confining most of its energy to the Dongxian armor. Between the Dongxian armor and Han Sen, a special cycle was running. The powers of his blood and bones became Han Sen's primary strength. While the substance chains were generated, they kept pushing Han Sen's body toward deified class. Finally, the four Geno arts were able to generate substance chains again, all while Han Sen's own body was trying to hit a deified level. Han Sen knew he was at a crucial point. If he failed again, he didn't know if he could endure the searing pain another time. The four Geno arts suddenly formed a substance chain. Four different powers combined, melting into Han Sen's body. Han Sen couldn't control himself. He arched his back and roared to the sky. The cells in his body quickly changed. At that moment, four different Geno arts created an amazing rhythm as their structures became one. Their power bloomed like a flame being struck from a match. Their powers weren't truly combined, but they were now like a machine composed of four parts. Although they remained individual powers, they were all working together. The black armor was strong and beautiful. Boiling blood, ice, and jade-like flesh. Han Sen felt as if he had leveled up. That feeling was indescribable. A flaming, black substance chain rose from Han Sen's body, making him look like a scary xenogenic demon god. Even his presence looked like a xenogeniac's. God body evolution complete. Battle body leveled up to deified class. When Han Sen heard the notification, informing him he had successfully leveled up, he checked out his information. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body Gene Battle Body, Xenogeniac, Primitive, Level, Deified Percentage, 0% Lifespan, 2658. Did these 4 geno arts combine into one? Han Sen saw that his gene battle body was listed as Xenogeniac, and the 4 previous battle bodies were gone. Han Sen's heart jumped. He tried to pull spell out of his body, and when he did, he felt as if some balance within his body had broken. The geno powers cracked apart from each other, weakening Han Sen's power. Although his power was weaker, he wasn't pulled out of deified class. He still had a substance chain power. Han Sen looked at his information, and he noticed his gene battle body was broken into 4 familiar sections again. Mutant blood, primitive, jade skin, primitive, Dongxian Sutra, primitive, spell, primitive. The 4 of these battle bodies were the same. They had all reached primitive class. The reference to the Xenogeniac battle body had vanished. Weird. Han Sen shook his head at the strangeness of the situation. But before he could figure out exactly what was going on, the small jade figure started to shiver and shake. Li Qir and Exquisite were on their way. Regretfully, Han Sen swam toward the surface of the good fortune pool. Han Sen breached the surface, and after coming out of the water, he found Li Qir and Exquisite standing near the hall's door. They were with Shale and Li Chunqiu. All 4 people were staring at him. You really became deified. Exquisite and Li Qir looked at Han Sen in shock. When they received the news from Li Chunqiu, they hurried over with haste. They had only just arrived there, and they saw Han Sen emerge from the good fortune pool. They found powerful substance chains radiating from Han Sen's body. He was deified. Li Chunqiu looked upon him very strangely. He had been waiting for Han Sen to come out of the good fortune pool for too long. That was why he called Exquisite and Li Qir. He wanted them to sense Han Sen's mind and find out what was going on down there. But who would have known that as soon as Li Qir and Exquisite arrived, Han Sen would come out of the pool. And he emerged as a deified. This was all too strange. Li Chunqiu couldn't even begin to guess how Han Sen had done this. A half-deified had remained inside the good fortune pool for 7 hours. He had triggered countless weird visions. And on top of that, he had become deified. That wasn't what Li Chunqiu expected. Han Sen, you really became deified? Shale asked Han. Senator Han Sen laughed and said to Li Chunqiu, thank you for giving me a chance inside the good fortune pool, sir. Had you not done this for me, who knows when I would have leveled up to deified. This is perfect. Now you and I can fight fairly. Shale's eyes were aflame with the idea of the fight. Is it appropriate to do it here? Han Sen was eager to flex his new deified powers, but this was the good fortune pool. It wasn't an ideal battleground. Go to the valley, Li Chunqiu said coldly. Then, he teleported away. Exquisite and Li Qir rounded on Han Senator. They looked at him with anger, saying, you became deified without calling us? I did not expect to become deified inside the good fortune pool. It was all just a happy little accident. Han Sen spread his hands innocently. He had hoped to level up the Blood Pulse Sutra and Jade Skin to half-deified. He had never expected that he would suddenly become deified. His becoming deified was something of a surprise. Let's go. Let us see how strong you have become, now that you are deified. Exquisite walked over to Han Sen and put a hand on his shoulder. They teleported into the valley. Chapter 27:35 Star Explode. Han Sen was no stranger to the valley. The last time he had been there was during the silkworm bout. Now that he was back in the valley, Shale was his opponent once again. But things were different this time. Han Sen had changed a lot since their first fight. He had become deified. Shale wasn't the same person Han Sen had fought the first time either. He had learned many more Geno arts in the interim. Although there were still flaws in his execution of certain skills, he was stronger than he had been. Li Chunqiu stood outside the valley, but his eyes never left Han Senator. He knew it was even more unlikely that Shale would win this time. He hadn't thought that Han Sen would become deified so soon, so Li Chunqiu wasn't expecting Shale to take part in a fight already. He hadn't completed his instruction of Shale. The Geno arts Shale needed to learn took a long time to practice, especially when it came to fixing the issues arising from the simplicity of his previous skills. But this didn't matter, at the end of the day. Real fights were how true fighters grew. Fighting an opponent like Han Sen would be beneficial for Shale's development. Li Chunqiu also wanted to know what Han Sen was like now that he was deified. In the valley, Shale looked at Han Sen and said, "I've found a way to break your under-the-sky knife skill. You won't defeat me the same way this time. I wasn't planning on using under the sky, anyway." Han Sen smiled and summoned Spell's dual pistols. The dual pistols of Spell had become deified class now. There was even more detail in the engraving that covered the weapons, and the texture of the grips was even comfier. The two pistols were carved with mysterious flower symbols. Let me try how strong Spell has become now that she's deified. Han Sen raised one of his hands and pulled the trigger. With a roar, a bullet went flying out the barrel and shot directly toward Shale. Shale remained still. Instead of attempting to dodge the bullet, one of his substance chains rose. He threw a punch to meet the bullet. Pang! The fist and the bullet hit each other, creating a scary impact. Shale's body was strong like a lion, but he was hit badly. His legs cleaved two long trenches through the earth as he flew back a few hundred meters. Shale's face changed. He turned his hand over to look at it, and he saw the bullet lodged inside one of his fingers. Blood oozed out from the bullet wound. Li Chunqiu frowned. Shale's power was the best out of all primitive deifieds. Yet with pure power, the lion-headed warrior was at a disadvantage. It appeared that he was much weaker than Han Sen, who had just leveled up. How can Han Sen be so strong? Li Chunqiu wondered to himself, turning his gaze back to Han Senator. Crystallizers were notorious for their poor fitness, but Han Sen's body was better than a born deified at the same level. This was so weird. Li Qir and Exquisite, on the other hand, were very happy. Han Sen had leveled up to deified, and he was so strong. He was stronger than any very high of the same level. This was very scary. What impressive power. Shale's eyes were on fire while he watched Han Senator. His resolve for battle hadn't been lessened. Seeing Han Sen's strength had actually stoked a greater fire in his heart. Substance chains danced madly around him. The atmosphere sizzled like an unstoppable volcano that was about to erupt. Clearly, Han Sen's gun had triggered Shale's desire for victory even more. This explosion of power wasn't just pure force. It was a special skill. Shale has learned quite a lot of stuff recently. This will be a perfect way for me to gauge the extent of my deified power. Han Sen didn't attack. He was waiting for Shale to build up his strength first. Last time, Shale had lost to Han Sen because he didn't have a decisive power to beat him. That was why Han Sen had a chance to trigger a hidden ability of Under the Sky. After his failure, Shale had spent a lot of time thinking about how he might defeat Han Senator. He considered many different potential tactics. With Li Chunqiu's help, Shale settled on two different methods. One method employed a punching skill that was similar to Under the Sky. It was called Return to Origin. It could generate a lot of punching power, and it formed a scary punching light that flowed through the sky like a river. Using this, he could go against Under the Sky and trace its movements. The other method was known as Star Explode. For a short amount of time, this Geno art could greatly increase the fitness of Shale's body. His power and speed would receive a major boost. He could use the skill to defeat Han Sen through absolute, sheer power. It would limit Han Sen's ability to use powerful knife skills. But Star Explode's weakness was its short duration. Because it was an exploding power, it would give Shale less than 10 minutes to beat Han Senator. If he couldn't beat Han Sen within 10 minutes, his body would become weak because he exploded too much. When Star Explode's power erupted, Shale's whole body shone with silver light. It was like a star exhausting all of its power in one burst. Everything outside of his body darkened against the background of his radiance. Han Sen, try out my punching skills. Shale roared and threw a punch toward Han Senator. He was still using his old punching skill, but it was so powerful that it seemed almost invincible. It was simpler than the last time it was used, but its power and speed had grown as well. He unleashed his punch, and his substance chains spread like the dust from a supernova. It was like that punch could destroy everything. No power could rival that almighty strike. That punching power carried the condensed light of 1,000 suns. Han Sen didn't choose to dodge it, though. He straightened his arm in front of him, lifting one of his pistols into line with the incoming attack. That star-like power surged toward him. His finger calmly squeezed the trigger. Pang! The bullet streaked out of the barrel, shooting straight toward the massive incoming strike. Boom! A bright light exploded within the valley, blinding everyone who was watching the fight. For several long moments, no one could see anything. When the light finally dimmed a bit, they could see what had happened. Their faces went blank. Han Sen's bullet hadn't been stopped by Shale's punching power. It slid straight through the stardust to strike Shale's fist again. But after passing through the star explosion, the bullet had become weak. It hit Shale's fist, but it hadn't hurt him as the first bullet had. It simply bounced off and dropped to the ground. Although the bullet hadn't hurt Shale, its performance still left Li Chun-chiu, exquisite, and Li Kier speechless. After Shale used Star Explode, his power had grown by an order of magnitude. One punch should have been able to destroy a deified at the same level. And the bullet that Han Sen used had been built from the power of a substance chain. It wasn't even solid. The fact that it could go against Shale's Star Explode without being destroyed was beyond shocking. My solidifying powers have become stronger. It generated a bullet that wasn't damaged by such a powerful explosion. I think it has reached an eternal level now, Han Sen complimented in his heart. Chapter 27:36 Leftover power. The desire to win that raged in Shale's heart was almost immeasurable. His scary punching powers came at Han Sen like a hailstorm. Han Sen kept firing his two pistols without reprieve, countering each of Shale's punching powers. No matter how strong Shale's punches were, none of them could come close to touching Han Senator. It had taken Li Chun-chiu mere moments to confirm that when Shale used Star Explode, his power only equaled Han Senator. His expression looked strained, and he thought to himself, if this is Han Sen's base power, then that is too scary. Li Kier and Exquisite were even more stunned, because they knew for sure that they were only seeing Han Sen's base power. He wasn't using a power-enhancing Geno art like Shale was. His base power was enough to fight back Shale's Star Explode. That was almost unbelievable. In truth, Han Sen thought this was an expected result. After all, his four top Geno arts had all reached a deified level. Each Geno art had the power of a deified, and he had four of them reinforcing the same body. Their additions to his power weren't merely additive. As time went by, Shale was getting stronger and stronger. His body shone with ever-increasing starlight, but his punches were still being negated by Han Sen's bullets. The 10 minutes were flying by, and Shale's skin was starting to crack and bleed. It didn't look like he was going to last long. Han Sen, take my punch again. Shale roared. He punched toward Han Sen like a raging madman. The next second, Han Sen saw the valley before him fill up with an uncountable number of suns. The punching power was like an entire constellation exploding. Return to origin under star explode. Even a larva deified elite would have reason to fear that blow, Li Chunqiu thought to himself. Shale's performance was greater than he realized. Beneath star explode, he could still perfectly activate a punch using return to origin. Shale's power and talent were truly excellent. Han Sen saw the punching power washing toward him like a flooded river. He didn't plan on falling back, though. He combined his two pistols to form another weapon. It was a rocket launcher. Han Sen lifted the launcher in his arms. He took aim and fired a rocket at the star river-like punching power. A beam of light was emitted from the launcher, and it went soaring into the center of Shale's attack. No matter how strong that rocket is, it cannot go against return to origin while it is fueled by star explode, Li Chunqiu thought to himself. The next second, he froze. The rocket slammed into the center of that stream of punches that was like a river of stars, and then it detonated like a nuclear bomb. The explosion consumed every bit of Shale's punching power. Boom! The following eruption looked as if it could melt the entire universe. Inside that beautiful example of star explode, there was too much light for the observers to look. They couldn't see anything. When the lights of the explosion receded, Li Chunqiu saw Han Sen and Shale still in one piece within the valley. But an enormous crater had been torn into the stone of the valley between them. Han Sen didn't attack, and Shale didn't attack either. But everyone knew Shale had already lost. His star explode time was up. He didn't have the power to fight Han Sen anymore. I lose, Shale admitted honestly. But Han Sen could tell that the man still wanted to fight. He wasn't going to quit because of a one-time failure. Li Chunqiu didn't say anything. Han Sen really had won. Anyone could tell Han Sen had far more power than Shale. It wasn't a victory that Han Sen had pulled off by the skin of his teeth. But Li Chunqiu was confident that if he had more time to raise Shale to the peak of his power, he would have a chance to beat Han Senator, but the very high man had to admit that Han Sen was strong right now. In fact, the crystallizer was stronger than he had imagined. He thought Han Sen was below Shale and Yu Shanqin, but now, Han Sen's battle power was clearly no weaker than theirs. He was possibly stronger. Combat power doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is the ability to become a true god. Shale is a fake 11 armor talent. There is a high chance he can become a true god. That will be the real victory. Li Chunqiu stared at Han Sen, then left the area with Shale. You became deified without informing us. How do you plan on paying us back for this? Li Qiu smiled at Han Sen as she spoke. I will do whatever you want me to, Han Sen said while spreading his hands. I want you to stand facing a wall, Li Qiu said, acting angry. I'm a grown-up, not a 3-year-old. Punish me another way, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Only kids would be punished by having to face a wall. No, you have to face the wall. And you have to face the wall for a whole month, Li Qiu said with a smile. Han Sen frowned in annoyance. He wanted to say something, but Exquisite interrupted, stop arguing. Little sister said you should face a wall because after a silkworm becomes deified, they have to go to the ancient wall. That will be good for all of us. I see. Han Sen just realized Li Qiu wasn't really being petulant, she was just teasing him. But you have just become deified. You can go there in a few days. You should visit Bauer and spend some time with her first. You won't see her for a whole month while you're at the ancient wall, Exquisite said. Han Sen nodded, and then Exquisite took him back to the star tree. Because of what happened before, Li Qiu and Exquisite no longer dared to leave Han Sen's side. One of them always remained by Han Sen's side in case something big happened. That made him super depressed. He didn't have any free time anymore. I really can't look like I'm too special. Otherwise, I won't have any freedom at all, Han Sen thought as he sat under the tree and drank a cup of tea. Exquisite could see what he was thinking, but she ignored him and continued reading a book. What are you reading? Han Sen asked, poking his head around next to her. Nothing. Exquisite snapped the book closed before Han Sen could see what it was. She placed it in her pocket and cleared her throat self-consciously. What is this ancient wall place that I'm going to? Although Han Sen was curious about what Exquisite was reading, if she wasn't going to tell him, then he wasn't going to keep asking. Exquisite quietly said, Ancient wall is a place where one of my ancestors used to draw. Draw? Han Sen was surprised. Seeing Han Sen's surprise, Exquisite smiled and explained, it isn't an ordinary drawing. He was a famous genius of our race. Although he never became a leader, he studied the very high sense to a degree that no one else, aside from our Alpha, has ever been able to match. After pausing, Exquisite looked up at the star fruit above them and said, before he entered the Geno Hall, that elder sat before the ancient wall for 2 years. 2 years later, when he opened his eyes, the first thing he did was draw a picture on the wall. After he drew it, he flew away and went to the Geno Hall. The drawing has been there ever since. It is a legend, and not even now can people understand what that drawing is about. Chapter 2737 Ancient Wall. If no one can understand the meaning behind that drawing, what benefit can be gained from staring at it? Han Sen asked, not understanding. Exquisite smiled and said, although the figure in the drawing is something no one can understand, the picture has the meaning and power of the elder that drew it. Just taking the time to study it will be beneficial for you. Now, Han Sen was able to understand. Exquisite and Li Qir wanted to let him experience the true God's art because it would ultimately benefit them. Through him, they could understand it better and learn things from it. The experience would be beneficial to them all, so it wasn't a bad idea. But the ancient wall was a leftover from the very high ancestors. Ordinary outsiders weren't allowed to get close. Han Sen and the silkworms could go there for a whole month after leveling up to become deified, but the rules still forbade Bauer, despite being a family member, from going there. Exquisite and Li Qir would be going to the ancient wall with Han Sen, so they couldn't take care of Bauer. However, Han Sen asked Bauer for her opinion. Bauer was willing to stay at the star tree, and so Han Sen allowed her to remain there. With the xenogeniacs there, Bauer wouldn't be too bored. When the 3 of them left, the 6-eared macaque started to become excited. The 6-eared macaque was a different kind of xenogeniac. It was intelligent enough that it had pretended to obey Han Sen as its master. But in truth, it had just been observing. It wanted to find a way to escape from the star tree. The contract placed upon its body was very rigid, and the 6-eared macaque couldn't find any way to remove it. If it escaped without removing the contract, it would still be restricted and oppressed by the forces of the contract. Han Sen could easily take over its mind, even if he was far away from whatever system the monkey had hidden itself in. The monkey would be in agony until it did what it was told. If I want genuine freedom, I must break the contract. The 6-eared macaque's eyes glowed, and it watched Bauer intently. The 6-eared macaque already knew Bauer was Han Sen's daughter. She was obviously very dear to him. Now Han Sen wasn't around, and he wouldn't be for a whole month. If I can capture her, I can use her to threaten Han Sen into breaking the contract. Han Sen will have to do as I say. The 6-eared macaque felt that his chance had come. The other xenogeniacs follow her commands, but there is only one primitive deified in their midst. They have no chance of defeating me. That being said, I don't have to fight them. I just need to use my fake body, go invisible, and knock her out. The 6-eared macaque was still forming his plan when he saw Bauer looking in his direction. The 6-eared macaque was shocked. It thought Bauer knew that something was wrong, but then he heard Bauer speak from beyond her smile. She said, "Little Six, I'd like some of this fruit." The six-eared macaque really hated the name Little Six, but Bauer had called it over. It was the perfect opportunity. The six-eared macaque answered and quickly ran over to her. "Little master, what would you like to eat?" The six-eared macaque watched Bauer carefully as she reclined comfortably. It was thinking, "This is perfect. I don't even need to be invisible. I will just deliver her the fruit, knock her out, and then stuff her someplace out of sight. That way, Han Sen will be forced to break the contract with me. I want that." Bauer raised her finger to indicate the piece she wanted. She was wearing sunglasses while lying down on a chair. The six-eared macaque picked up a fruit knife. He cut the fruit into little pieces, took a slice, and brought it over to Bauer. He stretched it toward her, preparing to make his move. Bauer looked at the six-eared macaque. She didn't reach out and pick up the fruit. She smiled and said, "Did I say that I wanted to eat it? Give the food to the other. One each. No more and no less." The other Bauer was talking about would be the little pigs. They followed Bauer around, eating good stuff all day long, but their bodies never changed. They seemed as static and small as ever. "I'll cut your *SS, the six-eared macaque suddenly shouted. It raised its claws quickly to snatch Bauer. As the six-eared macaque's claws were about to make contact with the pale, delicate skin of Bauer's neck, Bauer suddenly shone with a white light. The six-eared macaque's claws hit the light, spraying a fountain of sparks. The monkey's claws were unable to break through that defense, and its attack had been entirely blocked. The six-eared macaque was shocked. It leaned closer to take a look. The light didn't come from Bauer. It came from the little pigs around her. Right now, the 16 little pigs were standing alertly around Bauer. Their eyes were wide and unblinking as they stared at the six-eared macaque. Mysterious symbols glowed on their foreheads, and light shone from their bodies. The holy light of the 16 little pigs combined and transformed into a light shield that trapped the six-eared macaque inside. "You're just a bunch of pigs. You can't stop me," the six-eared macaque growled. It shone with a golden light of its own, and it slashed the light shield with its now glowing claws. Since it couldn't assassinate its target, the monkey would have to do this the hard way. The six-eared macaque knew Han Sen wouldn't be back for a month, and it wagered it had enough time to capture Bauer. And in regards to the Xenogeniacs and the 16 little pigs, the six-eared macaque cared little for them. But when its strike landed, the six-eared macaque noticed that its power wasn't enough to rip through the shield that encased it. The 16 little pigs were still holding it in place. None of them had gotten hurt. They all just stared angrily at the monkey. The six-eared macaque was shocked. It used its power again, hitting the light shield over and over. In growing astonishment, the monkey tried its hardest, but it was unable to break the shield of light. It really was trapped inside. "Little Six, you are such a naughty boy." Befuddled, the six-eared macaque watched Bauer stand up, take off her sunglasses, smile, and walk over to him. For some reason, the six-eared macaque felt a chill run down its spine. It had a bad feeling about this. Tang Minger had only just entered Star Moon Shelter when someone recognized her. "Tang Minger. Are you Tang Minger?" A pretty boy wearing armor approached. He was riding a tiger beast soul mount. He was leading a group of knights, but he looked surprised as he stopped in front of Tang Minger. "I am Tang Minger. Who are you?" Tang Minger looked at the pretty boy. She tried digging into her memories, but she could not seem to recall who he was. "I am Ning Bueo." The pretty boy got off his mount and looked at her with glee. "Ning Bueo, you are Uncle Ning's son." Tang Minger suddenly remembered. She had seen Ning Bueo a few times, but she had only been 7 years old at the time. She didn't remember him too well. The pretty boy in front of her did look like the boy she used to know as Ningbu Ao. Ningbu Ao looked passionate as he said, "Ming'er, your timing in arriving in Star Moon Shelter is most serendipitous. Since I am here, I can guarantee no harm will befall you. If you want any type of beast soul, just let me know. I will give you any in my possession. I even have sacred blood beast souls to give you. Sister Ming'er, you guys chat. I'm tired and need to rest." A voice sounded near Tang Ming'er. Ningbu Ao saw she had a little boy next to her. Ningbu Ao's brow furrowed. The boy only looked like he was 13 or 14 years old. He didn't look like he belonged in the sanctuaries just yet. Chapter 2738 Showing Off. I appreciate the offer, but those of the Tang family don't require protection, Tang Ming'er said unhappily. After all, Ningbu Ao had spoken as if she was useless. That wasn't my intent. Our families are friends, so we should help each other out. Although Ningbu Ao was cocky, he wasn't stupid. He realized that he had said something he shouldn't have, and so he quickly tried to steer the conversation back down a more pleasant avenue. I understood your intent perfectly fine, but I don't require help, Tang Ming'er said. She took the boy's arm and said, "Little flower, let's go." When Ningbu Ao saw the pretty girl he liked getting close to another boy, it upset him. He ran in front of the boy and pretended to be shocked. He asked, "What is your name, little bro?" "Han Little Flower," the boy answered while meeting Ningbu Ao's gaze. When he heard the surname Han, Ningbu Ao felt his heart take a huge leap. He was really afraid of that surname, due to something that had happened to him when he was younger. There was a time, on a beach, when a little demon girl belonging to the Han family had lobbed him into the briny depths of the sea. Even now, Ningbu Ao continued to have nightmares about that terrible incident. It was the most terrifying memory he had. "Han Little Flower," he said. "I don't think such a person belongs to the Han family. Maybe he's a member of some other family with the same surname." Ningbu Ao dug into his memories and felt some relief. As long as Little Flower wasn't from that Han family, then he didn't need to worry. As far as Ningbu Ao knew, the Han family only had a daughter. She was only a few years old, so there was no chance she had entered the sanctuaries just yet. The legend said that the Han family did have a son, but for unknown reasons, the son had gone missing. Ningbu Ao remembered that the boy was called Han Fei. He didn't have an old-fashioned and funny name like Little Flower. Little Flower was just his nickname, though. His family members called him Han Little Flower, but ordinary people would only know him as Han Fei. It was no surprise that Ningbu Ao failed to recognize the name. "Brother Little Flower, if you need anything, just ask. I, Ningbu Ao, am very talented. It is easy for me to kill xenogenics. Killing sacred blood creatures is a piece of cake for a guy like me." Ningbu Ao smiled at Han Little Flower as he boasted. "Thank you. You seem like a nice guy. I will ask you if there is anything I ever need," Han Little Flower said politely. In Sacred, Auntie May had taught Little Flower to be polite with other creatures. Even when he was eating, he had to act like the gentleman he was. He had to keep up good etiquette at all times. "What are you waiting for? I found a sacred blood creature to the east side of the shelter. I'm going to kill it." "Let's go," Ningbu Ao said with a smile. He was very confident about his appearance and power. He thought he would only need to flex his powers for a little girl like Tang Ming'er to fall for him head over heels. Han Little Flower wasn't interested in killing sacred blood creatures, though. He had only stayed in the first sanctuary because he was having trouble finding more super creatures. If he could find them more reliably, he would be in the second sanctuary already. "Little Flower, if Mr. Ning is inviting you, we should go." Tang Ming'er suddenly winked at him. She was a smart girl, so she knew what Ningbu Ao was up to. He obviously had a thing for her. She also knew the Ning family were a very arrogant and self-loving set of people, overall. If she didn't sort out this trouble now, the way Ningbu Ao was annoying her would just snowball. That was why she said they should go, despite secretly harboring another reason for going. Ningbu Ao was happy to hear her agree. He summoned 2 sacred blood beast soul mounts and said, "The distance between us and that place is a bit far. I will give you these 2 sacred blood mounts as a gift." He was never hesitant about showing off. Ningbu Ao always thought if he had something decent, he should let other people know. Just talking wasn't enough, so he sometimes gave out gifts to demonstrate his wealth. 2 sacred blood mounts were something excellent. After all, there were many types of beast souls, so sacred blood beast soul mounts were quite rare. It is fine. Little Flower has a mount already. I will just ride it with him. Tang Minger smiled at Little Flower as she spoke. Han Little Flower didn't say anything. He just summoned his own ride. Boom! A giant, gold, 2-headed dragon appeared in front of Han Little Flower. The mount beast souls around all started to scream and run away. If their masters hadn't commanded them to stop right where they were, all of them would have fled. Ningbu Ao froze when he saw it. It was a very powerful beast soul. He had seen things like this in his family's house, but they were high-class beast souls from the later sanctuaries. In the first sanctuary, he had never seen a beast that scary before. This cannot be a super beast soul. That is impossible. It's just a bluff, surely. It cannot be a super beast soul. Ningbu Ao was really suspicious about its presence there, but he didn't want to ask what type of beast soul it was. Otherwise, it would make him sound like an ignorant redneck. Let's just go. Ningbu Ao had to force a smile as he spoke to Han Little Flower and Tang Minger, who were happily sitting on the 2-headed dragon's back. Please lead the way, Mr. Ning, Tang Minger said with a smile. Although he was upset, Ningbu Ao still commanded his team to go forward with haste. The sacred blood mounts ran as fast as they could, trying to leave the 2-headed dragon behind. But they had only just started running when the giant dragon spread its massive wings and soared off into the sky. It moved with incredible speed. Compared to the 2-headed dragon mount, Ningbu Ao's sacred blood mount was as slow as a turtle. That can't be a super beast soul, can it? Ningbu Ao was stunned. His mood was very sour, and he had to keep comforting himself, saying, "That kid must have just gotten lucky. Another family member might have just given it to him. In terms of power, he certainly can't compete with me. When I kill the sacred blood creature, Tang Minger will know for sure who the real man is here." The sacred blood mount moved reasonably quickly in comparison to most beast mounts. It took them 2 hours to reach their destination. They saw a creature there that was like a titan. It was resting quietly atop a hill. Ningbu Ao gave a command and sprang forward. He led his team to fight that sacred blood creature. The sacred blood creature stood up and roared when Ningbu Ao's army surrounded it. It couldn't get clear, and it was quickly hemmed in on all sides. Ningbu Ao's soldiers moved with great coordination as he issued commands. The sacred blood creature was unable to harm a single one of them. Ningbu Ao was very active, too, and he attacked the sacred blood creature again and again. It took them half an hour to bring the titan down. Ningbu Ao was very satisfied with his performance. He had fought and commanded his men to the best of his abilities. He was very satisfied with how the fight had gone. He smiled at Han Little Flower and Tang Minger. He began walking toward them, but after a few steps, he heard an angry roaring coming from the sky. He raised his head, and his face paled. This new creature was similar to the sacred blood one they had just killed, but this one was bigger. It was like a small mountain. It fell toward them out of the sky. Ningbu Ao's soldiers were still reveling in the joy of their victory, unaware of what was going to happen. If the creature landed, half of them would die. Run! Ningbo shouted as he started to run. But the normal soldiers didn't react as fast as he had. As he looked up at the giant beast about to crush them all, Ningbo was shocked and furious. He couldn't do anything. Suddenly, something flashed in the corner of his vision. The giant beast coming down from the sky jerked to a stop. Its descent was halted. Ningbo was shocked. His eyes tracked down the body of the behemoth until he saw Little Flower standing beneath it. The boy was holding up the mountainous beast with one hand. He stood there casually. The soldiers all around were staring at him in dumbfounded awe. They looked at the little boy holding up the beast like they were seeing a ghost. Chapter 27:39 Weird scene. Han Sen had expected the ancient wall to be a mysterious place, but quite surprisingly, it was just an ordinary wall atop a mountain. Aside from the many drawings that covered the wall's surface, it was nothing special. The pictures were, admittedly, strange. Han Sen and the two women passed through many restrictions to get there, but if they hadn't, Han Sen would have thought that these drawings had been created by some renowned abstract painter or graffiti artist rather than by an ancient elite. When they arrived at the ancient wall, many of the very high were at the wall already. Some were sitting, some were standing, some were staring at the wall, and some had their heads lowered in contemplation. It seemed as if they were all trying to feel something from the paintings on the wall. Some of the very high who were present were very scary individuals, too. Even among their powerful race, they were probably considered top-class elites. Han Sen started to say something, but Exquisite gestured for him to remain silent. She gravely placed a finger over her lips, then motioned for him to observe the painting. When Han Sen saw how Exquisite and Li Qier were carefully watching the very high around them, he realized that the two women must be trying not to disturb their prestigious elders. They were being very careful not to do anything that might disturb the other people at the wall or disrupt their concentration. Han Sen didn't say anything. He just moved to examine the drawings on the wall. Exquisite and Li Qier stayed beside him, looking closely at the drawings as well. As they tried to understand the drawings, they also paid attention to what Han Sen was thinking. Being able to access Han Sen's perspective and knowledge meant they could learn much more. But it wasn't as if they were taking advantage of Han's senator after all. Had he not become a silkworm of the very high, he would never have been able to see the drawings on this wall in the first place. The whole mountain was covered in drawings, which meant that there was an unimaginable amount to take in. Han Sen wanted to find the very beginning. Once he found the starting point, he could follow the drawings as they progressed. But after searching for a while, he was unable to find where the drawing had begun. The weird artwork was something Han Sen couldn't understand in the least. Many abstract images seemed to have been melded together into a single fluid mural, which had no beginning and no end. It was hard to tell what it could all mean. If the drawings hadn't been so incredibly smooth and stunning, Han Sen would have thought that it was the random graffiti of a child. Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking. She lowered her voice and whispered to Han Sen, "No one knows where this painting starts, and no one knows what the painting means. You should start by trying to understand it through the scratches." Han Sen nodded without responding. He couldn't see any obvious clues, so he did what Exquisite had suggested. He focused on the scratch marks visible in the stone. Han Sen's mind wasn't any worse than that of an ordinary deified elite. After looking over the drawing for a while, Han Sen realized that it had been drawn with a person's fingers. The mind that resided inside the scratch marks wasn't hostile either. These weren't the gashes of weaponry, but neither were they elegant like writing done with a pen. It was a very strange thing to see. This should be a finger mind, Han Sen guessed. He couldn't be entirely sure, though. Although he wasn't sure what kind of mind this was, it wasn't hard to tell that the person who made the entire drawing had a powerful consciousness. Han Sen's mind was powerful in its own right, but compared to the mind that had created these marks, his was simple and low-level. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to understand the mind that resided within the marks. He followed a trail across the mountain. First, he wanted to take in the drawing on a larger scale. After that, he would step closer and examine each individual drawing in detail. But no matter how hard he tried to see and understand, he couldn't get the gist of any painting or drawing. He couldn't even glean a clue. He had to start from the scratch marks again. The mind in the carving was left behind by the very high who used his powers to draw. I think that the messages left behind by the drawing and the scratch marks themselves are different. Revealing the secrets of the painting wouldn't help me understand the mind carved into the rock. But then again, no one expects me to reveal the secrets of the painting. If I can understand the meaning of the scratches, then this entire venture will be worthwhile. Han Sen grew calm and focused on trying to understand the meaning of the lines. The marks gave Han Sen the impression of drifting clouds, but as his understanding of the marks deepened, it made him think of an unstoppable force. It gave him the desire to delve deeper into the depths of his own emotions. It was the feeling of someone who loved reading books, but then they discovered the most spellbinding novel in existence. Han Sen was drawn to it, and he didn't want to tear himself away from the tale for a single second. He just wanted to keep reading and find out what happened next. The second impression he gleaned was the word strange. Every mind tended to have a theme. In Han Sen's Under the Sky, for example, the theme was that everything in the universe was just a chess piece. But the mind in this painting was unique. If you described an ordinary person's mind, you could say it was like a tree, a mountain, or a river. But if those things represented ordinary minds, then the mind of this painting would be like a scroll that was 10,000 miles long. Every line and every curve had a different mind. One section could be a mountain or a body of water. Another part might be a cloud or a speck of soil, or a pavilion or a building. A single curve of the drawing could be a flower, a bird, a bug, or a fish. The changing of the minds drew the observer in further and further, leaving them unable to stop. With a single step, Han Sen could witness 3 different scenes. Every line and every turn filled him with amazing thoughts. It left him unable to guess what the next scene might be. No wonder Exquisite said any creature that visited the ancient wall would receive a boost to their mind. The mind on this wall seems to encompass everything. Any creature that practiced any power or element could find a mind there that matched well with their Geno arts. Although Han Sen was looking at it with his own eyes, it was rather difficult to believe. Han Sen wondered what sort of genius this very high elder must have been to be capable of drawing a painting like this on his own. If the very high hadn't confirmed that the ancient wall's drawings were done by one person, Han Sen would have thought that this drawing was the work of many people. How could one person be the master of so many minds? It didn't make sense. Even though Han Sen had a voracious intellect and an impressive ability to learn, he could only walk one path. He couldn't learn everything there was to be learned in the universe. If this was drawn by one person, then that very high elder's mind is very impressive. He must have been the smartest person in the whole universe, Han Sen murmured as he examined the drawings. Han Sen continued working his way through the drawings, one by one. Although he couldn't learn all of it, just feeling all those kinds of minds was good for expanding his own knowledge. It was helping him develop new perspectives. Han Sen was continuing his observations when he was delivered a shock. Goosebumps flared across his skin at the sensation. This mind was simply too twisted and weird. As he explored, Han Sen had felt too much of the mind and realized that it was too complicated. He was sinking into it, which shook his faith to the core. It was like a university student who had just graduated. Countless large companies sent invitations to the graduate. One of them said, "Come to my company and be a lawyer. Being a lawyer has all sorts of benefits. You will earn a lot of money." Another company said, "Come to be a doctor in my company. Being a doctor can make you incredibly famous, and your reputation will grow by leaps and bounds. Everyone said they were the best, and all of them seemed generous and attractive. A new graduate, being pulled in so many different directions, could quickly lose track of themselves. Chapter 2740. In the painting, unless someone possessed a very stable will, they would lose themselves without even noticing what had happened. But in this case, losing oneself wasn't a bad thing. When people were uncertain of which path they wanted to traverse in their life, they could lose themselves in the drawing and choose a mind to complete their purpose. For people who were still establishing their own identity, finding a mind within the drawing that they could claim as their own could help them in the future. Han Sen was different. He already had a path to walk, and if he allowed himself to be influenced by the mind of the drawing, the core of who he was would be destroyed. Han Sen forced himself to close his eyes and escape the grasp of that mind, but all sorts of minds rose against him, trying to keep his vision fixed on the drawing. Fortunately, Han Sen had a very stable will. He was able to tear his gaze away from the wall. He slowly soothed his mind. Having the ability to turn away from the ancient wall with a single try proves that your mind isn't bad, said a voice beside Han. Senator Han Sen opened his eyes and turned to the speaker. There, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on a stone. The man was looking in Han Sen's direction. This middle-aged man's appearance and clothing were fairly unremarkable, but there was something about his presence that captured Han Sen's attention. It made him a difficult person to ignore. "Are you talking to me?" Han Sen was confused, not knowing who the man was. Han Sen had been so engrossed in the drawing that he had walked quite a distance. Exquisite and Li Qier were still a ways behind him, so there was no one else around that the man could have been addressing. Exquisite and Li Qier had been drawn into the mind on the ancient wall. They were too absorbed to pay attention to anything else, so they hadn't noticed when the man addressed Han Senator. They were totally drowned in the mind of the ancient wall. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Aside from you, I don't think anyone else has made it all the way here on their first try." "Right. After all, geniuses like me are difficult to come by," Han Sen said, quirking a smile as he touched his nose. The middle-aged man looked surprised, but then his grin widened. He stepped down from the stone he had been sitting on. He stood next to Han Sen, facing the ancient wall. The very high can feel everything. Even though this universe can be incredibly complex and intricate in nature, we can feel the core of every object. However, the ancient wall has been here for billions of years, and no one has been able to understand its secretive nature. Do you know why? I don't know why, Han Sen answered quickly. If he didn't know, there was no point in pretending that he did. The middle-aged man's question had been rhetorical. He nodded when he heard Han Sen's answer, and he looked at the ancient wall. He pointed to one spot in particular and said, "The reason no one can understand its secrets is because of this." Han Sen looked at where the middle-aged man was pointing, following the man's finger to a single symbol hidden among the rest. There was a horizontal eye in the center of the symbol, but the pupil of the eye looked like the yin-yang Tai Chi fish. "Is this the very high eye?" Han Sen asked with shock. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "This entire painting is so weird. No one can tell what it is trying to depict. This spot is the only place where the painting is clear." "And what does it show?" "The very high eye. Everyone can understand this aspect, but no one can tell why there is a very high drawn here. And no one knows what its connection is with the rest of the drawing. You can use this as the beginning, but no one understands what it truly means." Han Sen looked at the very high eye and the rest of the painting around it. He did think the drawing was very weird, and he couldn't imagine what it was supposed to be. But no one could tell what the connection between the very high eye and the rest of the drawing was, anyway. The middle-aged glanced away from the ancient wall and let his gaze fall on Han Sr. Although no one can understand the secrets behind this drawing, that doesn't mean you cannot learn anything. The very high I in this painting is very unique. Its meaning is completely different from the other marks. If you look closely, you might learn a thing or two about it. What do you mean when you say that it is different? Han Sen didn't understand what the middle-aged man meant, because the mind of the painting kept shifting. Every line and curve in this entire, enormous drawing was unique. How could you look at any one particular part of the painting and claim that it was special? The middle-aged man fell silent, then said, "This elder was a genius who stood just below the leader. He practiced the very high sense to the max. He could sense everything in this world within his own chest. That was how he could draw a painting that included everything. Although the mind inside this painting seems capable of endless variation, it was produced using the very high sense. This mind came from the talents known as very high forget love, big love, and loveless. This mind is powerful and nuanced, but it doesn't include the elder's own emotions. Only this very high I drawing is different. It was made using emotions that came directly from the elder. What kind of feeling does it possess?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. If he had developed the very high sense to a true god level, the very high elder must have almost reached sky and men combined together. He must have come close to uniting with the universe. Even Exquisite was nearly emotionless, and this man had practiced the very high sense that was far beyond Exquisite's abilities. It was hard for Han Sen to imagine what kind of emotion such a man would have been capable of feeling. He might have been completely emotionless. If the man had somehow retained the ability to feel, that would shock Han Sen a lot. "I cannot tell you. If you wish to know, you should look into it yourself," the middle-aged man said with a laugh. Han Sen's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to examine the mind of this very high mark. Suddenly, Han Sen thought of something. He turned around and asked the middle-aged man, "I wonder what your name is." Han Sen assumed that this man hadn't practiced the very high sense, but even if that were true, the very high had many elites like that. After all, the very high could practice any Geno art to a higher level of skill than the other races of the universe. They would approach each new Geno art with no less aptitude than they applied to the very high sense. "Li Zi," the middle-aged man answered casually. The question didn't seem to bother him. "Thank you for the tip." Han Sen bowed and returned his attention to the very high eye. Now that he looked at it, Han Sen could feel the strong pull of the mark's mind. Just like Li Zi had said, the mind in this little part of the drawing was different from the minds that could be found elsewhere in the drawing. Once Han Sen was looking at it, he wondered how he had failed to notice it before. There was a stark contrast between the meaning of the eye and that of every other part of the drawing. Han Sen stared at the very high mark, his body completely unmoving. He was so still that he looked like a piece of the landscape. He didn't even blink. Not long later, tears suddenly began to leak from Han Sen's eyes. He didn't so much as twitch, however. He kept staring at the eye as tears rolled down his cheeks. The tears kept coming, soaking his face and wetting his clothes. He just stood where he was, observing the very high eye on the wall without blinking. And then, the wells of Han Sen's eyes seemed to go dry. Next, his eyes started to bleed. The crimson tears fell, tracing 2 tracks of red across his cheeks. Chapter 27:41 Very sad scene. A deep, lonely sadness claimed Han Sen's brain. Although Han Sen knew that the emotion was not his own, he felt it sink deep within him. The sadness was as broad and powerful as the Yangtze, rolling forward with the steadiness and implacability of a river. The sensation rocked Han Senator. The sadness was clear, yet it wasn't a raw or passionate emotion. It wasn't painful like losing your family, and it wasn't the heartache of being betrayed by a loved one. It wasn't the soul-rending anguish of losing everything that you cherished. It just resided in Han Sen's chest, softly. The ache was so gentle that sometimes, Han Sen could barely even sense it. It floated like a mountain stream, but there wasn't a single ripple to be seen. But this kind of sadness was subtly powerful, and it was infectious. It left Hansen unable to do anything except cry his eyes out. He couldn't get a grip on his emotions, and he couldn't move his eyes away from the very high eye mark. He just stood in front of the stone wall, staring at the stone with eyes rimmed in blood. Hansen's brain knew that if things continued like this, the blood in his body would run dry and he would die. But he couldn't move his feet to tear himself away from that sad scene. To one of the very high who had practiced the very high sense to an average level, the emotions conveyed by a painting would be fairly weak. But to a very high that had practiced the very high sense to a high level, it would be confusing to see how much scary sadness could be conveyed by this piece of artwork. Why would this elder have felt so much sadness? He was already in the true God class. He was at the top level of the pyramid of universal power. What could make him this sad? This depression is too strange. It is completely different from any of the emotions that I have endured. It makes me think of the phrase, sadness that is greater than the heart dying. This sadness is a little like that, but then again, it isn't quite the same, Hansen thought. This very high elder left all this behind before heading for the Geno Hall. Was his sadness related to the Geno Hall in some way? Hansen thought about it a lot, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. Regardless, he couldn't rid himself of the infectious sadness. Even with Hansen's strong will, he couldn't pull his eyes away from the drawing. Exquisite and Likir had synced their minds to the ancient wall when they first arrived, so they had spent most of the trip ignoring the feelings Hansen was sending to them. This sadness was too potent to be ignored, however, and so it managed to reach them. It pulled Exquisite and Likir away from the ancient wall's minds. They were also infected by the sadness, and they soon found tears leaking down their cheeks. What is going on? Why is it so sad here? Exquisite's face suddenly paled. She felt the sadness, but at the same time, she understood. Oh, no. Hansen has seen the ancient wall's very high eye mark. Likir also realized what had happened. Her face looked haggard, and bloody tears fell from her eyes as she said, "How was he able to trigger the eye mind? I thought only the very high who had practiced the very high sense could activate it." Although Hansen hasn't practiced the very high sense, his under-the-sky knife skills seem to emulate sky and man combined together. It is similar to the very high sense. Maybe that is why he was able to trigger the very high eye mind. But now isn't the time to discuss this. We must quickly find a way to pull Hansen away from that mind. If we don't, he won't be the only one who is damaged by that mind. Exquisite's eyes were full of blood, and it was on the verge of spilling down across her face. How do we pull him away? The eye of the ancient wall is no joke. Even if we move his body away so that he can't physically see the mark, we can't stop the mind from dealing damage to him. And if we move him away, he might even get consumed by the mind. Don't you remember the stories? Likir said. Exquisite didn't respond. She knew what Likir meant. Anyone who triggered the very high eye mind had to make it through themselves. If they made it through, their proficiency with the very high sense would increase. But if they failed to endure it, their will would be destroyed by the sadness. It wouldn't be easy for them to recover. They might even end up crippled, unable to level up ever again. Some people had even died at the ancient wall, and no one had been able to save them. Stories were one thing, but facing the threat in real life was something else. If they didn't think of a way to break Hansen free from the very high eye mind, both of their minds might be damaged by the overflow of what Hansen was experiencing. They might not die from it, but they would be heavily damaged. Countless very high elders, who were all gifted and intelligent, had ended up ruined by the very high eye mind. The two women didn't think they were any better than the aforementioned very high seniors. And in addition, they weren't even deified. The two of them tried to walk over to Hansen, but as they came nearer, they were completely entranced by the emotions of the wall. They stood there with their eyes bleeding. They couldn't drag their minds away from the drawings on the wall. Their strange situation quickly drew the attention of the other very high around the wall. Weird. They seemed to have been infected by the sad mind of the very high eye. What is going on? I didn't think they were close enough to trigger the eye. Didn't their masters teach them that after practicing the very high sense, they couldn't look at the eye on the ancient wall? No. They didn't see it. They must have been affected because their silkworms saw the eye. How is that possible? He hasn't practiced the very high sense. He shouldn't have felt anything if he looked at the eye's mark. A dozen of the very high were in front of the ancient wall, and they all stared at Han Senator. They understood the situation Han Sen was in, and they registered that he was the one who had triggered the very high eye's mind. That had led to Li Qier and Exquisite being dragged into the crippling emotions with him. This is weird. How could an outsider who hasn't practiced the very high sense activate the very high eye mark's mind? This isn't the time for a research question. We have to find a way to pull him out of the mind. The eye mark is dangerous for anyone, but for Exquisite and Li Qier, it will be life-threatening. What can we do, though? You know how powerful this mind is. Even if we move the silkworm elsewhere, we won't be able to stop the mind from consuming his consciousness. And if we move him, we might even disrupt his will and accelerate the process. The only way we can do anything is if the silkworm escapes the bonds of that mind on his own. How would that be possible? We are deified elites of the very high, and few of us can escape the power of the very high eye mind. This guy is just an outsider. That's the silkworm's only hope, though. He has to do it himself. Even if Exquisite and Li Qier fight back the power of the mind, it would be useless. As long as he remains trapped, the sad mind will keep overflowing onto Exquisite and Li Qier. Chapter 2742 Trying the Poison. It's like we're seeing a ghost. How can something so strange happen? How can an outsider trigger the very high mind? There is nothing we can do to stop the eye mind. If we want to intervene, our only choice is to break the silkworm's stupid contract with Li Qier and Exquisite. Their bodies might be injured when we sever the link by force, but at least their minds won't be destroyed by that horrible mind. It looks like there is only one solution. A dozen of the very high spent half a day talking, but they could only come up with one solution. This solution would only save Exquisite and Li Qier, though. It offered no help to Han Sr., there's no reason to hesitate. Let's get this done now, one of the very high said. He readied himself to destroy the contract binding Li Qier and Exquisite to Han Sr. Stop it, Uncle Nine. Exquisite said suddenly. Her will was drowning in the sea of sadness coming from the eye mind, but the feelings were being filtered through Han Senator. Her experience of the eye mind was a little diluted, so it wasn't as strong as if she was the one peering into the eye. Since Han Sen's will was still holding off some of the eye mind's power, she wouldn't lose herself to the sadness easily. Her mind was still aware. Exquisite, speak quickly. The ninth uncle was afraid Exquisite's mind would be conquered in a matter of seconds, so he told her to speak as swiftly as she could. Uncle Nine, please do not incinerate the contract we share with Han Sen, Exquisite said. Why? The ninth uncle asked, looking at Exquisite. The very high were all in shock. I believe he can stop the invasion of the very high eye mind, Exquisite said as she gritted her teeth. She was in the middle of the sad mind, and just speaking those few words cost her a lot of strength. After hearing Exquisite's answer, the very high who hadn't practiced the very high sense were in shock. Exquisite, you think too highly of him. Even very high like ourselves cannot withstand the eye mind once it has entered our consciousness. He is just a silkworm from another race. Exquisite, I know how difficult it was for you to find a decent silkworm. But right now, you have to make a hard decision. A strong man breaking his wrists is a challenge that requires courage. Uncle Nine, please. Exquisite pleaded, summoning the last dregs of her energy to speak. She paid no attention to the other very high around them. As she spoke to the ninth uncle, the minor distraction allowed the emotions to encroach on her mind even more. She could no longer spare enough attention to listen to what was happening around her. Uncle Nine, you cannot listen to her. This will kill her. Yeah. An outsider that hasn't practiced the very high sense cannot block the very high mind. It will only end up hurting the girls. The very high did their best to convince him, but the ninth uncle frowned. Making this decision is Exquisite's right, and she has made up her mind. Some of the others who were present disagreed with the ninth uncle, but they didn't dare say anything. They merely shook their heads and sighed. If Exquisite isn't willing to cancel the contract, then we can at least break Li Kier's contract, someone suggested. The ninth uncle looked at Li Kier. Li Kier wasn't as strong as Exquisite, so fighting off the sad mind left her with no additional energy to pay attention to the world around her. She couldn't talk. Let's wait a bit longer. If that stupid silkworm can't hold the mind back, then we can get involved, Uncle Nine said coldly. The very high could only watch and wait as Han Sen, Li Kier, and Exquisite battled the sad mind. But among those who were watching, not even the ninth uncle believed that Han Sen had what it took to repel the very high mind. Han Sen had just become deified, so his will should have been meager in comparison to the will of a true god. Secondly, Han Sen had never practiced the very high sense. His resistance to the very high I mind was even weaker than that of the very high, so no one thought he could withstand the sad feelings emitted by the I mind. The I mind on the ancient wall was dangerous, but for the very high that practiced the very high sense, there was at least a chance. If someone could successfully fight off the sad mind, they would gain dexterity with their own use of the very high sense. The very high thought it was a shame that Han Sen wasn't one of them. He hadn't practiced the very high sense, so even if he survived the I mind, he wouldn't gain benefits as others would. As Han Sen and the other two fell under greater and greater amounts of strain, bloody tears continued to gush out of their eyes. Everyone knew their time was almost up. If they didn't break free of the melancholy soon, the blood tears would run dry, and their bodies would break. Han Sen knew he had entered a very dangerous period of the fight. His will was incredibly strong, but he couldn't withstand the invasion of the sadness forever. The sadness was seemingly infinite, it just went deeper and deeper. He was starting to think that he was tired of living. If a deified of a weaker will had been in Han Sen's place, he would have slit his own throat by now. No, I cannot keep going like this. Han Sen knew that his current tactics weren't working, but this pure battle of mind versus mind wasn't something that could be overcome by power. He had to get by using his own will. Ever since he came to understand the mind of Under the Sky, Han Sen's will had increased in strength considerably. But he hadn't gained enough strength to directly oppose a true god mind. His will was slowly being invaded by the phantom opposition. It chipped away at his resolve, which began to falter and crumble. It made him feel as if he was going to drown in the sea of sadness. Han Sen was hoping that the black crystal armor would help. He had expected it to intervene a long time ago, but the black crystal armor hadn't moved a single inch. Therefore, Han Sen had to stand strong and fight his way through the pain with white knuckles. You can't get good help these days. I'll have to depend on myself once more. Something will appear. Han Sen was the type of man who grew calmer the more danger there was. Now, his heart was completely unperturbed. He weighed his situation, and it made him think, if the very high haven't set up restrictions to prevent people from seeing the I mark, that means there has to be some way for me to fight back against the sadness of this mind. But what am I supposed to do against it? With my mind, going against the sadness face to face doesn't seem realistic. My only chance is to understand where this sad mind is coming from. If I can understand what inspired the very high elder's feelings, perhaps I will find a way to break it. When he came to this realization, Han Sen gave up on trying to fight back the sad mind. Instead, he tried to feel and analyze the origin of that mind and its emotions. Han Sen knew this would be dangerous. It was like he was holding a vial of poison, but he would have to taste it to learn its composition. Tasting it would increase his chances of death, yet it was also the only way for him to figure out an antidote. Even the magical knives of the rebate were forged in a sea of fire. Han Sen was embarking on a treacherous path, but waiting around like a sitting duck wasn't his style. Just as Han Sen had noticed before, this sad mind wasn't related to romance. And not familial love, either. Han Sen kept exploring the sadness, and he thought to himself, what kind of sadness is this? Chapter 27:43 Finishing himself, when the very high named their skill forget love, they meant it literally. With this very high elder's level of advancement, he must have been very close to quelling all emotions within himself. What could possibly make an elite that had reached such a level so upset? Han Sen hadn't developed any Geno art to such an extreme level of proficiency, so he couldn't understand what that very high elder must have been thinking. Therefore, he had to risk poisoning himself by intentionally exploring the I mind. He needed to let himself go and dive into the sadness. He had been trying his best to fight off the sad mind, so he had only experienced the surface of the emotion. Now that he was letting himself go and allowing his mind to freefall into the sad mind, however, he could understand it at a deeper level. But the price he had to pay for that understanding was quite scary. In mere moments, suicidal impulses had passed through Han Sen 6 times. If I don't succeed this time, I'm afraid I will really end up killing myself, Han Sen thought to himself. But he didn't hesitate. He let go of his body and allowed the sad will to overtake him. Through the ages, many very high had triggered the I mark, and most of them started off like Han Senator. They chose to fight against the overwhelming sadness. Everyone knew that experiencing that level of depression was dangerous. The emotions of sadness ran way too deep, and anyone who experienced it for too long had a high chance of killing themselves. Even if someone was willing to completely let themselves go and learn all they could about the sad mind, there were limits. When they felt their wills grow weaker and the thoughts of suicide started to come out in full force, they would turn away and stop trying. The very high that studied the very high sense were smarter. Rather than seeing the emotional dead ends ahead, they would press on until the end. They would find another way to get out of the emotional darkness. But Han Sen was different. He was a very stubborn man, and there was no way for him to retreat. He wasn't like the very high who studied the very high sense. Even if they didn't continue, they still had a chance of escaping with only a small amount of damage incurred. Now, Han Sen would have to walk the full path. Even though he was fighting for his life with every moment that passed, he had to understand the real mind of the very high elder. The sad mind sank deeper and deeper into his own mind. Han Sen learned more and more. Han Sen never thought that such a pure sea of sadness could exist in the universe. It wasn't self-loathing or hatred of everything else in existence. Rather, it was a sadness that was more like mercy. When that realization flashed through Han Sen's mind, he jerked in surprise. Mercy for sadness. He had never thought of this before, but at this moment, he truly felt it. His whole body was overtaken by merciful sadness. These are the last tears I will shed in this universe. In that infinite sadness, Han Sen heard a sound come from the nothingness. That sound was too dynamic to describe. Once he heard it, Han Sen's chest ached more deeply than he ever could have imagined. He wanted to drop to the ground and weep. But he knew that his tears of blood had almost run dry, and he couldn't cry anymore. After hearing the empty voice in his brain, Han Sen felt even sadder. This was a different kind of sadness than he had felt before, though. This sadness also made him feel helpless and lonely. The next second, Han Sen's heart was stricken with absolute fear. That was because he discovered that his sadness wasn't coming from the very high I mark. It came from himself. It was a paralyzing emotion, and it made him feel like he had lost the most important thing in his life. It felt like there was no point in living. He couldn't wait to kill himself. Han Sen slowly realized what was happening, but he couldn't control it. He felt more and more hopeless and lonely. He slowly raised his hand, ready to crush his own skull and kill himself. A dozen of the very high gathered near the ancient wall could see that the sadness Han Sen was fighting had intensified. They knew it was a bad sign. Li Qier and Exquisite were in rough shape, as well. Oh no! Han Sen has stopped resisting. The sad mind has overtaken his body. The ninth uncle's expression became grave. There was no need for him to say that, though. The others could tell what was going on. I can't believe Exquisite believed in him so much. He's going to give up so soon, a very high said angrily. You must consider that he is only an outsider, after all, someone said with a sigh. The very high who practiced the very high sense quietly looked at Han Sen and Exquisite. They were waiting for the moment to arrive. The ninth uncle was prepared. When that moment came, he would sever Li Qier and Exquisite's contract with Han Senator. He would rather they be injured than killed. Indeed, not long after, what everyone expected finally happened. Han Sen raised his hands and moved them close to his head. Everyone could tell he wanted to kill himself due to the influence of the sad mind. Almost at the same time, Li Qier and Exquisite raised their hands just like Han Sen had. They touched their foreheads, their faces utterly devoid of hope. The ninth uncle shook his head. He knew they had reached a point of no return. There was no reason to wait any longer. Han Sen was going to die, and Li Qier and Exquisite had to be saved. The very high didn't have a large population. There were only a few hundred of them. They couldn't afford to lose two people. The ninth uncle raised his hands and summoned the power he would need to forcefully remove the contract binding Li Qier and Exquisite to Han Senator. Then he cocked his head to the side and looked at Han Senator. Everyone was waiting expectantly for the ninth uncle to save Exquisite and Li Qier. They were all looking at him, and they immediately noticed his strange expression. When they followed his gaze, they quickly realized that the ninth uncle was staring at Han Sen, and that Han Sen seemed a little different than he had been before. Han Sen had raised his hand to kill himself, and his face had been full of the emotions of death. Now, his features showed that he was locked in an internal struggle. His hands were stopped halfway. He hadn't struck himself. There was something deeply disturbing about his expression. Exquisite and Li Qier were affected by Han Sen's emotions. Their hands had also stopped in midair. They were all frozen in place with faces full of conflict. Still struggling, the ninth uncle murmured to himself. Uncle Nine, stop hesitating. No matter how much that silkworm struggles, he cannot withstand the strength of that sad mind. He is going to die, no matter what. Hurry up and disconnect the contract binding him, Li Qier, and Exquisite. Yes. His death is inevitable. Hurry up and bring all this to an end. If Exquisite and Li Qier experience his suicide through their connection, it will be very traumatic for them. It will deal a lot of damage to their minds. As everyone discussed this, something weird suddenly happened to Han Sen. Chapter 27:44 Sit and Forget Sutra. All signs of struggle disappeared from Han Sen's face, only to be replaced by total calm and serenity. His threatening hand was lowered. The most unusual thing about his calmness was his scary presence. When the very high felt that presence, a chill passed through their hearts. Almost at the same time, Exquisite and Li Qier's faces relaxed, too. Their bodies replicated Han Sen's movements, lowering their hands from their previously threatening posture. Why does this seem so familiar? This presence, one of the very high mumbled with a far-off look. It isn't just familiar. This presence feels like the very high sense. Why is Han Sen's body exuding the very high sense? Another very high asked, stumbling as he spoke. It isn't the very high sense. The ninth uncle was giving Han Sen an inscrutable stare. Although the presence is similar, it isn't really the very high sense. It must be a Geno art that is a branch of the very high sense. A Geno art that is an offshoot of the very high sense. A bunch of the very high looked at the ninth uncle. They weren't shocked, just confused. Many Geno arts had been derived from the very high sense, including the textless Book of the Sky. There was nothing too strange about the concept of an offshoot Geno art. The strange thing was that despite all their collective knowledge and experience, they didn't know which of those Geno arts the ninth uncle was talking about. The ninth uncle's face looked conflicted. He stared at Han Sen for a while and went on to say, "If my guess is correct, this presence is Sit and Forget Sutra. It was created by our Alpha." When everyone heard this, jaws fell open all through the gathering. Even those who practiced the very high sense couldn't keep their hearts calm. The Alpha that the ninth uncle spoke about was the very high elder who had left the painting behind on the ancient wall. His most famous Geno art was the Sit and Forget Sutra, which was derived from very high sense. The Alpha's Sit and Forget Sutra was lost, wasn't it? How can Han Sen have the Sit and Forget Sutra's presence? Is he, one of the very high started to say. It was like he had thought of something too ludicrous to continue. He looked at the drawing on the ancient wall and said, "Was the Sit and Forget Sutra hidden here in the ancient wall all this time?" This suggestion was met with resounding skepticism. After all, Han Sen was merely an outsider. He had never studied the very high sense before. And so many very high geniuses had failed to discern anything special about the ancient wall. Many of the very high were simply unable to accept that Han Sen, who was just an outsider, could learn the Sit and Forget Sutra through the ancient wall. Despite that, the truth of the matter was directly in front of them. They had to believe it. Han Sen's body was clearly exuding a presence that felt like the very high sense. Considering all the things that had just happened, it really might have been the Sit and Forget Sutra. It wasn't just Han Sen either. Even Exquisite and Li Keir were giving off the same presence. Clearly, they could feel through what Han Sen felt. They had earned the knowledge he had earned, receiving the mysterious Sit and Forget Sutra through him. Sit and Forget Sutra was made by the very high elder, but it hadn't been passed down through the generations like an ordinary Geno art. No one in the very high knew what kind of Geno art it was. After the Alpha created the Sit and Forget Sutra, he had spoken about it at length, but no one had ever seen him use it. Then the Alpha had gone straight to the Geno Hall. He didn't record anything about the Sit and Forget Sutra for the very high to study. Therefore, no one had practiced the Sit and Forget Sutra before. But after he created the Sit and Forget Sutra, the Alpha's presence had been different from the presence of the very high who practiced the very high sense. This was recorded in the historical records of the very high. The ninth uncle was very familiar with those records, and he came to his theory based on what he sensed from Han's senator. That was how he identified the power before him as belonging to the Sit and Forget Sutra. The ninth uncle's judgment was correct. Han Sen's presence was the Sit and Forget Sutra, because extreme yang begets yin. When things reach an extreme, they tend to blow back. When the sad mind was pushed to its limit, Han Sen almost fell into a morbid realm of death. But he never lost his faith. He clung to a bit of his will, balancing himself through the loneliness and fighting back the death that sought him. Han Sen suddenly felt the sad will rumble with change. The changes were something not even he could understand. The sadness seemed to melt, and what replaced it was a calm sense of serenity not unlike water. Once that mind changed, Han Sen's will was no longer affected by the very high I. Control of his own body returned. He looked away from the very high I mark and looked across the ancient wall near him. Now, Han Sen saw the abstract symbols for what they were. They no longer seemed abstract or surreal. It was like he could see a white-haired very high man sitting cross-legged, releasing a weird presence. The eye symbol was the origin point. And he followed the strokes to learn more as if he was watching a tutorial without sound. There were no sounds and no explanations, but for some reason, Han Sen was able to learn a lot just by looking at the drawing. The meaning of the artwork was fed straight into Han Sen's brain, as if he had already seen the drawing 100,000 times before. Han Sen stared at the ancient wall, segment by segment. He grew more and more excited the further he looked. The painting on the wall was indeed a very mysterious Geno art. He soon realized that this Geno art was better than any knife skill or punching technique he had ever learned before. The more Han Sen saw, the more shocked he became. And the more shocked he was, the greater his excitement grew. Even under the sky was so much less than the Geno art he was now studying. But Han Sen could also feel that the Geno art and under the sky each had some unique abilities. It felt like they came from the same origin, but they had been developed in totally different directions. Han Sen was so absorbed in studying the Sit and Forget Sutra, that he didn't notice the very high around him. All of the onlookers had wide eyes, and they were staring at Han Sen, Li Qier, and Exquisite with looks of sheer disbelief. Their faces were full of shock, envy, jealousy, and a lot of emotion. Han Sen kept studying the picture, and his Sit and Forget Sutra's presence grew heavier. Anyone could tell Han Sen was learning the secrets of the Alpha. He had somehow opened up the mystery of the ancient wall's drawing. Just like the ninth uncle said, he must have indeed learned the Sit and Forget Sutra. And Li Qier and Exquisite must have learned Han Sen's Sit and Forget Sutra, too. While Han Sen's knowledge expanded and deepened, the girl's Sit and Forget Sutra became grander, as well. Many of the very high had believed that Exquisite's resolution to maintain her contract with Han Sen was a stupid idea. But now, they were beyond jealous of her. If Exquisite's contract had indeed been broken, she wouldn't have shared Han Sen's discovery of the Sit and Forget Sutra. That would have been the biggest loss in their history. It would have been unacceptable. Although Exquisite and Li Qier had both earned the Sit and Forget Sutra, the very high elites still found themselves staring at Han Senator. An outsider silkworm had learned one of the greatest secrets of the very high. And it was a secret their own people had failed countless times to uncover. And on top of that, the secret was related to the very high sense. The emotions they felt as they looked at Han Sen would have been very difficult to describe. Chapter 27 45 Different path. Every aspect of the drawing flashed through Han Sen's brain with crystal clarity, helping him understand more and more about the Sit and Forget Sutra. It was different from Under the Sky. Sit and Forget Sutra was a completely unique path. Even to Han Sen, who had studied many different Geno arts, this skill was incredibly fresh and amazing. It was like opening the door to a new world. Exquisite and Li Qier were both stunned and deliriously happy. They could feel everything Han Sen was learning, and they gained new insights every time Han Sen understood something. They were beyond pleased with the incredible capabilities of the Sit and Forget Sutra. They both practiced the very high sense, so they knew how precious the Sit and Forget Sutra was. At the same time, they knew how hard it would be to truly learn the Sit and Forget Sutra. This was especially true for the very high who had practiced the very high sense. For them, learning the Sit and Forget Sutra would be pretty much impossible. Throughout the years, many gifted very high would have been incapable of learning this Geno art, even if it was right in front of them. The Alpha had his reasons for not recording the Sit and Forget Sutra in the historical records of the very high. If those who had studied the very high sense practiced the Sit and Forget Sutra, the results would be disastrous for most of them. Unless they had already surpassed the larva rank and become deified butterflies, learning the Sit and Forget Sutra might damage them instead of helping them. So, the Alpha didn't leave his new creation behind. He drew it on the ancient wall, hoping that someday, a very high would fulfill the requirements to learn it. Although the Sit and Forget Sutra was derived from the very high sense, it was far more extreme than its Geno art progenitor. Unless someone could completely understand the Sit and Forget Sutra, the two Geno arts would immediately fall into a devastating conflict. The very high forget love still lent the word forget into the Sit and Forget Sutra. That made this Geno art very special. The ultimate goal of the very high sense was achieving sky and man combined together. All practitioners of the very high sense wanted to combine their universes into one, so they could achieve an understanding of everything between the sky and the ground. They wanted to control and rule the entire universe. But the Sit and Forget Sutra was completely different from this. Its practitioners sought to forget things and themselves. They had to let go of the universe, the sky, and the ground around them. Once they had completely abandoned the things that they once held on to, they could reach an existence that was free of all constraints. Because Han Sen had only learned the method for practicing this new Geno art, he wasn't sure yet what would happen when he used the skill. In truth, Han Sen and the two women didn't know exactly what benefits the Sit and Forget Sutra would offer them. But one thing Exquisite knew for sure was that if she had learned the Geno art herself instead of receiving Han Sen's knowledge secondhand, the Sit and Forget Sutra and the very high sense would have conflicted. She would have been destroyed as the two Geno arts went to war within her. Learning the Sit and Forget Sutra from one end to the other was the only way to find out that the Sit and Forget Sutra was the very high sense in reverse. When they were pushed to the max, the two Geno arts became essentially the same. Exquisite and Li Qir continued to learn, and the more they learned, the more they were shocked by what the Alpha had achieved. If they hadn't practiced the very high sense, they would have been as high as kites. So high, it couldn't be described. No one else could have made this Geno art that was called Sit and Forget Sutra. BZZT. Han Sen looked at the final picture. And after he did, he felt as if his entire body had leveled up. Everything in the universe now looked different in his eyes. Nice things, evil things, love, hatred. Everything suddenly lost all of its importance. Everything seemed so still and calm that it couldn't be described. He had never known the true face of Lu Mountain, and fate only resided on that mountain. Humans were always trapped in the throes of love and hatred. It was because they were part of the game. They couldn't escape from it. Now Han Sen was feeling a bit different about things. It was like he had disconnected himself from the game. It was like he was a human looking at a bunch of ants scurrying about far beneath him. And in between those ants, there was love and there was hatred. There was life. There was death. There were goodbyes. To Han Sen, they were just small and insignificant things. If Han Sen's Under the Sky mind made him look like a chess piece, then the one he had gained from the Sit and Forget Sutra made him the person who was playing the game of chess. He had jumped off the chessboard. He was now looking down on the fate of all. It wasn't like one of them was right and one of them was wrong. It was just that his perspective had been altered. Han Sen's Under the Sky mind was about being a part of the world. The Sit and Forget Sutra was looking down at the world from a higher plane. It was only the path that was different. Of course, Han Sen's level was so much lower than the Alpha's had been. The Alpha had reached the end of his trail, but Han Sen had only started his a short while ago. There was no right road, and neither was there a wrong road. But there was a difference between people. Han Sen wanted to reach the same level as the Alpha, but he knew he had a while to go before he could reach such heights. But the Alpha's mind and the Sit and Forget Sutra gave Han Sen a chance to look through the other man's eyes for a bit. It was hard to guess how much of a benefit this would give him. After countless eons, the Sit and Forget Sutra has finally been returned to the very high. Han Sen, you are the one who did this. And I assure you, you will be handsomely rewarded. When Han Sen looked back, he saw an old man of the very high. The lanky, bony old man stood in front of Han Sen, looking so happy as he spoke. Exquisite and Li Qir saw the pair standing there, and they were frozen. They quickly turned to Han Sen and said, "Hurry up and thank the ninth uncle." "Thank you, elder." Han Sen bowed. He didn't think that the elder's praise was something to be happy about. At that moment, he didn't have any particular feelings about anything in the world. The ninth uncle wasn't concerned about Han Sen's attitude. The very high that practiced the very high sense cared little for manners in their world. The ninth uncle was a butterfly elite, so he wasn't bothered by such petty concerns. The rebirth of the Sit and Forget Sutra shocked the whole of the very high. Many very high studied the Sit and Forget Sutra. Liqueur and Exquisite taught it to any who wanted to learn, but most students were disappointed in the results of their studies. The Sit and Forget Sutra's conflict with the very high sense was too much. Unless their minds reached an alpha level, they couldn't practice the two Geno arts together. The alpha called himself the highest very high beneath the leader. When he had been alive, he had looked through the whole of the very high race and failed to find one person with a mind that was the same as his. So, no one dared to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. When they failed to learn from Liqueur and Exquisite, a few of the very high tried to replicate Han Sen's method by studying the feelings of the ancient wall. However, when they peered into the very high eye mark, they couldn't trigger the mind inside. Aside from Han Sen, Exquisite, and Liqueur, no one in the very high could effectively practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. That made many of the very high feel sad. But Exquisite and Liqueur could practice the Sit and Forget Sutra, at least, and that was very good for the very high on the whole. They were happy. Because Han Sen was the one who had brought the Sit and Forget Sutra back to the very high, he was given many rewards. When Han Sen received his rewards, he was upset. He thought he would at least be given some deified xenogeneic genes, or perhaps some sort of treasure. If he was given a true god item, that would have been great. But instead, the very high gave him a pass that allowed him to go to the very high court. The very high court was a treasury that the very high used to store their Geno arts. When Han Sen received the spell, he gained the privileges of a very high. He had the authority to enter the very high court, and he could practice all sorts of Geno arts there. But to Han Sen, this reward was worse than Geno treasures and xenogeneic genes. Exquisite and Liqueur sneered when they noticed Han Sen's thoughts. He had gotten very lucky, but he didn't seem to acknowledge it. Chapter 2746 Buried Dragons. See now that they had the Sit and Forget Sutra, Liqueur and Exquisite had no more time to follow Han Sen around. The two of them had to relinquish all their other duties and focus on practicing. They needed to take the time to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra now, while their memories were still fresh. Han Sen wasn't keen on focusing on the Sit and Forget Sutra. Although the Geno art was certainly amazing, its style wasn't very suitable for him. Han Sen had learned the Under the Sky mind, and that meant he was walking a road that went against the Sit and Forget Sutra. He wasn't willing to traverse the Sit and Forget Sutra's old path. He only used the Sit and Forget Sutra to finish his Under the Sky. Once he did that, his Under the Sky mind had a breakthrough. Deified xenogeneic gene consumed. Deified gene +1, evolution progress 1/100. Since he was now unwatched by the two women, Han Sen brought out the deified genes he had hidden. Now that he was deified, he was able to absorb and refine them, allowing their powers to develop and reinforce his body. Over the course of the next few days, Han Sen did little else. Han Sen consumed all of the deified genes that he had saved up. By the end, he had eaten 23 deified genes. Every deified gene boosted the fitness of Han Sen's body. He was now even stronger than he had been before. It looks like the deified rank works the same as the others. If I get 100 deified genes, I can make my body evolve. Luckily, the body of one deified xenogeneic can provide up to 10 deified genes. It shouldn't be difficult to get 100. Outer Sky has many deified xenogeneics roaming about. At this point, why should I wait? Han Sen thought, realizing that there was nothing to stop him from killing deified xenogeneics. He brought out his map of outer sky. He researched the deified xenogeneics that were in the vicinity and where he might find them. When he was done, he made the decision to head to the buried dragon sea to hunt xenogeneics. Legends claim that a true god-class dragon had once fallen into the sea. Whether or not that was true was up for debate, but high-class deified xenogeneics rarely appeared near the buried dragon sea. That was the main reason that Han Sen decided to go to the buried dragon sea. Not many deified xenogeneics were born there, so it would be a safer place than most for Han Sen to hunt. Han Sen had expected to have a difficult time convincing Bauer to stay behind, but he only had to speak one sentence before Bauer was agreeing. To Han Sen's utter astonishment, she didn't insist on going to buried dragon sea with him. It caught Han Sen completely off guard. He looked at the six-eared macaque. Its face looked terrible. Its neck was buried between raised shoulders, and it seemed to be trying to hide from everything in sight. Han Sen finally understood. Bauer had found herself a new toy. Han Sen allowed Bauer to look after the star tree while he was gone. After he readied himself, he set out for the buried dragon sea. When he reached the outskirts of the sea, he saw people fighting in the distance. When he got a little closer to see what was going on, he saw that it was Princess by way of the Extreme King. Her presence gave him a shock. Upon seeing Han Sen, Bai Wei said nothing. She kept fighting the half-deified flying fish xenogeneic. After she killed the xenogeneic, she remained atop the waves, staring back at Han Sr., Princess Bai Wei. Long time no see. What are you doing all the way out here? Han Sen said with a cough. Bai Wei had been the one who first took Han Sen to the Extreme King. That seemed like a long time ago now. There, Han Sen had murdered Prince Bai Yi and stolen the dead man's identity. For the longest time, he allowed Bai Wei to believe that Bai Yi had killed him instead. On top of that, Han Sen now had a terrible relationship with the Extreme King. It was quite awkward for them to meet now. You can be a very high silkworm, but I cannot. Bai Wei said coldly. Her eyes flickered with some strange emotion. Han Sen suddenly understood. After the last silkworm bout, a few of the silkworms had probably been cast away. Bai Wei must have been one of the replacement silkworms. Han Sen realized that he had no idea what to say. His relationship with Bai Wei was too strange for him to formulate a sentence. They were once allies, but he killed Bai Wei's older brother and went on to start a very unpleasant feud with the Extreme King. He didn't know where they were supposed to go from here. You are here to kill xenogeneics in the buried dragon sea? Bai Wei asked. She seemed to be feeling generous. Yes. Han Sen nodded. If you aren't planning to cause me trouble, then let's go, Bai Wei said. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected Bai Wei to suggest that they go out and kill xenogeneics together. If that's inconvenient for you, then don't worry about it, Bai Wei said when Han Sen didn't respond or make a move. She was ready to move on without him. Why would it not be convenient? Killing xenogeneics with a fair queen would be an absolute pleasure, Han Sen said quickly. Bai Wei had once tried to save Bauer. She had been willing to make great sacrifices to someone she believed to be Bai Yi. Therefore, Han Sen felt as if he owed her one. Call me Bai Wei said. She looked around and said, there aren't many xenogeneics here in the shallow sea. The few that you can find tend to be low level. If you want to kill deified xenogeneics, you are going to have to venture into the deeper recesses of the sea to find them. Let us go to the deep sea, then. Han Sen wasn't a very eloquent man, nor was he skilled at small talk. This situation was especially difficult for him since he felt guilty about what he had put Bai Wei through. He wasn't sure how to relate to her or what the connection between them was supposed to mean, so they didn't speak as they dove into the deep sea together. The atmosphere was awkward. They encountered some xenogeneics in the sea, and Bai Wei was able to kill them with ease. She had improved a lot. Although she wasn't yet deified, she was half-deified. Her performance of the Extreme King's shocking sky punch wasn't bad. After Bai Wei took down a half-deified jellyfish with one punch, Han Sen couldn't help but compliment her. "I can't believe I haven't seen you in so long. You have grown so much." Bai Wei gave Han Sen an expressionless glance and said, "You were lower level than me, and now you are deified." "I'm still just half deified. Do you really think that means I've been developing quickly?" Han Sen touched his nose and didn't say anything. The two of them continued to dive deeper. Not long after, they reached the seabed and found a weird sea creature that was 10 meters long floating above the sand. The creature's body was flat and colored blue. Its tail was akin to a lobster's tail, and pincers curled from the front of its body like a scorpion. 6 claws of various lengths hung from its belly. The xenogeniac looked like a shrimp or a crab. It kind of looked like a scorpion. It was an incredibly strange being, but blue substance chains rose from its body. It was clearly a deified xenogeniac. Without exquisite or liqueur around, Han Sen merrily activated his Dongxian Sutra. He could detect that the xenogeniac was a primitive deified, so he moved calmly toward it. Before Han Sen and Bai Wei got close, though, the xenogeniac noticed them. It raised its pincers, and its blue substance chains suddenly exploded. A large portion of the sea was painted dark blue, which somehow clouded Han Sen and Bai Wei's 7 senses. They could no longer tell where the xenogeniac was. Han Sen frowned. He was about to use his Dongxian area, but he suddenly saw Bai Wei's body shake. The power that protected her vanished, and she fell down through the water. Han Sen put out his hand and used his power to pull Bai Wei toward him. He picked up her body and saw that her skin looked a bit blue. It was transparent like jade. She'd been hit. Chapter 27:47 Battle in the Deep Sea, a substance chain of the poison element. Han Sen looked down at Bai Wei and frowned. Her skin had become transparent and blue, and it seemed as fragile as silk. She looked incredibly weird. The water around Han Sen became dark blue, and the color started to drift straight through the substance chains that protected Han Sen's body. The color was about to touch down on Han Sen's body like a plume of blue smoke. Han Sen's eyes hardened, and his body transformed into icy jade. He lifted a hand and an icy jade substance chain suddenly crystallized large portions of the water around him, freezing the toxic substance chains in place. Once the toxic powers had been stopped, Han Sen immediately turned his attention back to Bai Wei and summoned his immortal dragon. Let's see if the immortal dragon's power can fix a body that's been affected by a toxic substance chain. The immortal dragon felt Han Sen's command, and it opened its immortal substance chains. A holy light landed on Bai Wei, causing the blue toxic gas around her to fade. In seconds, her skin had returned to its normal, healthy color. Bai Wei gave Han Sen a strange glance. She didn't speak, though, so Han Sen had to ask, "How do you feel?" Bai Wei shook her head and said, "There is no problem. I'm completely fine, as a matter of fact." Han Sen felt more secure once he had heard that. He looked at the sphere of blue ice that he had created around them, and then he threw a punch straight at it. When Han Sen first created the ice, his icy power had followed the path of the toxic substance chains as it went. Now, as he shattered the ice, the force of his punch followed the frozen substance chains back to their origin. At the end of the long trail of icy shards, a scorpion-like xenogeniac lay unmoving on the sea floor. It was like an icy sculpture. Bai Wei gave Han Sen a glance that was even more inscrutable. Han Sen was just a crystallizer. Despite that fact, and even though far fewer resources had been available to him than to her, Han Sen could freeze a deified xenogeniac in a single punch. That power was super rare even in the upper echelon of the Extreme King. Elites of the Extreme King could likely never perform such a grand feat against an enemy of the same level. Han Sen walked in front of the frozen deified Xenogeniac. His fist blurred down, obliterating the creature's head in a single strike. Under the sheer force of Han Sen's fist, the incredibly resilient armor of the beast was as weak as a wet tissue. Xenogeniac deified killed, deep blue sea scorpion. Deified Xenogeniac gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head once the finishing blow was delivered. It looks like deified Xenogeniacs aren't that difficult to kill. Once I take down a few more, fulfilling the 100 deified gene requirement will be easy. But this deep blue sea scorpion is too big. If I have to eat its flesh, I will be casting consume for many days, Han Sen thought to himself. Just as he was about to grab the body of the deep blue sea scorpion and drag it away, something burst through the frozen seawater behind the deep blue sea scorpion. An enormous mouth appeared and gulped down the deep blue sea scorpion's body. Oh, *T. How dare he steal a kill that I, Han Sen, have earned? Did you eat a bear's heart? Han Sen was so angry. He stared darkly at the Xenogeniac that had just swallowed his deep blue sea scorpion. The Xenogeniac looked like an electric eel. Its body was snow white, and its scales shone like diamonds. Although it wasn't trying to attack, its body crackled with white lightning that looked like silk as it flickered. After the electric eel swallowed the deep blue sea scorpion, its hunger still wasn't satiated. Its eyes locked on Han Sen and by way like a prison spotlight. The next second, the creature exploded with a burst of lightning. A bolt of power flashed toward them, and Han Sen reacted with blinding speed. He generated a substance chain born from jade skin to counter the lightning. Pang! The lightning discharged violently when it slammed into Han Sen's counterattack. Han Sen's hair stood on end as the power swept over him, leaving his clothes charred and pitch black. This guy can't be a transmutation Xenogeniac, can it? Han Sen was shocked by the fact that he hadn't completely deflected the lightning's power. He knew this electric eel was far from ordinary. The strike of the electric eel hadn't killed him, though. It just sent his body spinning through the blue water. That white lightning was incredibly powerful, though. The beast cast another attack, which surged toward Han Sen and Bai Wei like a net of electricity. Han Sen grabbed Bai Wei and hastily dodged. He also cast the Dongxian Sutra at the same time, and he unsheathed Ghost Teeth Knife. He used Under the Sky to slash at the electric eel. The power that Han Sen could currently emit was enough to defeat an ordinary primitive Xenogeniac, but the electric eel's lightning was able to break his offense with ease. Han Sen's brow furrowed as he wondered again what level the electric eel was. Boom! A flash of lightning that looked like it came from space landed on Han Sen. Han Sen didn't have time to dodge it. His whole body crackled with the power, and for a split second, it knocked him senseless. His body fell through the water. Bai Wei was in even worse shape, and she only stayed upright because Han Sen was holding her. Her body wasn't as strong as Han Sen's. She was racked with pain, and her electrified armor blackened under the power of the electricity. When Han Sen teleported away with her, the armor couldn't withstand the additional force, and it disintegrated into dust. Arg! When Bai Wei recovered from the lightning's paralysis, she noticed that her armor had turned to dust. She screamed and blushed deeply. Han Sen didn't have time to admire her. He used God's Wander to teleport away from the buried dragon sea. They returned to the coast. You stay here for now. That Xenogeniac is too strong. I'm not confident that I can kill it, so I need to push my luck solo, Han Sen said, and then he used God's Wander to return to the deep sea. Although he knew the electric eel was extremely strong, it had swallowed his prey. He wasn't going to let that go so easily. The electric eel had lost track of Han Sen and begun to survey the area in an intense search. When it eventually found him, it immediately unleashed a wild burst of lightning. What seemed like an ocean of lightning was now surging toward Han Sr. Han Sen's heart pounded, and a blood-red color swept over his body. It made his skin look like a bloody shell. His body quickly changed, turning him into a half-human, half-demon creature. He looked like some beast that had just crawled out of hell. It was the red blood demon beast's soul. The beast's soul wielded a demonic power, and after Han Sen demonized his body, his strength increased by heaps and bounds. Han Sen also clad himself in his Peacock King's soul robe. The two beast souls appeared on Han Sen at the same time, making Han Sen considerably stronger. He summoned power through Jade Skin again and threw a punch to meet the incoming storm of electricity. Han Sen's power rushed out, turning everything in front of him into ice. Even the lightning was frozen beneath the sea. It hung in the water, still blazing with light through the ice that encased it. When the electric eel noticed that its lightning had been frozen, it became furious. It opened its mouth and fired out a pillar of lightning like an aurora. Wherever the lightning pillar went, the ice was broken. Nothing seemed capable of stopping the advance of that wicked electricity. Han Sen stared at the pillar of lightning. He mustered his own power, not willing to fall back. He threw a punch forward, aiming directly for that grand force. Boom! The water exploded away as the two powers collided, forming a vacuum zone in the sea. The lightning didn't stop, though, and Han Sen's jade skin body could do little to stop the lightning that began surging through his body. He was electrified, and he spasmed and shook like he was doing a breakdance. Oh, no! There's something strange about this electric eel's lightning, Han Sen thought, his mouth going dry. Ordinary lightning power shouldn't have been able to hit him like that. Chapter 27:48 Pursuit. The electric eel didn't give Han Sen a moment to gather his thoughts. It continued to spew lightning, and whenever Han Sen saw its mouth gape open, a new burst of lightning soon surged over him. The creature attacked with the literal speed of lightning. Pang! Gritting his teeth, Han Sen raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze right in front of himself. It deflected the lightning that was about to touch down on him. But Han Sen had underestimated how scary that lightning truly was. The lightning couldn't harm the shield, but when the lightning exploded, it cast a net of electricity that reached behind and ensnared Han Sen, who was hiding behind the shield. If Han Sen was able to activate the power within the shield, he could enable its true protection, which would provide 360 degrees of cover. But right now, Han Sen could only use the shield like an ordinary piece of metal. He couldn't activate its power. He could only shield himself from the power that was coming for him from the front. The lightning again racked Han Sen's body. He shook more violently than a lady twerking as hard as she could. This is 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Han Sen moaned a lot as he continued to spasm. The electric eel was a powerful foe, there was no doubt about that. And Han Sen could barely scratch the creature, despite using everything he could against it. The numbing power of that lightning simply ignored his attacks and defense. While it didn't seem capable of killing him, it hurt like hell. It also severely decreased his performance in battle. The electric eel seemed to know that its lightning attacks were working against Han Sen. It wasn't stingy with its attacks, as it kept launching salvos of electric bolts. Han Sen couldn't block the lightning, and he couldn't dodge it either. He simply didn't have the time to teleport away, and so he couldn't dodge a single lightning bolt. He could only use the shield to block the lightning now and again. Every time he got electrified, he would twitch and convulse violently. It was like his body had installed an electric motor that made him shake super fast. Just because I've been keeping my temper in check, you think you can treat me like a Hello Kitty when I'm actually a tiger? Han Sen thought in rage. His jaw tightened, and the story of Jean's armor appeared around him. It activated a solidifying power that let Han Sen run crazily fast. Pang! Another bolt of lightning struck the Medusa's shield. The bolt exploded with a crackle of electricity, but Han Sen's body was shielded. This time, the lightning was unable to reach Han Sen's vulnerable flesh. Han Sen's forever solid power made the spell armor and his body invulnerable to change. Electricity couldn't spread through his armor and flesh, so no paralytic effect would linger on him. Now it's my turn to show off. Han Sen lifted his shield and ghost teeth knife. He pushed back the electric eel's lightning and moved forward, looking for a chance to slash the electric eel. The electric eel's power was stronger than Han Sen's demonic strength. But luckily, Han Sen's shield took most of the attack. The lightning that exploded couldn't harm Han Sen, who was still under the influence of Forever Solid. Han Sen's knife airs couldn't do anything to the electric eel. The electric eel broke each one of his strikes with ease. The man and the eel seemed to have reached a stalemate. One of them was looking for a chance to use his knife light, while another spewed countless bolts of lightning. They made the sea around them churn and slosh, the water forming whirlpools and powerful eddies as they fought. Much of the water was vaporized, even. Pang! Han Sen caught yet another barrage of lightning on his shield, and the impact pushed his body back 10 meters. This was the 100th time Han Sen had been pushed back thus far. It looks like I have to get a deified knife. Ghost teeth knife is just king class. Using it to fight a deified is demonstrating that it clearly no longer has the strength to compete at my level, Han Sen thought sadly when he saw the cracks that were slowly spreading along Ghost Teeth Knife's blade. Han Sen had been using that knife for a long time, so it was sad to see it get broken like this. Arg! Han Sen shouted. He thrust forward with Ghost Teeth Knife, unleashing a knife light that seemed to encompass all of space. The raging knife lights converged into a scary knife stream that was headed for the electric eel. The electric eel's electric substance chains exploded out from its body in a writhing cloud. The endless stream of knife lights was like a flood. After fighting for a while, the knife lights finally broke through the electric net. Han Sen's attack went forward to strike the scales of the villain. Han Sen's hailstorm of attacks slammed into the eel, each impact giving off a metallic shriek. A few thousand knife lights tested their might against the hard scales of the electric eel. They finally drew blood, which seeped out from the wound in a steady stream. The electric eel squealed in pain, and it swung its tail. It became a flash of lightning as it escaped. Han Sen didn't even move for a split second, he was too stunned by the creature's speed. Not even his Apollo wings would be enough to catch up with the eel. You want to run? Escaping me won't be so easy. You ate my prey, and you're going to have to cough up a lot of interest when you pay that debt. Han Sen cast teleport and quickly followed it. The electric eel's lightning was so powerful that Han Sen's teleportation abilities almost weren't enough to follow it. He wasn't going to be able to close the gap between them. Let us see how long you can keep this up for, Han Sen angrily muttered. He summoned his Dongxian armor to replace the spell armor he had been wearing. The Dongxian armor connected with the entire universe, allowing him to continually pull power from the universe itself. That meant that Han Sen's energy reserves were essentially infinite. He never had to worry about how much energy things and activity of technique would cost. He could keep using teleportation techniques without the fear of exhaustion. Teleporting generally a lot of energy, but it wouldn't tire him out now. After the Dongxian Sutra became deified, it heightened his connection with the universe and provided him with even more power. As long as he wore the Dongxian armor, his body was practically a generator with an infinite amount of gas. He didn't have to worry about how much power he used. Even high-level deified elites that were deadlier than Han Sen would lose if things boiled down to a comparison of energy reserves. The electric eel didn't know how strong Han Sen was, so it kept trying to use its electricity to swim away as fast as possible. Its electric skills were Geno arts that cost a lot of energy, and after Han Sen chased the beast for half the day, he could sense that it was starting to slow. Run. You keep on running. If you compare your endurance with mine, you are sure to lose. Even if I let you run for 3 days, I can still keep up. This isn't the first time that I've chased the blood trail of weakening prey, Han Sen said, feeling rather cocky. While he was thinking, he saw a bolt of lightning in front of him. The electric eel headed into an underwater coral forest and disappeared. The coral forest was stately and beautiful. All of the coral was 10 meters high, and it glowed softly, like some ancient, mystic shrine. You think I will be unable to find you if you're hiding? Han Sen curled his lips in a disdainful sneer. He used his Dongxian area to search the entirety of the coral forest. After his Dongxian area became deified, the radius had expanded. He could now spread his senses over tens of thousands of miles of the blood coral forest. With such a wide search range, Han Sen was confident he could discover even tiny minnows, let alone a giant electric eel. When Han Sen's Dongxian area covered the whole blood coral forest, he was given a shock. His senses didn't seem capable of penetrating the blood coral forest. Weird. What is so special about all of this blood coral? It is stopping me from using the Dongxian area to search for the eel. The coral itself cannot be special, surely. The forest is so large that each piece of coral must be worth less than a head of Chinese cabbage. Han Sen looked at the blood coral forest with shock. Chapter 2749 Blood Coral. The Dongxian area couldn't reveal what lay inside the coral forest, and so Han Sen was a little hesitant about proceeding with the chase. But he didn't want to let the electric eel off the hook scot-free. So, he made up his mind. He ventured down into the forest. If that electric eel can survive in there, can't I do the same? Han Sen made his mind up. He was going to kill that electric eel and dine on its xenogenic gene, no matter what it took. Steeling himself, Han Sen began to move through the coral forest. After he entered it, the effectiveness of his Dongxian area fell dramatically. He couldn't see beyond the blood coral all around him. The blood coral was like a signal disruptor. It prohibited Han Sen's power from penetrating the red pillars that surrounded him. Han Sen kept traveling through the sea, and he observed the blood coral carefully as he went by. The blood coral looked like ordinary coral, but for some reason, the power of Han Sen's Dongxian area couldn't get close to it. That being said, it didn't seem as if the blood coral was a living creature. If it was like normal coral, then swarms of small sea creatures should have been making their homes among it. But strangely, Han Sen had been inside the blood coral forest for a while now, and he hadn't seen another living creature. Not a single fish swam through the red trunks, and not even one crab scurried around the sandy floor of the coral forest. This place is really weird. I can't find a single xenogenic. Is this the electric eel's nest? Is it designed like this to prohibit any other creatures from daring to get close? Han Sen wondered to himself. The blood coral forest was around 10,000 miles wide, so it wasn't that big. Han Sen traveled steadily, and he had ventured through half of it before long. He had yet to find the body of the electric eel, but he also hadn't encountered any danger. It was like a dead zone that remained perfectly quiet and still. While Han Sen was pondering this mystery, he suddenly saw a light coming from inside the blood coral forest. When viewed from a distance, it was like a sun that had risen just over the horizon in the morning. It was red, but it didn't really shine all that brightly. It simply glowed like heated steel. What is that? Han Sen could see the light, but because of the blood coral, he couldn't see what was causing it. Since Han Sen had only just arrived in the coral forest, he couldn't leave just yet. He had to keep going forward and exploring. As Han Sen slowly drew nearer to the light started to look brighter. After many more coral stacks, Han Sen discovered the source of that illumination. It was a piece of blood coral that was releasing the red light. This particular coral tower looked different from all the other blood coral. It was much shorter than the rest of the coral, only standing 3 or 4 meters high. Compared to the other blood coral that could be 10 meters high, this one was quite diminutive. It was a darker color than the rest of the blood coral, too. The color was mysterious, and it was releasing a red light. The entire piece of coral seemed to glow. The blood coral was oddly shaped, too. Instead of having many branches like ordinary coral, this one had only a few small twigs. In addition, the main stalk was all twisted up. This blood coral, why does it look like? Like a dragon? Han Sen looked at the blood coral as these thoughts flashed through his mind. The coral's shape was distinctly serpentine. It looked like a dragon that was circling among the clouds. Its shape suggested that it wanted to soar ever higher, but it was just a piece of coral. Still, it gave people a weird feeling that it was about to break free of the soil and fly to Cloud 9. Weird. What is this strange red coral thing? It looks very amazing, but it doesn't look like it is alive, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen was standing some distance from the strange coral, trying to decide whether he should approach, when he heard the water stir. A weird rubbing noise broke the silence. Wula! Wula! He turned to where the noise was coming from, and he saw that the blood coral forest was shaking like mad. Not long after, he saw the electric eel emerge from among the coral. Because its body was too big, when it traveled between the trunks of the blood coral, its body would brush against the coral. But the blood coral didn't fall or break due to the electric eel's crude movements. In fact, some of the coral had sharp edges that actually cut through the electric eel's skin. The edges sliced effortlessly through the scales that looked like diamonds, covering the electric eel with many small wounds. The electric eel didn't seem very concerned about the injuries, though. It was still forcing its way quickly through the coral bushes. In seconds, it reached the twisted coral tree that looked like a blood dragon. When it was 10 meters away from that weird coral, the electric eel finally stopped. Its eyes were intense as it scanned the blood coral. It didn't move for some time. It looks like the electric eel's sensing powers have also been dampened by the coral forest. Otherwise, it would definitely have realized that I am so close to it. Han Sen had hidden behind a large stack of coral. He had leaned around the coral to get a better look at what the electric eel was doing. The electric eel looked at the blood coral for a while. Eventually, it seemed to come to a decision. It drew closer to the blood coral, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the weird blood coral and the sand around it. The enormous maw of the eel left a 10-meter-wide hole in the sea floor. Things happened too quickly, though, and Han Sen didn't have time to react. When he saw the electric eel gulp down the weird blood coral, he instantly regretted his own inaction. It looks like that piece of blood coral was good stuff. If I had known that, I would have taken it first. Han Sen's heart suddenly jumped as another thought crossed his mind. This is the buried dragon sea. The legends say a true god-class evil dragon died here. That blood coral couldn't be related to the true god dragon, could it? If that is true, then I've missed out on something incredibly potent. I should have picked it up first. While Han Sen was regretting his life choices, he saw the electric eel that had eaten the blood coral start to thrash. It began convulsing and twisting its body, churning up the water around it. Its body erupted with wild lightning, but when the lightning touched the nearby blood coral, it was extinguished. It didn't leave so much as a scorch mark on the coral forest. This coral is so powerful. The electric eel has such a scary lightning power, yet the coral wasn't damaged by a full power attack. This blood coral seems to be made of harder materials than a primitive treasure. And this is a large coral forest. If I could take it all with me and use it to build a castle, then the castle would even bar the entrance of deified elites. Han Sen started to drool as he thought of this. He eyed the blood coral most lecherously. His mind began planning how to take thousands of miles of blood coral home with him. Once he had his own xenogenic space, he could use that blood coral to build a fortress. And then, he could have 3 palaces, 6 rooms in each, occupied by 72 wives. That would be delicious. Meanwhile, the electric eel seemed to be in agony. Its body repeatedly twitched, while its tail kept slapping the sand, forming a big hole in the bottom of the sea bed. Its diamond-like scales suddenly became red. It looked like all of the creature's blood vessels had burst, and the blood was dyeing the creature's skin. Huh, what is this? Han Sen didn't bother watching the suffering of the electric eel as it struggled and writhed. Its thrashing had opened a hole where the weird blood coral had once been, and the hole seemed to be utterly devoid of sand. There was, however, something red glowing in the depths of the depression. Chapter 27:50 Powerful slashing and killing. The glowing object in the hole looked kind of like the weird blood coral that the eel had just eaten. It looked red, and it gave off a faint bloody light. Han Sen could tell that it had nothing to do with the coral, though. Its surface was as smooth and polished as a mirror, and there were curves to its shape. The part of it that Han Sen could see was only about the size of a kitchen table. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but the creativity of humans could be rather amazing. Han Sen had already been thinking about the true god dragon, so when he saw the glowing object, his heart leaped. His brain flashed with an idea. No matter which way you look at it, this thing looks like a giant dragon scale. This cannot be the body of the legendary true god-class evil dragon, can it? After the electric eel ate the blood coral, it continued to twist and convulse. Its body was growing redder and redder. I'll kill you while you are sick. This is a nifty opportunity. Han Sen stopped hesitating. While the electric eel was still writhing in pain, Han Sen began to generate power using Ghost Teeth Knife. He teleported next to the electric eel, aimed at the beast's belly, and unleashed his swing. The electric eel was in too much pain, and it had no chance of protecting itself. Han Sen's knife stabbed toward the creature's belly, but the blade only left a small mark across the red scales. It didn't harm the electric eel too much, but the eel was already thrashing so badly that it almost whacked Han Sen with its tail. Holding his shield up to protect himself, Han Sen stabbed the creature a few more times. He cut a small wound into its stomach. In response, the electric eel's tail slapped Han Sen's shield, sending him flying a few hundred meters. When Han Sen teleported back, the wounds he had inflicted were being healed. They were healing so fast that he watched them seal back up. Ghost Teeth Knife really is useless now. I really have to find myself a deified knife at some point. The Buddha stole my knife blank, and I heard a while back that it got refined into a deified treasure. If I have the chance, I'm going to get my knife blank back, Han Sen thought to himself. Now that Ghost Teeth Knife was no longer useful for combat, he would have to rectify this situation sooner or later. Now that the electric eel had consumed the blood coral, its body had grown stronger. Its healing power had also intensified. Even Ghost Teeth Knife's ripping power couldn't stop the wounds from healing. It was a very strong foe to contend with. But at this time, the electric eel was also in incredible duress. It continued to writhe around on the seabed, and it didn't have time to deal with Hans Sr. If I let it continue to change without killing it, I won't stand a chance later, Han Sen thought to himself. He made up his mind, and a weird shockwave of power emerged from his body. Han Sen's body changed fast. Ordinarily, the Dongxian armor and his spell armor couldn't be used at the same time. However, when Han Sen and spell combined to become a Xenogeniac together, their powers were fused into one. Not just those two powers, either. The Bloodpulse Sutra and Jade Skin were also a part of the Furious Mix. The four powers combined in a special way, making fundamental changes throughout Han Sen's body. He was now releasing a presence like a Xenogeniac. His body looked like the dark form of some ruthless demon. It combined coldness and passion, holiness and evil, weirdness and beauty. It was a disturbing, chaotic scene. It was completely different from how Han Sen usually operated. At that moment, Han Sen no longer looked like a human. He looked like a cold and heartless xenogenic demon king. Han Sen looked impassively at the electric eel that was twitching with pain. In his hand, he clutched Ghost Teeth knife. It seemed to have been infected by his weird power. The purple and black colors of the knife became a pitch-black flame. Even the knife air darkened to black. Han Sen lifted his Ghost Teeth knife, and he could feel that the energy within him was now incredibly strong. Four types of battle bodies had merged into one, forming a xenogenic battle body. Han Sen's battle power had become an inferno. I wonder if this xenogenic battle body's power is enough to kill the electric eel now. If it can't, that would be rather annoying, Han Sen thought idly. He slashed toward the electric eel that was writhing around in pain. With that xenogenic battle body's boon of power, Ghost Teeth knife's black flame roared to insane heights. It carried a scary knife air to slash across the electric eel's belly. Catcha! The diamond-like scales and hardened flesh of the electric eel were ripped open by Ghost Teeth knife. Han Sen's knife sank inside the beast, all the way to the hilt. Han Sen was delighted by this result. He lifted his knife and slashed the foe again. He cut the creature's belly open from one end to the other. The blood and internal organs spilled out all over the sea floor. Xenogenic transmutation deified killed, space electric eel. Deified xenogenic gene found. Obtain space electric eel beast soul. Han Sen had never expected to kill the electric eel with such ease. He looked at the Ghost Teeth knife in his hand in shock. When he shook off his shock, Han Sen was crazily happy. His xenogenic battle body was far more powerful than he thought it could be. He had killed a transmutation deified xenogenic with ease. I didn't expect my xenogenic battle body to be so strong. Such a scary power. I'm afraid it might be as strong as when I use Super God Spirit body. Han Sen was filled with unfiltered joy at the thought. Han Sen retreated a little, allowing the blood to drain out of the electric eel's carcass for a while. Once the blood had drained, he could get a better look inside the electric eel's belly. In addition to the creature's organs, the weird blood coral was still inside the eel. Han Sen's mind might have been playing tricks on him, but the weird blood coral now looked even more like a dragon. The details were more defined than they had been. As he examined, Han Sen halfway expected the thing to open its eyes and fly away. Patterns were etched across the coral now, although Han Sen had no idea how they had gotten there. Perhaps the stomach acid of the electric eel had made them. Regardless, the patterns made the coral look even more like a dragon scale. This thing looks a bit evil. If the electric eel hadn't eaten this thing, I would have killed it so easily. As Han Sen examined the blood coral, he started to feel that something was wrong. The blood of a deified creature wouldn't blend into the sea water. It should sink to the bottom and pool there. However, Han Sen saw no blood pooling on the sea floor around him. Even the organs that fell out of the carcass were now clean, devoid of even a speck of blood. Where did all the god blood go? Han Sen stared at the blood coral that looked like a real dragon. The red light was growing brighter and brighter. This thing can't be alive, can it? Han Sen watched the blood coral warily, but it sank to the bottom without showing much of a reaction. He watched it for a while, but the chunk of blood coral didn't move. Then, Han Sen gathered up his power and grabbed the blood coral. He thought it would react when he touched it, but he picked the item up with ease. It was like an ordinary, living chunk of coral. He examined it thoroughly, but it continued to sit silently in his palms, just as he would expect from an ordinary chunk of coral. He put it aside and swam into the hole it had made in the sea floor. If the evil dragon's body is really down here, I'm going to be meg-rich, Han Sen thought to himself as he descended into the hole. Chapter 27:51 Dead Dragon Body. When he arrived beside the black object at the bottom of the hole, Han Sen got a better look at the bloodlight that surrounded it. It was just like the blood coral. After confirming that there wasn't any danger, Han Sen reached his hand out to touch it. The object was hot to the touch, and the texture of the surface felt kind of like snakeskin or the scales of some other sort of creature. But snakes were cold-blooded animals. Their scales were supposed to feel cool, but this black thing was burning hot. It glowed like heated steel. This thing can't be alive, can it? Han Sen knew that was impossible. The thing wasn't giving off any life force. He dug into the sand around the black object, and it was revealed to be the size of a house when he was all done. When he saw it in all its splendor, it was absolutely massive, just as he had expected. And beside the glowing scale was another scale. I'm rich. This could really be the carcass of the true god evil dragon. Maybe the blood coral has grown here because of the nutrients it can absorb from the evil dragon's dead body. Han Sen's heart was frantic with excitement. He wanted to haul the body out of the lake as soon as possible, but he soon realized that he faced a serious problem. If a single scale was as big as a room, he couldn't imagine how big the entire dragon's body might be. Han Sen dug for a while, and he eventually dug under other parts of the blood coral forest. The dragon's scale seemed to extend even further under the ground. He couldn't accurately gauge how large the creature was. This dragon's body cannot extend the entire length of the 10,000-mile-wide blood coral forest, can it? Han Sen thought that must be possible. Otherwise, why would the blood coral only grow in this area and nowhere else? With Han Sen's power, he could easily dig beneath the blood coral. A large amount of sand could be thrown away with a simple wave. But displacing the blood coral itself was too much for him. Han Sen's power was insufficient, and all the strength he exhausted would be absorbed by the blood coral. He had to dig it out slowly, inch by inch. At that speed, and with Han Sen digging there alone, it would likely take him a year or two to excavate the dragon. Digging out the entire blood coral forest would be very difficult. No, I can't keep digging like this. Han Sen immediately realized that unearthing the dragon corpse by hand simply wasn't an option. Not to mention that if he continued, Li Keir and Exquisite were sure to find out what he was doing. The matter of the dragon body aside, even this blood coral that can absorb elemental powers is very rare and precious. The very high would desperately want something like that, even if there wasn't a true god corpse somewhere beneath it all. If the very high learned about this place and Han Sen's find, he wasn't sure if they would fight him for ownership. Although the very high allowed the silkworms to take the xenogeneics they killed in outer sky, true god xenogeneic bodies were a bit more valuable than the average fare. It was too tempting, and Han Sen couldn't predict how things might play out if his discovery became known. I must find a way. How can I take the dragon body and blood coral without anyone noticing? Han Sen stopped digging. He replaced the sand he had disturbed with his digging, hiding all evidence that he had been there. After thinking over the matter for a while, Han Sen placed the strange blood coral into his Destiny's Tower. Then, he paused to examine the beast soul he had received from the space electric eel. Deified xenogeneic beast soul space electric eel, gem beast soul, chance to evolve, another gem beast soul. Han Sen was disappointed. Gem beast souls could raise the level of another beast soul and heighten its quality. But in order to use the beast soul, he would need another beast soul of the same type. Han Sen had received a gem beast soul from the Sun Raven, and he hadn't yet found another beast soul he could use that one on. In addition, he had no lightning element beast souls that he could combine with his most recent prize, the space electric eel's gem beast soul. What does the chance to evolve part mean? Han Sen was disappointed to receive another gem beast soul, but the words on the end of the description had managed to intrigue him somewhat. It was a shame the gem beast soul couldn't be used immediately. He also had no way of uncovering the secrets of the whole chance to evolve message just yet. He dragged the electric eel's body out of the buried dragon sea, and he found Bai Wei waiting for him on the shore. Han Sen went over to say hello. Bai Wei was surprised to see that Han Sen had actually defeated the electric eel. The conflicted emotions visible in her eyes deepened. After leaving the sea, Han Sen took the electric eel's corpse back to the star tree. Once he absorbed the electric eel's xenogenic gene, he noticed that eating the electric eel's flesh provided more deified genes than ordinary primitive deifieds did. He had only eaten 1 out of the 20 portions of the electric eel's flesh, and he had already received 2 deified gene points. It looks like higher-class deifieds provide more element genes. If that is the case, maxing out my deified points shouldn't be all that difficult. Leveling up will be far easier than I thought, actually. Han Sen kept refining the xenogenic genes as fast as he could, all the while thinking about how he might dig up the blood coral and the dragon's body. The dragon's body seemed far too large to dig up on the sly, but I can surely collect some of the blood coral. I can store it in the sanctuary to keep anyone from discovering it. It might take a while, but I should be able to dig up all the blood coral by myself. Han Sen couldn't come up with a better idea than that. He needed to grab any benefit he could get while he was able to. He rested the night, and when he woke up the next day, he intended to go back to digging up the red coral. He needed that blood coral for the castle he was planning to build. But after yawning and stretching, he noticed that something in his body felt off. Han Sen couldn't really put his finger on the sensation, but when he looked at his hands, he noticed there was something there. What is going on? Han Sen got a better look at his hands, and what he saw frightened him. The back of each hand had a black dot that was around the size of a fingernail. It looked like a freckle at first glance, but when Han Sen looked closer, the freckle seemed more like a piece of red coral or a scale from the dragon's body. It was black, but it glowed with a faint red light. The freckle was still somewhat incorporeal, though. He could still see his flesh through it. Han Sen swallowed nervously. He quickly checked over the rest of his body, and he found more freckles growing all over his body. What the F***CK? Is this the sign of me growing dragon scales? Han Sen knew that something was severely wrong. Those freckles weren't painful or itchy, but they were spreading across his body. Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra to examine the rest of his body, and he discovered that the freckles were now a part of him. They didn't seem to be damaging his body, though. His body and the freckles were existing symbiotically. He steeled his resolve and peeled one of the freckles away, but when the flesh was healed, the black dot returned. More black dots showing up across his body with every minute that passed. He tried many ways to remove them, but none of them stuck. Han Sen tried activating his xenogenic geno arts, and he even tried using his super god spirit body. But no matter what he tried, no method worked to get rid of the black dots. That was especially surprising since the super god spirit body had worked on pretty much everything in the past. Now, it couldn't do anything to remove the freckles. What the hell is this? Even my super god spirit body isn't working. Han Sen theorized that the freckles had something to do with the blood coral or the dragon body, but he couldn't accurately predict what effect the freckles might ultimately have. Chapter 2752 No Dragon. Han Sen thought about the matter for a while before he noticed that he had overlooked a very key concern. His super god spirit body made him invincible. That was its defining feature, and it could rid him of any negative energies that were impacting his body. But if he was being affected by energy that was coming from within him instead of invading from outside his body, then his super god spirit body wouldn't make any changes to it. Does this mean the freckles indicate that my body is changing on its own? Han Sen considered the possibility, but it didn't seem to hold water. Unless I was affected by an outside force, I shouldn't be growing freckles in the first place. Why will my super god spirit not purge the freckles like it does everything else? If growing freckles wasn't harmful to him, then his super god spirit body wasn't going to do anything. Even though Han Sen suspected the freckles might be the harbinger of something beneficial, he didn't fancy the prospect of turning into a freckle-covered monster. Han Sen thought of many ways to get rid of the freckles, but none of his attempts were successful, and the freckles were spreading more and more. Some of the freckles were already clumping together to take the shape of snake scales. Han Sen thought that the growing scales might be an effect of the blood coral, so he lobbed it back into the sea. But a short time later, Han Sen noticed that the blood coral had somehow returned to him. It was like a small, black dragon quietly waiting for him. This is terrible. Han Sen tried throwing the coral away a few more times, but nothing seemed to work. His scales continued to grow. It made him want to cry. For now, the scales weren't having any negative influence on him. They actually increased the defenses of his body. The scales also boosted his elemental resistances dramatically. When an attack landed on his scales, they would take away 80% of the damage incurred. If the scales expanded to cover his entire body, Han Sen's physical defense would be very scary. Even so, Han Sen didn't want to become some freak who was covered in scales. You couldn't hide a fire with paper. When Exquisite returned, she saw that Han Sen's body was covered in scales. It confused her quite a bit. Han Sen made no effort to hide anything from her. He told her everything, even the stuff concerning the blood coral and the dead dragon's body. He didn't want to turn into a monster, even if the process made him stronger. He couldn't get rid of the scales himself, so he had no choice but to ask for help. There were many elites among the very high, and they all had a lot of knowledge. They had studied Geno arts from all across the universe. Perhaps one of them would know some technique that could get rid of the scales. Exquisite was more and more shocked as Han Sen told his story. Her eyes opened wide. She stared at the blood coral Han Sen was holding, the one that looked like a dragon. That true god evil dragon, what sort of power did it have? Why would it make my body grow scales? Is there a way to remove them? Han Sen asked, his words almost tripping over each other in his haste. He really despised the freckle-like scales. He imagined that when he returned home, his daughter Little Ling might not even recognize her father. Exquisite was frozen in place. She didn't immediately answer Han Sen's question, but her face was warped in thought. What is going on? Can you please say something? Han Sen begged, sensing that something very grave had happened. Exquisite moved her lips silently for a moment, and then she said the last thing that Han Sen had expected. The buried dragon sea doesn't contain a true god evil dragon. That is just a legend. Exquisite looked at Han Sen weirdly. It doesn't? Han Sen asked, dumbfounded. Then he said, how can that be? What about the blood coral forest and the dragon corpse I found, then? I don't know where the blood coral forest or the dragon carcass came from, but I can tell you for sure that the buried dragon sea doesn't contain an evil dragon. Or at least, there isn't a true god-class xenogeneic. It is called the buried dragon sea because a deified elite called Dragon died there. That is where it got its name. People started telling stories about the place, and eventually, the myth of an evil dragon dying there was created, Exquisite said. Even if the legend was fake, that doesn't mean that the buried dragon sea doesn't contain the body of a true god evil dragon. Han Sen wasn't eager to give up on his find. It won't be what you think it is, Exquisite answered staunchly. She could feel Han Sen's questions, and she went on to say, a long time ago, the buried dragon sea didn't exist. There was an elite called Dragon that went there to fight. The battle devastated the landscape, creating the crater that you now know as the buried dragon sea. There were no high-class xenogeneics there. And because of the intense battle that happened there, even the resources of the local area were destroyed. No high-level xenogeneics go there of their own volition. The space electric eel you killed was something that one of our elders threw into the sea to grow. Most of the xenogeneics in the sea are brought there by similar methods. Our elders take xenogeneics there periodically because they're trying to repopulate the buried Dragon Sea. If a true god being had once fallen in the buried Dragon Sea, the Very High wouldn't have to go to such trouble. After Han Sen heard what she had to say, he conceded. She was probably right. If what she said was true, it was doubtful that the sea held a true god xenogeneic corpse. If it is impossible to find such a body there, then what kind of body did I stumble across? And what was that blood coral forest? Han Sen wondered in confusion. Exquisite could sense Han Sen's questions. I'm not sure. According to what I know of the buried Dragon Sea, there shouldn't be any such powerful creatures there. Han Sen thought for a minute, and then he asked, why did the elite called Dragon die in the buried Dragon Sea? Who was he? Are the blood coral forest and the corpse somehow related to him? Exquisite had a wry smile as she shook her head and answered, I don't know too much about the story. After all, it was a long time ago. All I know is that an elite named Dragon died there, and he hailed from Sacred. The Sacred of Yore. Han Sen was shocked, and he made sure to rein in his thoughts. Otherwise, Exquisite might pick up on the fact that he had something to do with Sacred. How about this? I will take you to my ninth uncle. He was the person in charge of putting xenogeneics inside the buried Dragon Sea. Perhaps he will know a thing or two about this conundrum. He might not be able to answer your questions, but if there is anyone who can do something to fix your body, it will be Uncle Nine, Exquisite said after a moment of thought. Han Sen wasn't going to object to such a suggestion. He and Exquisite hurried out to visit the ninth uncle of the Very High. Although Han Sen really wanted to learn more about the person called Dragon, he didn't dare ask. He was afraid he might not be able to control his mind when it came to thinking about Sacred. If that happened, she might learn that his son was with Sacred right at that moment. Exquisite brought Han Sen to her ninth uncle. The man quite liked Han Sen, so he was happy about his visit. Uncle Nine seemed like a pleasant man, but when he heard Han Sen's story, his face went totally grim. Chapter 2753 God's Curse. Uncle Nine looked at Han Sen's piece of blood coral for a long while in silence. When he finally spoke, he sounded very serious. We need to go see the leader at once. Bring your coral with us. Han Sen and Exquisite were shocked. Uncle Nine's very high sense was at a very high level, so the chances of him getting emotional were very low. But now, he looked rather shaken. Not saying anything further, he took Han Sen and Exquisite and headed to see the leader. Clearly, this was a matter of some importance. Uncle Nine, is Han Sen in a dangerous situation? Exquisite couldn't help but ask. Uncle Nine nodded and said, we will talk about it when we reach the leader. This is a very serious matter. If we don't sort this out correctly, it could have terrible consequences. After that, Uncle Nine didn't wait for a response from either Han Sen or Exquisite. He rolled up his sleeves and teleported away with both of them. Old Nine, what brings you here? Why the rush? The Very High leader was resting on a rocking chair inside a wooden tower. When he saw Uncle Nine bring Han Sen and Exquisite into his wooden home, he frowned. Instead of explaining, Uncle Nine merely pointed to Han Sen and the blood coral and said, Leader, look at his body. The Very High leader was confused, but when he saw the blood coral and Han Sen's scales, his face changed. He was the leader of the entire race, but he shot to his feet in surprise. His eyes widened as he stared at Han Sen and the blood coral. He couldn't even blink. Han Sen now knew for sure that this would be a very troublesome affair. If even the Very High leader was showing such a strong reaction, that meant the situation was already very serious. Far more so than Han Sen had initially believed. Han Sen was going to ask what was going on, but Uncle Nine already opened his mouth to inquire, Leader, is this what I think it is? The Very High leader nodded his head heavily. After a while, he spoke in a distant tone of voice. I can't believe it has happened. Upon hearing the very high leader's confirmation, Uncle Nine's face looked even dourer. What should we do? He asked the very high leader seriously, looking at Han Sr. We must suppress this. We can't take any chances, the very high leader responded without hesitation. Sir, what is wrong with Han Sen? Exquisite asked, now deeply worried about what was going on. The very high leader and Uncle Nine stared silently at Han Senator. After a pause, the very high leader said, this is something that began in the sacred era. Back then, the very high were not so grand and famous, and the sky had yet to splinter from us. The strongest race in the universe was sacred, and sacred was also the strongest faction. The very high leader paused, and his expression was unreadable. According to our historical records, a disaster struck our race. It prompted us to ask Sacred for their help. In response, Sacred sent an elite to outer sky to help us overcome the challenge. But for some reason, the elite of Sacred died in the buried Dragon Sea. Is whatever is happening to me related to the Sacred elite? Han Sen asked. Sacred leader nodded and said, that elite sacrificed himself to help us out of the disaster. But he was cursed by his opponent due to his actions. Han Sen's eyes narrowed and he asked, if that elite is dead, why does the curse still exist? Our ancestors thought that the matter came to a close when the sacred elite was killed. But evidently, they were wrong. Your body is growing scales. That means the curse didn't end with the sacred elite's death, Uncle Nine answered, pointing to the blood coral and the scales on Han Sr. What kind of curse is this? Exquisite asked with worry. The very high leader and Uncle Nine looked at each other. Uncle Nine sighed and said, the curse proclaimed that after the sacred elite died, he would someday rise again. He would become a monster that only knew how to kill. Our ancestors believed the sacred elite was completely destroyed, far too damaged to be revived. They thought the calamity was over, but the very high leader trailed off, looking at Han Sen's blood coral. After a while, he said, but the blood coral you are holding is just like the Geno armament wielded by the sacred elite. The scales you are growing look just like his scale armor. That sacred elite might end up being reborn through your body. That is the nature of the curse. Is there no way to erase this infection? Han Sen wasn't excited about this news at all. Very high leader and Uncle Nine shook their heads apprehensively. Exquisite quickly said, Mr. Leader, with your power, there must be something you can do. Please save Han Sr. The very high leader sighed and said, I'm not remaining inactive because I don't want to help. I really can't. The scary being that cursed the sacred elite was a real god. That sacred elite fought that god. When the god was chased away, the toxic curse came into effect. It cannot be removed with our power. A god cursed the sacred elite. Han Sen asked, his heart suddenly pounding. The very high leader said, maybe you don't believe this universe has gods, but they do exist. Most ordinary creatures cannot see them. I believe in gods. What was this god called? And what was that sacred elite's name? Han Sen asked the very high leader, trying to keep his excitement under wraps. I don't know much about what happened. Not much detail was recorded about that fight. It appears that someone tried to erase the details of it. We only know that the fight was called God's Disaster, and that the sacred elite was named Dragon. Those are the only details we have. The very high leader looked at Han Sen and said, if Dragon's power is being reborn through you, then we will have to suppress you. If the curse is real, then we can't allow you to become a killing monster that might destroy the universe. Dragon's power might not end up being reborn through Han Sen's body. Maybe the whole reborn thing means Dragon himself. Didn't Han Sen say that the blood coral forest contains the carcass of a monster? Maybe that is the real dragon, Exquisite quickly suggested. The very high leader nodded and said, that coral forest and the body down below will be suppressed as well. Han Sen didn't think things were going too well. The very high were planning to lock him up like an animal. "Mr. Leader, I might be infected, but perhaps there is a way for me to save myself. The very high have many elites, so there has to be a way to remove these small things from my body," Han Sen said quickly. "We will try our best, but if nothing works, we might have to lock you up to prevent something very bad from happening." The very high leader was a very logical man. Like most very high, he didn't get emotional when he faced a crisis. He sorted out problems in the most efficient way that he could. Han Sen knew that right now, he was like a patient who had a very contagious disease. The best way to deal with it was to quarantine him. The very high leader was right. But Han Sen didn't see being locked in a cage as an acceptable solution. He felt very upset. 2754 The hope to break free. Uncle Nine sent Han Sen to a palace, and the very high leader began gathering an army of very high elites to go to the buried Dragon Sea. They planned to suppress the blood coral and uncover what was buried beneath it. Han Sen didn't know how they were going to suppress the blood coral and the thing below it, but 4 days later, the elite warriors began to gather in the very high leader's palace. When the last of them arrived, there were 4 true god elites and a dozen butterflies. It was a very powerful team. They investigated Han Sen's scales before they left, but sadly, every attempt to remove the scales failed. They even tried peeling off Han Sen's skin, but nothing seemed to work. The scales remained firmly in place. Han Sen's flesh could be sliced off, but when his flesh regrew, so did the scales. The very high couldn't do anything about Han Sen's mutation. Things seemed to be going very poorly for him. And of course, the very high decided to suppress Han Sen as well as the blood coral, just in case the curse turned out to be true. Nobody wanted Han Sen to turn into a monster that could bring ruin and destruction to the entire universe. Han Sen hated the idea of being put in a cage, but he knew this was the best way for them to go about it. Even though the very high were known for their brutal efficiency, they didn't simply kill him. Killing him would have been the most surefire way of dealing with the situation, and Han Sen had expected them to consider it as an option. He was rather relieved when he found out that they weren't planning to end him permanently. They left Han Sen in a palace surrounded by clouds and mist, and he had settled himself on the stairs that led to the palace's front door. He stared off into the clouds, his mind distant. Although the palace looked like an ordinary building, in truth, the entire place was contained inside a very high true god item. Han Sen had seen the true god item, which was a jade bottle of sorts, but he hadn't learned much about it. He had been taken in front of the very high Alpha statue and then put inside the bottle. Although the clouds that surrounded his palace were beautiful, the place was still just a prison. Furthermore, the prison contained only him. Everything aside from the palace was just a blur. There were no life forces to examine, and the place seemed to be disconnected from the rest of the universe, too. In fact, Han Sen couldn't even continue practicing. If the very high cannot find a way to remove my scales, does that mean I will be trapped here forever? Han Sen's face grew more distraught with every minute that passed. Although the strange piece of blood coral had been moved elsewhere by the very high and no longer reappeared next to Han Sen, the scales continued to grow across his body. Right now, most of his body had been claimed by the scales. Aside from his head not having horns, he looked like some sort of humanoid dragon beast. The palace contained food and fresh spring water, but it only satiated his hunger and kept him alive. It didn't allow him to practice more, and it did nothing to reinforce his genes. In the beginning, the very high elites would visit now and again. They would also try out new methods to remove his scales, but they failed every time. As time passed, they visited less and less often. As Han Sen sat on the steps, it had been 10 days since he last saw any of the very high elites. Right now, the very high weren't helping Han Senator, they had become his oppressors. They couldn't confirm that Han Sen was dragon reborn via the curse, but in their usual style, the very high had opted to trap him there. Because there was a small possibility that he could be destructive, they wouldn't let him leave. The Very High promised me that they would send Bauer to Sky Palace. I suppose they will do that for me, at least. Now, it is all down to me. I need to figure out a way to escape. Han Sen made many attempts, but they all seemed useless. The palace was completely cut off from the outside world. He couldn't even jump to a sanctuary. He couldn't go to the god area or anywhere else either. That place was like a giant prison. He wasn't really living, nor was he actually dying. He was just there. He was trapped. How can I be this unlucky? Han Sen sighed. Then an idea flashed through his head, and he said, "Right, maybe I can try this." Han Sen's heart jumped. He ran into the palace and closed the gate. Han Sen had been there for a while, so he knew roughly how the bottle worked. Because the world inside the bottle was completely separate from the outside world, it was impossible to see in or out. Unless the Very High came in person to visit, they wouldn't be able to see what he was doing. Han Sen had already tested this before, so he was certain that was the case. Once Han Sen had locked himself in the palace, he summoned something from Destiny's Tower. It was a bronze object that was a few meters tall. A sheep head marked each of the bronze object's four corners, and the entire thing looked rather evil. One of the sheep heads can send me to the world that trapped the Break Sky Alpha. I wonder if the other 3 sheep heads do the same thing. Or can they take me elsewhere? This thing was capable of transporting me away from outer sky, so perhaps it will still work here. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He went to one of the sheep heads on the 4-sheep cube. With a silent prayer, he placed his hand on the sheep head. The sheep head lowered under the force of Han Sen's hand. The black and white fish in the center of the object began to swim faster. Their speed formed a vortex within the water. Han Sen felt a force of suction attempt to pull his body into the swirl. He was surprised that it had actually worked. He didn't know where the 4-sheep cube would take him, but no matter where it was a chance to get free. He didn't want to remain in the palace forever. Law. When Han Sen emerged from the water, he knew immediately that he was no longer in the palace. Han Sen was afraid of exposing the scales on his skin, so he immediately put on his Dongxian armor. Even if a creature knew about Dongxian armor, they would just assume he was Dollar. No one would know he had escaped from the Very High True God item. What is this place? Han Sen looked around in alarm. Moving as fast as he could, Han Sen returned to the 4-sheep cube. He slammed his hand down on the head of a sheep. Han Sen was standing on a giant stone platform surrounded by scary stone xenogeniacs. To the east, there was a xenogeniac that was a white-haired, black-faced, giant ape. To the south, there was a human-bodied monster with the head of a cow. To the north, there was a beast that was like a Kirin. To the west, there was a weird snake with 9 heads. The 4 giant xenogeniacs gave off a frightening presence. Sensing them sent chills right down Han Sen's spine. The monster surrounded the stone platform, looming over it like the stone platform was a dinner table and Han Sen was the sole sausage in the middle that they would fight over. Pang! Han Sen could see the white-haired, black-faced giant ape's hand stretching toward him. Han Sen was already getting sucked into the 4-sheep cube. And then, his vision started to spin. When he emerged from the water, he was back in the palace contained within the Very High's bottle. I'm fortunate that my reactions were quick. If I was too slow, I would have become food for those scary xenogeniacs. Han Sen patted his chest and spoke to himself in a shaky voice, trying to comfort his frightened little heart. 2755 God's Farm. Han Sen couldn't risk going back to that scary place. He looked at the 2 sheep heads he hadn't tried and said, "Why does the 4-sheep cube only send me to such weird and dangerous places?" The 4-sheep cube was Han Sen's only chance of escape. He couldn't stop trying. He wouldn't give up hope until he had tried journeying to all 4 locations. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as he pressed down another sheep head. The 4-sheep cube was activated again, and it sucked Han Sen inside it. Law. Han Sen emerged from the 4-sheep cube, his body already tense. He immediately had a look around. Luckily, things were different from the last location. Here, no scary xenogeniacs were staring at him. This place looked fairly ordinary. Han Sen was standing on an asteroid in an asteroid belt. He could see a lot of stars in the sky. There were very big stars all around him. Han Sen looked at the stars and realized there were many planets nearby, as well. He saw a planet with a life force. Looking a bit hesitant, Han Sen flew down toward the planet. Holy sh*T. Is it a grass field? After Han Sen entered the atmosphere, he was surprised to see that the entire surface of the planet seemed to be covered in a grassy field. He could see a lot of sheep grazing in those fields. They were all crowded together, and the smallest flock of sheep had at least 1,000 in their midst. The sheep were a variety of different colors and breeds. Most of them looked thin and swift, like antelopes. Some of them were stock and powerful, like goats. Some of them just looked like ordinary sheep. Did I fall into a sheep farm? It is a shame that cowardly sheep I met in the sanctuaries isn't here. He could translate for me and ask the sheep where this place is. Han Sen could sense that the flocks of sheep were nothing mighty. The average sheep appeared to be no greater than Baron class. Even Viscounts were rare. Han Sen wasn't accustomed to being surrounded by such weak creatures. The other 2 sheep heads had sent Han Sen to very dangerous places, but now, he was on a world of prey animals. He wasn't used to that. As Han Sen flew down to land on the grass field, the flocks of sheep noticed him and raced to surround him. One of the sheep came forward to bleat at Han Sen while he was in the sky. Bah! Han Sen didn't speak Sheepnese, so he activated the Dongxian area and used it to read the sheep's mind. He heard the sheep speak the universal language. It was saying to him, "Outsider. How did you come to God's farm?" It is good that it can speak, Han Sen thought happily. He looked at the sheep and said, "I was lost in space, and I found this planet by chance. I was hoping you could tell me what this place is. If it is possible, can you sell me a star map?" When the flock of sheep heard what Han Sen said, their response looked very human. They looked at each other, and then they started laughing. Han Sen had never seen an enormous flock of sheep all laughing themselves silly. It was a very strange sight. He frowned and coldly said, "What is so funny?" One of the sheep laughed and said, "This is God's farm. We are the food that grows for God. Once you are here, you do not leave. You and I will become food for God together. I can come and go as I please. No one can keep me here," Han Sen said in annoyance. The flock looked at Han Sen with mirth. One of the sheep smirked and said, "Try it now, then. See if you can leave God's farm." "This God's farm you keep talking about, do you mean the planet as a whole?" Han Sen asked. "Yes," the sheep affirmed with a nod. "What is so hard about leaving here?" Han Sen crouched and then launched himself up into the sky like a rocket, intending to fly out of the atmosphere and leave that field-covered planet behind. He had almost exited the atmosphere when he saw the wind change. It suddenly came together to form a giant blade that slashed toward him as he flew. Han Sen's eyes narrowed. He generated a sword light in his hand and slashed toward the giant blade. Pang! The sword light came against the giant blade, and Han Sen felt a backlash of expended power wash over him. It knocked him out of the air. He fell back to the planet's surface, and he hit the ground so hard that he created a large crater. The giant blade disappeared as if it had never existed. Han Sen frowned up at the sky. The sheep were laughing. Since you are here, you should accept your fate. You will become food for gods sooner or later. You must accept this. Han Sen didn't believe this was God's farm, unless God was the biggest fan of lamb shanks ever. If all God did was grow sheep, he would have smelled a lot more gamey. Han Sen turned his attention back to the sky and jumped into the air again. He was headed for the cosmos once more. When Han Sen was almost out of the atmosphere, the giant blade reappeared and slashed toward him. It is useless. Once you enter God's farm, you are God's food. No one can escape, the sheep proclaimed, shouting so that Han Sen could hear him. Pang! The next second, the eyes of all the sheep opened wide. They stared up in disbelief. Rather than attempting to dodge the blade, Han Sen punched it. His fist came against the big blade, and the blade broke. The blade shattered like a chunk of badly forged iron, and it disappeared in the air. If that was God's power, then God is pretty lame, Han Sen thought to himself. He was planning to fly back to the field so that he could ask the sheep more questions about this place, but he suddenly saw many more blades appearing in the sky. A sea of swords rose before him, shielding the entire sky. They turned to point at Han. Senator Han Sen was shocked. He didn't say anything, and he just teleported back to the grass field. He raised his head and saw the countless blades that blanketed the sky start to disappear. They were gone within seconds. Han Sen's face turned grim. The power of a giant blade was as good as a primitive deified attack. If that many giant blades came down on him at once, not even Han Sen could block them. We told you, this is God's farm. It doesn't matter how strong you are. In God's eye, you are just food, the sheep said with a smile. The God you're talking about, what does he look like? Han Sen said, ignoring the blathering of the brainwashed sheep. God is God. What else could he be? The sheep answered, looking at Han Sen with disdain. Han Sen wanted to ask something more, but he suddenly saw a carriage fly through the sky. 9 white unicorns were pulling a white carriage as it headed for the grassy field. When the flock of sheep saw the white carriage, they started to shake on the ground. It was like they didn't even have the power to run. It was all they could do to remain standing as they trembled. They lowered their heads, like they were ostriches that wanted nothing more than to put their heads in the sand. Chapter 2756 Butchering the flock of sheep. Han Sen looked around and remembered that he was on an endless grassy field. There was nowhere to hide. So instead of attempting to flee, he reduced his presence to hide inside the flock of sheep. The 9 white unicorns descended to the field, swooping down elegantly until the carriage touched down on the grass. Han Sen hid within the flock of sheep, but he kept his eyes pinned to the door of the carriage. He wondered what sort of scary being might be lurking within. It had to be something fierce if it was scaring the sheep this much. None of them dared to run, and they all remained rooted to the ground, shivering and shaking. The 9 unicorns finally came to a halt, and a drawn-out creak sounded as the door of the carriage opened. A small figure descended from the carriage, and Han Sen's brow furrowed. The person coming out of that carriage was a little girl. She looked to be no more than 10 years old. The scary being that the sheep all fear cannot be this little girl, surely. Han Sen didn't take his eyes away from the carriage. He believed another creature would emerge behind the girl. She must be a servant or slave of some kind. But the carriage now seemed to be empty. The little girl was the only one to come out, and in her hands was a sharp knife. She moved toward a flock of sheep. Han Sen turned his attention back to the girl. Her body was undoubtedly that of a child, but for some reason, something about her eyes seemed a bit mature for her age. Is she a sky? Han Sen felt the presence of the girl, and he noticed there was a mark on her forehead. She might have been one of the sky. Either that or she was a very high. Although there were large cultural differences between them, in terms of simple physicality, the two races were practically the same. The very high simply had pure blood. The girl lifted the sharp knife before the flock. She reached out her hand towards a sheep's head and sighed. Little sheep, little sheep. I have no choice but to do this. If you ever seek revenge, come for me. Don't take out your rage on someone else. After that, the sharp knife in the girl's hands was thrust forward. It slid straight into the heart of the sheep and killed it in a single strike. Blood dribbled across the hilt of the knife and gushed from the new cavity in the sheep's chest. The weird thing was, the blood never had a chance to drip to the ground. As soon as the sheep's blood welled up, it was absorbed by the knife that killed it. In moments, the sheep's body had been sucked dry by the weapon. Under the draining powers of the knife, the sheep became a dried-up husk of its former self. The knife's color changed to a dark red, and it began to give off a very strong and bloody presence. Once the first sheep was dead, the girl moved on to another sheep. Every member of the flock was shivering violently, but they didn't dare to resist. The girl lifted her knife and thrust it through the next creature. Like the last, its blood was sucked dry. Han Sen was shocked at the sight. The girl continued killing the sheep, and not a single one of them tried to resist. It was like they were all queuing up to die, one after another. Soon, the death toll had reached 100 sheep. The blade of her knife had become as red as blood, now. It looked like blood was going to begin dripping out of it any second. The strong, coppery smell was awful. Han Sen could have detected the scent from a few miles away, and the smell was nauseating. There's definitely something wrong with that girl's knife, Han Sen murmured with a frown. He looked at the weapon in the little girl's hand. The girl's presence wasn't very strong, but there was something very frightening and strange about the aura of the sharp knife. It was much greater than the presence of the little girl herself. The little girl shouldn't have been capable of using such a powerful blade, but she was using it with finesse. The knife's power hadn't consumed her. This was a situation that Han Sen had never encountered before. Before he became deified, even Han Sen couldn't make use of 100% of a deified treasure's power. Yet the little girl was casually able to use a supremely sharp knife that was far greater than herself. Every strike she unleashed was lethal, and a sheep died each time she swung her hand. Everything about this situation was weird. This flock of sheep must be more afraid of the knife than the girl, Han Sen guessed to himself, but he still wasn't too sure what was going on. He kept staring at the sharp knife. It was a short knife that was composed of a wooden handle and a steel blade. The wooden handle was 7 inches long, but he couldn't determine what sort of wood it had been carved from. The handle was so darkly colored that it was almost black. The blade, on the other hand, was 1 foot long. It was shaped like a crescent moon. Because it had absorbed so much blood, it was gleaming red. It looked as if it was going to start gushing blood from its tip at any second. The girl didn't seem to be holding any sort of scabbard or sheath for the knife. Also, based on its shape, Han Sen surmised that the knife wasn't a combat weapon. It was more of a chef's knife or a butcher's tool. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a chill. Maybe it was because it had absorbed so much blood, but under the sunlight, Han Sen saw the blade expel some sort of bloody light. The bloody light rose, forming itself into the shadow of a red demon. The more sheep the girl killed, the more blood the demon could absorb. The blood demon grew scarier as more time passed. When that girl killed her 1,000th sheep, the shadow of the sharp knife had already generated a blood flame that was visible to the naked eye. Of course, the flock is afraid of the knife, not the little girl who is holding it. Still, this is such a strange situation. The girl is so weak. How can she wield such a potent weapon? And the sharp knife's power hasn't consumed her, Han Sen thought to himself as he observed the girl and her knife. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. He had been focusing too much on the knife, and the blood demon's shadow had discovered his existence. the shadowy body suddenly turned. The creature's eye sockets were empty aside from a pair of blood flames, and those fires now stared in Han Sen's direction. Bzzzt. Before Han Sen could do anything, the sharp knife released a weird buzzing noise. Then, the sharp knife started to fly. Carrying the little girl's body along behind it, the weapon shot toward Han Sr. Han Sen could see the blood demon shadow clearly. It was opening its jaws, looking ready to devour him. The knife pulled the little girl straight toward Han Senator. The moment she saw him, she froze in surprise. Han Sen was prepared to fight, but the little girl's hand yanked back against the knife. Using all of her strength, the girl tried to keep the knife from heading for Han Sen. But her power was too small, and the sharp knife had a real lust for Han Senator. She wrapped both hands around the knife's handle and pulled as hard as she could, but her efforts were futile. She couldn't stop the knife. Her slim body was pulled steadily forward. Han Sen's frown deepened. He readied himself to fight, but the little girl gritted her teeth and pressed her hands down on the blade itself. The blade sliced into her hands, and the knife quickly absorbed the blood that welled up in her palms. Then, the blade went quiet. The blood shadow demon was still visible above the blade, but it seemed to have been suppressed by some mystical power. The bloody light that formed the image of a red demon had dimmed slightly. No wonder she can use that sharp, weird knife. Something about her body is special. She must have some unusual connection to the knife, Han Sen thought to himself. Judging from the little girl's behavior, she didn't seem to be hostile toward Han Senator. He walked over to the girl and asked her, "Little girl, what is your name?" "Run. Leave here quickly," the little girl said in a rush, still keeping a white-knuckled grip on the knife.